My first words in the stream. Welcome, everybody, to the 2023 U.S. Masters Cast Day 2. Give me 2 seconds while I get our cams up and running again, because I knew I forgot something. There we go. Perfect. Hey! Excellent. Hey! So, welcome to Game 4 of the U.S. Masters, where we are approximately on turn 2 for everyone running around. On table 1, we have Joe Borghese. Borghese with Jared Holcomb. So back on table 1, or back on our tables for Joe and Jared for the first time this event. Playing. I have their lists already good to go. We have Masters. Guys, put your name on your list. I swear to God. All right, Masters Copy 2023. We have Goblins, 4 hordes of Rabble Infantry, a Grogger's Luglags horde. That's the semi-berserker, but they're goblins, so they hit on 4s, so they're like kind of not good, but it's a thing.
Fun unit, though.
Yeah. We have 2 regiments of Mensers, one with Brewer Sharpness, one with Brewer Strength. We have 3 War Trombones, like you do. We have 3 Mop-Up Launchers, which I like the sharpshooter laws these days, but those are still pretty good. You've got the Flaggett Hero with the Bane Chant. I guess if he's literally only Bane Chant, that's fine. He's got 2 Bang It Heroes, one with Inspiring Talisman, like you do. He's got the Bang Sticks. That's the exploding D6 fast cav speed 10 shenanigans mechanics.
It's a super sneaky formation.
Yes. It turns out if you just roll, I've said it before, I'll say it again. If you just roll 6s, that's how you win.
It's the game.
So yeah. And against him, for those who don't remember Joe's list from last time, he's playing dwarves. He's one of our mini dwarf players. He's playing 4 regiments of Iron Guard infantry, all of them with throwing massives, because that's if you take dwarves, you take throwing massives. He's taking 3 troops of sharpshooters. He's taking a berserker regiment with Sir Jesse's Boots of Striding. He's taking a mastiff hunting pack. He's taking 2 steel behemoths. One of them is Golux Fury, because duh. He is taking Faber Ironheart, and he's taking 2 dwarfs on large beasts. So if we look around at the table real quick to get a brief overview, we are playing Invade, so it's going to be it's a really good scenario for everyone who's hungover in the morning, because the easiest ones to remember how to play.
Forward.
Go forward.
Yeah. Walk ahead. It's not a good one for dwarves, and it does look like Jared got the first turn with his goblins, so he was able to take that, which in Invade, I would argue, it's one of the best scenarios to get that first turn roll on. He has just moved forward aggressively with everything he has. So we have the Rabble hordes have very clearly walked forward. I can see the trombones and what I assume are the Bang It behind that. Maybe one of the BSB, the ASB, or the Flagger, for those who don't know what I mean with ASB. You've got at least one of them over here on the right-hand side, kind of central, which means he doesn't have all the shooting stuff clustered. So we'll see how that works out for him, Cotton. And it looks like Joe has done what Joe needs to do, which is he's basically created I'm going to walk across the board here, and everything else will do what it needs to do. So Joe's basically playing, I'm going to break your line here, smash through, hit the top of the table, and that is how I win Invade. And he's already somehow managed to get a Steel Behemoth in combat. Jared kind of did a fucky-wucky there, I think, by letting that happen, because now he's going to have to fight through defense 6 to get across the table. All right, we'll see. 3 War Trombones. You can blow up with a Behemoth. So, but yeah, that's our opening statements for Game 1. Getting ready, getting excited. We do have 3 tables here. For those who don't know, we're going to be doing 3 tables for between Masters. This will be the last round where we have not our top tables.
How many tops? Those tops.
Yeah. 5 and 6. Game 5 and Game 6, we are going to have top tables the entire way through. We have Best of the Rest also playing. At this point, we are going to do top tables for Best of the Rest. So if you're seeing top tables, for the record, it's Drew Richardson. And if you're surprised by that, I am too. So, and so is he.
It seems like we were getting a more astute, focused, laid-back Drew Richardson this event.
Yeah, well, except when he's off the table. When he's on the table, he has been, in fact, more astute. And
his off-the-table shenanigans have been consistent with his character.
Oh,
is what you're telling me?
My God. Yes.
Yes, the answer to that question.
Yeah. So
I-
Drew never disappoints.
I do like what Joe is doing here, though, right? If you can fight on your opponent's side of the board and invade, you're already off to a good start. And
Yeah,
as
exactly.
dwarves being able to do that, he's
Yeah.
getting his stuff up pretty good.
Because it's the way he's positioned things is a little funky with this kind of cluster here that's basically right on the line. So one, for anyone who didn't know, these maps are lined out, so you can literally see the invade lines, so you can tell exactly where things are.
Super nice.
Yeah,
keep measuring
Yeah.
everything.
Yep. So Joe's
Totally.
stuff is like right on the line. You have one of the steel behemoths is right between two regiments. That's like 7 unit strength there. Like before you even do anything else, and then you got another 3 right here. Like he's already ready to go. Like he's right now. If I were a betting man, I'm like Joe has his stuff across the table on turn 2. So he clearly picked out marching lanes so he can march at the double to his heart's content to just get across there. He's gonna love worded march.
It looks like this is top
But-
3.
Is it?
Yeah. Remember when I got the cards?
Are they doing the cards?
They're doing the cards.
Oh yeah, so it's
Cards?
his top 3
Oh,
on
I
the
see, I
left.
see. Yep. So top of 3 is what you're saying. How is it? Oh, top of 3.
Yes.
Okay. I was like, because if it's there's no way it's bottom of 3. Like they haven't moved enough, and it's invade. So, okay, I believe top of 3. That's possible. Because it's dwarves, so getting across the table is still slow. But,
Yeah, that would be my one takeaway if I walked by this game. I'd be like, oh wow, the dwarf player's really gotten into pushed up.
yeah. Which I mean, you have to. You gotta go
Yeah.
fast. This is actually really clever right here. In the center, direct center of the board, there's a hill, and we see that Iron Guard regiment right behind it, where he's definitely he's intentionally not touching it, so nothing can see him. So he's kind of daring Jared to either go left or right. I think honestly, in my mind, I'm like he's a little too close to it, where he won't be able to get good line of sight to the right or left of the hill.
Yeah, because the hill's blocking. I think he could be doing the
Yeah.
same thing, right? If he was an inch back and tilted a little bit
Exactly,
more towards
yeah.
the right of the board, I think is probably be a little bit better position. But the ideas sound.
Yeah, exactly. It's clearly a positional play to have a good amount of if you give me that flank, right? Because one throwing dog is not gonna deter Jared. Jared can do math. Maybe he's just trying to make sure that the sharpshooters don't get interacted with at all, which that's fair play. Just have
But if
them
he
shoot.
moves up those horde, he could always move that regiment at the double or whatever and just be blocking it. So if it's charged,
Yeah.
the other units on the other side of the board,
And it's close enough to the line that I think that if he needs to, he can at the double and cross the board in a
Right.
last turn. Dive. It's top of turn. He probably won't, but he can get there, right? He can get across the line with another 3 unit strength. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, and so maybe that to him is he'd rather take a little less visual options and then be able to get an 8-inch at the double from that spot and be 50% on the other side. So that could be his thinking too.
Yeah, absolutely. What? Oh, all right. Okay, whatever. All right, that didn't break. We are gonna flip over to table 2. So our other contestants who are farther along, and I want to catch up with, are Lex Simon with the best Basilia, the only Basilia, running a Lohi as you do, and a bunch of Phoenixes. Playing off against him is Ben Stoddard. Again, we're still in invade, and he has Ben is playing South. I mean, I guess
Best.
Oh, he's playing
Forces
Abyss,
the
okay.
best.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say, we
it's
can
like
find
a
out really
fire
quickly.
Fire themed abyssal army.
Ah, okay.
Oh, there we go.
So I was gonna say because we could figure this out real quick because I just pull up his list. We have Stoddard playing Force of the Abyss with a horde of Molochs, Despoiler Champion, and Healing Brew, so a slightly more durable one. That is his only horde of Molochs, which that's slightly more surprising. He has 2 regiments of Abyssal Cav, so okay. He's got 2 Tortured Soul regiments, which I expect. He's got a Cronius, only 1. He has an Abyssal Fiend. He has an Abyssal Warlock with Drain Life and Veil of Shadows, so stealthy. He's got the Well of Souls. He's got Kazaz. Kazaz Magus lower abyssals for the formation. So he's got 2 horde, or a regiment and a horde of lower abyssals, as well as Kazaz the putrid.
Gotta do jazz fingers whenever you say his name.
I don't know jazz fingers.
Spirit fingers, jazz fingers.
Yeah, dude. Kazaz.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. That shows my age.
Good point, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, you made me feel really old. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. But yeah, so we've got the Putrid Despoiler Champion hero. Yeah, that's pretty good. Cool little formation. I don't remember what it gives them. It's been a minute. It's not bad. Suffers aroused all units in base cut. They get exploding gems.
Oh, nice.
So they all get the when they die they explode.
D3 plus 1.
D3 plus 1. Piercing 1. So
that's
it's cool. I mean, I don't think it's good, but it's
Frozen
cool.
special rule I saw.
Do they Frozen?
I'd say that.
Looks like Ben on the left, right is starting to push up, blocking frontage against all. Lex has speed on him pretty much wherever you look. Lex has speed, so
There's a lot of wings on that table.
exactly. So the only thing Ben's going to really be able to do, right, to prevent those charges is to use his chaff, use board denial, space denial.
Yep. This is actually kind of interesting. I haven't seen this style of. We talked about it a lot yesterday, where like the general goal of playing Kings of War is if it's a scenario where you have to claim X amount of objectives to win, you want to win by 1, right? So you typically, if it's like plunder, you pick 4 of the 7 to focus on. If it's control, you pick 4 of the 6 sections to focus on. If it's like insert scenario here, you pick a section to do the thing. Raise, you pick, you make sure you get at least 2 and then deny your opponent, 2 back type of thing. So here it's invade, and invade is still technically kind of the same mentality when I approach it, where it's like I need to get more of my stuff across the board than his stuff, and I need to do that in one area so I can get it all across. And admittedly, I am an EOD player at heart, so it's really, really hard to play EOD. Where you separate anything from the herd, so to speak. Like, it is very much a, like, we stay together, like, stand together, die together type of army. So seeing this from Ben, where he's got what effectively is what I would call 2 different battle groups, like one on the right, one on the left, and nothing in the middle of the table.
Very interesting.
That's super weird for me.
Very strange.
It's an interesting plan, Cotton. We'll see how it works for him. Go ahead.
Like you said, Matt. Usually you want to pick a corridor, right? Like he's picked the leftmost corridor and the rightmost corridor, but normally you want to pick 2 corridors that are next to each other.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the instinct that you want to do. So the fact that he's picked one, on the bookends,
building to block everything,
and maybe that was his thinking.
Yeah, especially against a Facilist like Lex, where Lex can on a dime. Because if it were Lex who did that, I'd be like, okay, this makes sense, because Lex has the speed where he can just on a dime turn and move 20 inches across the table and be on the other side of the table in one turn. So it's like, that's totally fine to do that, because you can effectively call it a false drop on your opponent, where I'm like, I'm going to put a couple units over here, so you have to respond to this, but then I can just leave. And like, what are you doing now? I'm on the other side of the table. So, which honestly, I'm kind of surprised Lex didn't do that from what I see, because he doesn't have to fight that the left-hand side of the table in my mind. Because I think these are the Abyssal Horsemen. You have Abyssal Horsemen,
On the
Abyssal
left,
Horsemen.
yeah.
Yeah, you have the Fiend, and you have the 2 Tortured Souls. I'll be honest, if I were in Lex's shoes playing this type of list and trying to get my fucking 4th win at Masters, I would have just taken all this and turn 1 fucking 90-degree pivot and just walk across the table. And just leave. And just, like, cool, you can get this. Like, you can get this across the table. I don't care. But with all this terrain that's here, and I just made that too big. Whoopsie daisy. Make that small again. With the terrain that's here and here, I don't think Ben could reposition at the same speed. Like, yes, he does. Like, it is 2 Abyssal Cav, but, like, I don't think they could have done quite as elegantly turned and just walked across the table to get back in position. And the stuff over here is really slow, but it's also a lot of Ben's unit strength. And if Lex can, it's force allocation, right? So if my entire army is fighting half of your army, then by definition, like, I'm playing a 2,300 point army against what effectively is a 1,500 point army,
Right.
and he just, like, by definition, you win. So I'm a little surprised to see Lex do stuff like this, where he's just kind of positioning as, like, come at me, bro, as opposed to, like, just murdering Ben's other army. Like,
Yeah, this would have been, and looking at this, I would have loved to see the deployment of this game.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
I wonder if Ben saw that terrain, like, I want to anchor on that terrain. He can't outflank me, but yet stuff stops getting placed on the other side. So he's like, oh, well, maybe I'll put my cab over here. So this one, I imagine, was a more reactive deployment. Like,
yeah.
I have a sense Ben was trying to think on the spot about how he was going to deploy. Whereas as the EOD player myself, Matt, I look at this and I'm like, I'm going from one extreme board edge to over,
You
and then
find
that's
that
it.
piece-
And
you
I'm just
find that piece of terrain, you fucking anchor. Yeah.
and I'm just moving forward, and you won't ever get a flank on me, and just come at me, and I'm gonna slowly, steadily move across the board. And
Yep. It's all
Yeah,
EOD
so
can
I'm
do
actually
it.
shocked to
Yeah.
see that the Abyssal split up like that on 2.
Yeah, that's what we were commenting
we were,
on. Very
we were talking about it.
interesting.
Also, welcome to the stream, Corey. Good
Thank
morning.
you.
So,
Good morning.
No boat today.
Huh?
No boat today. It's a rainy day
no-
here in New York.
No boat.
No boat.
Corey, it's like I do my boating on Saturday. Okay, Sunday's a day of rest.
That's right. That's right.
I do my boating on Saturday.
So another thing you said, Matt, is like, if I were the Aloha player, I would have
Lex,
probably deployed my weak stuff facing 90 degrees in, and then just flown right across the board.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. Right, like
do that feigned flank, and just, okay, if there's a reason to turn and face what's coming at me, turn 90 degrees and move 10 up the table, but
Right.
otherwise
Yeah,
just scoot right
like-
across the board back towards the main force and be done with it and leave it all behind.
Yeah. So it's
was
a
able
little
to fit.
surprising.
He was able to fit. I didn't know if he'd be able to fit in there.
Oh yeah.
Oh, with that flank.
I mean,
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
see. Yeah, exactly. We do see Lex.
Okay.
It looks like lining up the punch because there's an Alpha Strike
About
list.
to
So,
about to YOLO. Yeah.
yeah,
And that
I
is
mean,
that
this
is a slight mistake from Ben, right? He should have checked
Oh,
to make
did
sure.
he leave a blank spot in the flank for the Aloha
Yeah,
regiment?
It looks like he maybe did. That should have been checked.
Ouch.
But it's hard. You look at that building and you're like,
Right.
no, there's no way anything can fit there. And then
Yeah.
and everyone's got to.
And it looks like it's not even going to be hindered.
This is first game of Sunday.
Sunday,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. For those who I was gonna say first game Sunday, so everyone's you're just waking up. That caffeine may not have kicked in yet, and also you're probably hungover.
Totally.
So,
you're exhausted from
Yep.
from the first.
yeah, this guy there are everyone's got to remember there's tournament like endurance, I guess is how I would call it, where
It's a skill. It's part of the skill set, right?
Yep, no, you're right, absolutely. Like it's just a thing. You gotta have that. You gotta rally. You gotta drink all night and fucking be ready next day.
Oh, you see
So-
it in turn 5 or in games 5 and 6 where people are just shut down. and,
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
There's no conversation going on.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. It's like dead. Everybody's
Yeah.
shredded at that point.
Yep. I'm glad we didn't have 4 games on day 1. That's all I'm saying.
That game 4 on day 1 is always the worst if we
Yeah,
do that.
'cause
It's
you're
like,
just
I got
dead, right?
nothing,
Like-
nothing left.
The tank is empty. I've never known a person who plays game 4 and is like, I've still got the juice. Like, I'm like, no, you're lying to yourself. You're done.
Yeah.
You've been
The person-
thinking.
the
You've been
person that
thinking
does
for
bring
9
home The
hours.
sportsmanship award, though.
Oh man. And to this day, best game. One of my top 5 games was the game 4 against Ryan Munsell, but that was also a game where we were like, we're not going to play on clocks because it's the last game of the round, and we're just gonna like take as long as we want. And like every round, we would come and like my throat was like sore and raw because I've been shouting all day, and so it'd be like, "Let's go!" Like try to get the hype up to keep us just like, we can do it. We can get through this together. Like trauma.
So when we
Side
ran
of the
Masters in New York, we did a little study.
Yeah,
We wanted
yeah,
to just
that-
see how many
was that
people
Masters.
got best sports votes on game 4 on Saturday. It was
Oh.
very few. Very few people did.
Probably me and Ryan, I imagine.
Yes,
I think we
you
both
guys
gave
are
each
one of
other
the
best
few.
game after that.
Well, it's tough. I mean, I remember I played Alex Chavez in that game 4.
Yep.
And it was like, I would characterize both of us as really laid back, like happy players. And there was some like time, like a little sauciness, after you've been playing all day long, and you're exhausted.
Yeah, everybody's a little grumpy at that point. Everybody.
For sure. Chat, I'm catching back up on that end because I'm a bad commentator. I'm not reading chat. For Paige, could you describe the units on the top left? We'll get back to Jared's game in a second. We're gonna flip over to best of the rest here in a moment, but I will try to get that covered.
Let's see what happens here with this all in charge.
Yep. And then about terrain, non-force difficult. I believe they're playing everything as flat. That would be my assumption. So it's height effectively 0 for stuff like pawns and whatnot. But I'd actually have to check the pack to be 100% certain. Does it say on the sheet? The one with the measurements?
Oh, no, it doesn't.
Okay. I'll try to get you an answer for that just in case, because I actually don't know. Flat terrain has not been a huge deciding factor in a lot of our games thus far. Certainly, I don't think anyone's been trying to use it for cover unless they're standing in it. And as for skew for the win, we're talking about it today because we were looking at like the top performers from last night where we finally got some standings up so we could look at them. I don't have them myself ready to go to put them up, but also again, whoopsie daisy, that doesn't need to be a thing.
Fixed. Done.
But also we do have a flank, so we're getting that counter up.
For every time.
Yep, ta-ting.
Yeah.
I need the if anyone's ever watched CinemaSins, the guy is just like blah, 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 like this little mistake in the video is like I need his ding counter and it's just like beep. So yeah, we got a flank. Frankly, I try to go game 1 Friday, yada, game 2 Friday, yada, game 3 Friday, game 4 Saturday, game 5 Saturday. I mean, yeah, you're not entirely wrong.
Drink one.
So they can pause requests for games to see on stream. At this point, we are not. So these are the last ones that were I can pull people at random. And after this, we are going to do top tables. One, because that's partially kind of the expectation at that point. People want to see the top performer. They want to watch the games. They want to get at that point, we are looking to actually do some real life casting and not bullshit at all. But or as much as we can.
Serious business. Then.
Yeah, serious. This is serious.
We're super serial guys.
We're gonna lock it in.
This is Toy Soldiers, the best.
Super serious guys.
Yeah.
Well, actually.
So, but no, we are past that point. So, but we will do our best to give as much commentary as we can. I appreciate everyone who gave us recommendations yesterday to try to get people up on stream. I did my best. We were all working with various technical difficulties between Adam on his side and me on our side. but I'm happy that we got a good, diverse crowd that hopefully most of them will not have to be back up here today. We'll see. Marcel, it sounds like might be coming back today, but so this is a long tangent as I address chat, but to kind of bring it back.
We'll bring it back around.
Right.
Bring it back around.
So bring it
right
full
now.
back around. So we're talking about this Alpha Strike, super heavy skew list, because that was brought up by chat too. So we're talking about skew lists, right? So Alpha Strike is clearly a skew list, right? Because you're focused on this super speed, super hard hitting, and like smash and get in there.
But when you look at the list at the top, and then you got Trident Realms in second.
That's true. We do have a Trident Realms. So what I wanted when I was talking about Marcelo's, my thing is like when we're looking at Lex's, match here and skew in general, and we're talking about like why is it that we have a skew list so high up at the top? And the thing is that when you play a list like that, you either win big or you die hard. Like
you live on the edge. You're always on the edge.
Like if you win with that type of list, you're probably going to 20-0.
And especially with Alpha, especially like if you
win, you either roll or get rolled.
Punch it all on. Yeah.
Right. But if something goes wrong, it goes wrong bad, and you usually get fucking tabled. So my fingers are crossed for Marcelo. But if all it takes is one bad roll and fucking
if you get stuck on a charge you thought you were going to punch through,
those type of lists are they're very difficult to go 5-0 or 6-0 with. Because you're going to have the one game where you don't get the 5 to break you. You roll that 4.
You get an unlucky snakes is going to get you.
And then your whole army is done. You're done.
Yeah.
Flank City.
So my fingers are crossed for him, and I do think he can do it. He's getting there so far, and a lot of at the end of the day, a lot of masters just did you roll 6s today? Did you get the right matchups? Did you get the right rolls? So he can do it. It is absolutely possible. But if he flops 100%, I guarantee you, the reason it will happen is because he got a bad charge and he didn't pop the thing he needed to pop. And it just
I wouldn't even call Marcel's list necessarily a total skew list, because he's got the heavy Alpha, but he's also got the 2 units of Heart Piercers and then 2 unicorns with Lightning Bolt for a decent shooting contingent too. So it's not all like just leaning into the heavy Alpha all the way.
And we did see him lose both Heart Piercer in the first turn last time he was on the stream.
Yeah. I will point out, and it's fun. You can tell an Alpha Strike player because they've got bases for every one of their units to do the check. We saw it this game a little bit.
Very familiar with that.
Where every before he did the jump, as I call it, which is usually turn 2 or 3, like you pounce and get everything in combat at the same time. Like he had bases to check every position to make sure, like, every Alpha Strike player knows this. Turn 2 is your turn. Like turn 3, that's your clock time fucking just disappears. And then it's just
you're fighting,
right? Like because it's the turn you win or lose. So this game now,
it speaks to what you were saying, Matt. Right? You can't make any mistakes.
Right.
Yeah.
So Lex right now, like we're looking at it and we're kind of joking about it a little bit, but if we want to get like deep on the commentary of this specific game, Lex is going to win or lose right now. Like if he kills enough on the right side of the table. Again, the one thing I disagree with, and I'll give him shit about it for forever, and he can listen to the stream, but I just don't think he needs to engage on the left. I feel like this is a waste.
He could have backed up and waited for them to kind of turn in. Yeah. Yep, that's exactly what I would have done. Just focus on the right, just kind of hang back and make Ben make a decision. Does he have to come to the middle or not?
Yeah.
We had a wild Drew and
Christ. Drew says hi, everyone.
A wild Drew sighting.
Wild Drew.
Wild Drew.
You need like
what makes the most consistent?
A wild Drew. Shirtless, walks across the tundra.
The most consistent lists would be ones that can play in every phase, and also, so the brutal truth about any game, any strategy game. We're gonna flop to best the rest here for a second while I'm doing my spiel.
I actually think somebody went to the restroom.
That's fine. See a second for the spiel, and then I can
Nope, he's back.
get these names up too.
So, like, you see that top deployment? That's how I would deploy EOD
exactly.
in
Exactly.
in
That's the one.
invade, and just push it forward.
100%.
I wonder, are those maybe Scorch Wings?
Yes,
I'm wondering if that top list.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't really know what it is, but I can see the Scorch Wings.
Okay, those look like Scorch Wings to me.
Also, I'm gonna have to make sure I spelled Drew's name right, but. But yeah, if we're talking about lists in general and just how you play competitive games, by definition, the best way to play any competitive game is you want to be making all the decisions. And so what I mean by that is the best competitive gamers don't let their opponent play, that sounds mean, and it is. But like, if I am making all the choices at the table and I am forcing you to do certain things, then by definition I am controlling the game, and therefore I can win. So when we're talking about list design, the best lists are usually ones like, this is why shooting is such a powerful, archetype, because if I shoot you off the table before you get to do anything, then you have not been allowed to play the game, and I got to play the game, right? So that's why shooting is a very strong skew archetype. Alpha Strike is very similar. If I hit you and delete all your stuff before you can do anything, you are not allowed to play the game. I'm the one who got to play the game. So usually the strongest archetypes are some combination of that, where it's a mix of a little bit of shooting and a little bit of Alpha Strike. And usually grind is what I would typically call the weaker archetype, where it's a reactionary archetype. So it relies on your opponent doing a thing and you taking advantage of it, which that's fine. You can do that, but your opponent's going to dictate what I call the initiative, the flow of the game. And if they're doing that, they have a lot more control over whether, like, they don't have to fight you, right? Like, my criticism of the door was open, so I'm making sure that's shut before I give Lex some shit. But like, my criticism of Lex is like, he doesn't have to fight that fight on the left side of the table in that game, right? Like, he can just leave because he has the speed, because he has the initiative. He can dictate the flow of the game. And that's a really powerful position to be in. It's like if you've ever played poker and you're like ahead in money, like you start bullying people, basically, like that's what it is. Like, that's the position you want to be in at all times. So I'm a little surprised by that, but again, it's, we all have different strategies and different ways we approach things, and especially when it's the pressure of game 4 at Masters, right? Like, there's all these other things going on in your head. You might not be thinking about that. So we have this.
We can talk about lists. Yeah.
Yeah, we have the layback experience of not having any fucking worries in the world, so we can always,
backseat quarterback.
Yeah, backseat gaming's the best, right?
Yeah, you can talk about lists in a vacuum, right? Are in the ether of just like this list versus that list, but there's the human element, right? There's the player. Are you more comfortable being reactive? Are you more comfortable being proactive? Because I think a lot of lists fall under those two umbrellas, right? A proactive list play style where you're taking the initiative, like Matt's saying, or if you're playing more grind, you're reacting to what your opponent does. And both play styles are good, but it's just different tendencies, different thinking goes into playing those different styles.
This is not best the rest. That's why I'm not going to find him. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, that's the trick, is you have to just constantly be aware of what your list can do, what your opponent's list can do, and playing to the strengths that you have. So I'm trying to get Alan's list up here because I feel bad. Here we go. Best the rest.
I felt super bad asking him because I played him at Lady of the Lake.
We're professionals here.
I was absolutely blasted by that game, and
Oh,
I couldn't. I was like, I'm so sorry.
You
dude. Is it
blasted?
Alan? Is it Alan or Greg?
Why are there no events found? Come on.
Go, 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 go.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one else can see my confused. Well, everyone can see my confused face. So that's fine, I guess.
It's all in the eyes.
Yep. I'm not good at hiding my expressions. That's why. So, like, I talk about my I understand poker extremely well. I'm a shit player at it because my eyes give away everything, and I can't control them. I have very expressive eyebrows. I'm like, got fucking aces. All right,
I don't have anything.
Yeah. All right. Where? Well, that's difficult. We're gonna try to get Alan's list here as soon as I can figure it out, like what happened, because we had the ability to do it yesterday. Yeah, yell at someone. I don't care who. But from a perspective of what's going on right now, so it looks like Drew Richardson has deployed at the bottom table. He's playing Berenger. We knew that from last night. So I vaguely remember his list. It was basically 2 of everything you would expect to see in Berenger. So it's 2 regiments of Huskarls, 2 regiments of Mounted Sons. Both of them had Brutal, because he's going for the I'm going to smash your face in style, as opposed to the I'm going to take shooting and treat it like it's actually a threat style. And then you had the 2, he took the formation, so he has the 2 light cav, shooty cav, but the extra brutal character that also gets to point at characters and say you get to die, which he gave me a good funny story where apparently he played against Lady Iona in a vampire off list and got charged by Lady Iona and called for her head and got 40 attacks with Huskarls to murder her in one turn, overrun and kill another unit. I'm like, yeah, well.
Oh, jeez, Louise.
You learned that lesson. So
nobody expects Lady Iona to die.
Yeah, I did say, I was like, that's even 40. Like, she's still defense 6. She's still like got the -1 to be hit. She's still like, she's so fucking tough.
Nobody expects a unit though to get the duelist rule. Like,
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, duelist is such a it's out of the blue most of the time when it actually comes out. So I see it so rarely as like an actually impactful rule.
But when it works, you gotta feel good.
Yeah, when it works. So it looks like, so in terms of actual game here, we're going to get some quick coverage. That way we can flip back over to Joy Bookies. But we've got what looks to be, so we don't have a list, but I can make an assumption based on the models alone that it is Salamander. So I'm going to make some educated guesses, and we'll see how right I am at the end of the day. All of you can mock me, and that's fine.
Sounds like a game.
But my professional opinion is we have what looks to be 2 Ember sprites, if I had to take a guess. Based on just the modeling decisions, these are almost certainly salamanders. That's my hope here. If they're not, then all of this goes out the window.
No, it looks like he has some Gekata fire, the flying Gekata guy. Yeah.
Yep. So I'm like, he's definitely got some scorch wings. I see 1, 2, 3,
3 hordes and a regiment.
I would assume a regiment and a character.
Yeah.
He's also got what I would, again, we're assuming salamanders, so I think this is 2 hordes of rhinosaurs.
Mm-hmm. Lacheelodons maybe there in the middle.
I thought that was going to be a rules call for a second. Like, yeah, so we have the hordes of Scorchwings. I would assume, based on the base sizes, that these are hordes of rhinosaurs. because they look to be 50 by 200 by 150s. So that's my guess. And then this one unit is the one that I can't quite tell what it is. So I might go ask. It look actually, come to think of it, we're at a top-down angle. Those are probably tyrants. Those are probably 120 by 80 if I had to guess. So it's probably tyrants.
In between, yeah. I think that is a tyrant horde. Yeah, that's my guess too.
Yeah, these three, the 1-3 monsters in the middle, if we're taking our best educated guesses, I would either assume that they are Lachilodons, as one of the better artillery monster pieces that has ranged and can also fight and also score, which are great. That's by definition, if you got scoring artillery, that's amazing. But other than that, I don't know. Because I don't know what would be the hot salamander ticket item right now. I'm actually a little surprised to not see any phoenixes.
No phoenixes, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like where's the phoenix?
Yeah.
So
I think if you're not going the Horde of Ceremonial Guard, it does make sense. A little bit more sense to not have a phoenix, right?
So good,
but they are. It's one of those pieces with its shooting that it's like it does complement all this other sort of 18-inch range shooting.
But maybe it's one of those scenarios where like Alan is like, I'm not taking that because everybody else takes it, and I'm gonna win with something completely different.
Right.
It looks like some snow foxes got killed on that right side, so he's just trying to, take away some of this chaff with that initial shooting, which is always good to do when you first start off, right? Shoot off the chaff.
Right.
Tale as old as time.
Give insightful commentary, you guys, while we work out some things on the back end.
Yeah. I mean, with this one, Corey, I'm thinking, right, if you're the Salaman, if you're Alan, you're just trying to weaken stuff enough so that when you do engage that tough Varangur bodies, you can try to pick them up, because in the counter charge, your Scorch Wings are going to get filleted.
They're going to melt. Yeah.
They're going to be put on the barbecue, right?
Yeah, if I were the lizard or salamander player, I'd probably try and shoot down some of those horse raiders, and then that should give you a decent little unit strength buff, and then fly by everything. I don't know that I would choose to engage too frequently, to be honest.
No, I don't think he wants to be in combat until like mid
5.
Yeah, exactly. Just pepper, and then charge, and then hope that that the Scorch Wings can punch a little bit on the charge. That what you're charging is weakened enough that you're going to have a chance to take off that unit strength and then be sitting on his side of the board.
Yeah, because he's got a lot of unit strength in those Scorchwing hordes, right? So
yeah, they're deceptively,
he could fly by stuff and just score points in the invade zone and be fine.
And he has no real Drew has no real way to get wounds back. So all this damage that he can do is going to be
exactly. That's the real problem with Varangur and Northern Alliance, right? Is that whatever you put on him sticks, and the nerve eventually you wear it down.
So I would play this if I was Alan. Just be a total attrition. Play attrition the whole, be cagey. Just damage. Turn 5, maybe engage.
Yeah, let Drew keep coming at you. Work his way across.
Yep.
And like you said, just hop over if you want to.
Yeah, exactly. You
just zip right out of all those charge arcs.
Man. Speed 20.
Yeah.
Just you don't have
Win
to.
Pathfinder.
That
there. Gets you places.
Yeah, it's true. We're going to flop back over to table 1 here. I haven't forgotten we're talking about that first question that Paige brought up ages ago, and what's going on in the top right. Well, the answer is it's moved. In terms of Jared's list, I got that pulled up here so I can take a quick look, because otherwise I'm going to forget everything in his list, because it's a lot of goblins. But most of it is stuff that you expect. The one horde, I will probably go out there in a second and try to keep track of which one is the Berserkers, or the Grogger's Luglads, more accurately. because that's the one horde that I don't know which one is. I'm so used to seeing nothing but rabble.
There is one that has a bunch of spears. Is it that one in the middle with the damage on
exactly.
it?
This is the one that I'm suspicious is probably the
looks
the
a little
Luglads.
pokey.
Let me go.
Yeah. Go.
That would be my guess, just on the models.
Yeah. But I do think again. So I think Joe. Wait for the door to close. I think Joe is playing this very well, from what I can see so far. That door is cracked. It is the one with the spears. Okay, so we've confirmed it is the one in the middle. I think Joe is playing this very well. Where again, he's buttressed really well. He's focused in a corner. He's keeping tight and knit. We were talking about it earlier. Again, focus on 2/3 of the table. Keep all your stuff in that area. You can throw like maybe one thing that's a fast flanky unit like way on the other side of the table to just be a threat, right? But like you keep the vast majority of your list together in this type of like in any game in my mind. It's force concentration. You need your tools in the right spot. And so I think Joe has done an excellent job of keeping his army like tight knit and focused on the objective, which is get across the table. This one's going to be really interesting because with it being invade and so much unit strength and goblins, it looks like Jared has, just doing a quick count here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 minimum. I might be off by like 3 because low points value drop is going to do some fucky wucky with the unit strength and cause me to be wrong. So, but in my professional opinion, Jared's got a lot of fucking unit strength on Joe's side of the table, and Joe doesn't, but he does at least have dwarves on the right side of an invade line, and that's as dwarves are one of the hardest factions to actually win invade with because
I'm gonna assume Joe got first turn then.
Yes, he did. So he's crossed the table. He's got 2 regiments. That's a solid 7 unit strength right there. It looks like he's got another one that he doesn't have placed in the center, but it's probably fighting this horde. So if he can kill the horde and keep that alive, he's got a decent amount, but he still has to pick up some units in order
to... He's got to kill a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I think he's trying to get his unit strength up that left side, and then I think all his other army is just going to try to kill. I'm not going to get this across the board. I'm just going to try to kill as much of his stuff so that by the end of the game, what I have on the left side is equal to or more. He's just trying to play defensive in that middle part of the board and then just try to pick up unit, I think, right? He's just got to pick up unit strength.
Yeah.
So if the sharpshooters can just slowly pick up some of this stuff, depending on how much time he'll have to do it, it looks like there's a dwarf lord that he has in the middle to prevent any sort of charges and
that's what I was wondering. Is it Faber or dwarf lord?
Faber's a good call too. So if that's in the center, it's going to prevent any of those hordes because they're super freaking wide. So they're not going to be able to squeeze through.
Right, you can just sit there and be like, "Good luck."
Yep. And being defense 6, I mean, even the Groggers Luglads at Crush 1 with hitting on 4s, like, good luck. He's defense 6 and has high.
Yeah, goblin hordes are what you want to. If you're going to have to charge a dwarf on large beast or Faber into a horde of infantry, you want it to be goblins because
no joke.
You can live through that for a few rounds.
Yeah, he's got that. It looks like he's got that. Is that the Brock regiment tucked in behind the 2 troops of sharpshooters, just waiting to come out and pounce on something. It's in a good position, actually. You can move those sharpshooters right out of the way and then just lean in with the Brocks.
Absolutely. And like this Dwarf Lord, he's actually, the way he set it up, especially with this charge here that he did, there's only going to be one horde that can, nothing can multi-charge it. So, and without a multi-charge, you're not picking that up. So this is...
No. He's
doing a good job of keeping his tools available. He
is, and so can he kill enough stuff, right?
Yep, that's really going to be the difficult uphill battle for him because Jared, I can talk up Joe a little bit here, but if we want to talk about Jared's positions, Jared doesn't have to do any skill plays; he just has to not lose shit. He has just a huge advantage in unit strength here.
He should be in preservation mode.
Yeah, right. So he
should be thinking about exactly. How do I keep this stuff alive?
Right.
Can like if I were him, I would. He's got everything turned toward the center. I might turn a lot of that stuff on our
Just
right
try
side
to
of
get
the
around
screen
that
and just
building. Yeah.
go around
Yeah.
the building.
Yeah,
and
just
stay
go
out of
down to the
yeah,
bottom
or-
right and just be
Right.
like, it's not going to fight you.
The
It's just
sharpshooters
here
can't
for
get me
existing.
anymore if you can't see me.
Yeah.
Well,
I
the
agree.
units in the
I'll
back,
tuck
the
in behind that
Fleabags,
building.
They're nimble, so they could definitely wrap around that building if
Yeah.
they wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely. He has
Yep.
options there. So that is how I would play it if I were Jared in this situation. But again, it's, first game, Masters morning, day 2, everyone hopefully hungover. If you're not doing it right.
Yeah, and we're all here armchair quarterbacking, aren't we?
Yep, and we're
Also,
it's so easy to
armchair quarterbacking, so that's
so easy for us to say you should do this or do that or do whatever,
Exactly.
Yep. It is easy, and you know what? I will continue to do it. So
Yeah.
play
That's
better.
why they're paying us to
Scrub.
be here.
Yeah.
But it looks like Joe killed the horde on the left, which is big for him because he did need to make
Yep.
sure that he can secure that unit strength, get it across. That does mean that these units are at this point in my mind safe. It's just a matter of he needs now it's going to come down to can he pick up enough on the right. So it's
Is that a war trombone that he's staring at there?
I think that's the last one left.
Yeah.
Okay, one left.
Yeah.
Got it.
See, he's
Yeah,
done
he's
the
killed-
thing.
And
he's
maybe
done
a
the thing
maybe
that
a bang it there. Okay.
Yeah. I assume Golok's Fury was the engine he had back here. And I don't see enough people do this, but like goblin shooting stuff is so unbelievably easy to pick up. Just shoot it.
Yeah, well,
like,
and he's
if
got
you
the
have-
height, right? He's got the height to get over it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you have a lightning bolt 3 and do like a wound, you have a good chance of wavering the thing you just touched, let
Yeah,
alone
so that's
killing
probably
it.
what he used to take off those war trombones was the shots from
I think
Golok.
he's
Yeah.
turn to turn just been like, and I killed 1 war trombone, and I killed 2
Mhm.
trombone, and now it's 3. Like, and once you
Yeah.
peel
Yeah,
away
height
those
3
goblin
shooting.
layers, yeah.
'cause what are they? 810, 911, 810?
Fucking
Yeah, I think they're 810.
Yeah,
Yeah,
those right
they're-
there. It's 810.
exactly. Yeah, it's so unbelievably low. It is so easy to kill them. You do
So
one
Joe has
wound,
had a really
and your
smart
average
early
chances to waver
strategy here.
with one wound. So you do a mind fog, and your average chances to waver. Like,
Mhm.
yeah, it's ridiculous. In any case, not to defend goblins. I'm just saying.
Not to defend goblins.
This guy.
All right, I'm going to flip us over back to table 2, where we've got the Lex Alpha Strike, and we're going to see how that's been progressing. So it,
Yeah, I can't wait to see how that combat
Do we
ended
see
up.
a big blank
Yeah.
section of the board?
yeah, I mean, we do have this again. This game is super weird for me because the middle's just empty.
Oh, jeez.
It's all
Poor
stuff.
Ben.
Yeah, it looks like, and based on how many bases Lex is using, this Elohi regiment or horde in the middle of the table is
Yeah.
actually on the right side. He's just picked it up. But realistically, it looks like that the pounce has been solid, and he's picked up enough
Successful
stuff,
enough,
right?
yeah.
Right, to where the swing back is not going to remove enough of Lex stuff to be a problem. It also looks like Lex is positioned really well to limit multi charges and or his more heavy hitters on that side of the table being affected. He's brought the Phoenixes really close to get that Radiance of Life and the because he took the Ancient Phoenix, so he has Radiance of Life, and
He does have one ancient, right? Yeah.
Yep, he took the Ancient. I mean, I think he can only have one. I'd have to
Which,
double check.
knowing
is it-
having played
it might
against
be
Lex's
limited.
army,
Um,
the Ancient is the one on the far right, I believe.
yeah, that makes sense. They're a
bigger
little bit
armor
harder to
one.
maneuver. That's one of their biggest downsides because they lose that nibble
Right.
when they upgrade. But the extra, obviously, you get the Radiance, you get the Cloak of Death, you get the better region. That at that point just becomes you kill it or you don't, and that's every time you touch it. So if you can't kill it, don't even fucking try. But he's with all that together, it's a plus the Iron Resolve, plus the Fearless, plus the self-inspiring, like Elohi are a tough nut to crack. And obviously they're fast and they hit hard, so the downside is you just don't get a lot of them normally. But if it looks like there's a Cronius over there for Ben, so it's not completely out that he could get something done. But if if Jeremy is right, which I think he is, and he's positioned, if I had to guess, out of all the Phoenixes, it's the Ancient Phoenix who's fighting the Cronius, which out of all the things the Cronius wants to fight is not the thing it wants to see, where its crushing is absolutely wasted and it doesn't have enough dice to kill a Phoenix, basically. So that's going to regen and radiance and heal, and just it will never fucking die.
And this is you're seeing what happens as Ben when you don't deploy super tight against alpha lists like this. This is what can happen.
Yep.
You have a couple of bad rolls, or you don't stick, and next thing you know, like the knights can't see anything on the left side of the board. The farthermost knights are going to get flanked, so that whole flank is gone essentially.
Absolutely. Yeah, the right side, like force concentration by definition. Like the Alpha Strike hit and it deleted. Again, I'm gonna give Lex some shit here and still be like, why are you fighting? You did not have to touch the left side of the table at all. Like you have the speed. Use
it looks like it's working out, right? But
apparently, yeah, he's still winning on there too. So maybe, I mean, I might eat my words and be like, okay, cool. So he's just beating the absolute living crap out of fucking Pitt. But like, I feel like the left was the unnecessary risk in my mind, where he didn't have to engage. He could have just had more on the right to make sure he absolutely deleted it.
Maybe he just wanted to remove Ben's unit strength and thinking that, we're both sort of elite-ish armies, right? And maybe he's just thinking, I just want to remove the unit strength, take the ability for Ben to even threaten a win out as quickly as possible.
Right. Sure. That's fair.
I don't think Ben saw that flank coming, that right there by the building where that whole unit got deleted.
No, clearly not.
That was a big mistake. That was because I think he probably could have positioned it so that they couldn't land there, definitely. Right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, even just being back just an inch, I don't think he would have been able to get it in there.
Yeah. For sure. You got it. That's why pull out that damn laser. So have those extra bases. Make sure.
What are your guys' thoughts on that about the people who play? I mean, I like to use blank bases myself as an opponent of someone who does that. Does that annoy you when your opponent pulls out a crap ton of blank bases? Or
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
No, I think it's smart. I think it's good for clean play.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say it's clean. You don't have to touch any of your units to do anything. Like basically, like Lex has a base for every unit in his army. I can clearly see that. So it's like that right there in my mind is the best way to play a clean game. Is if you're ever like, I want to see
alpha.
Especially as an Alpha Strike player, but like, but like being able to see the position of everything without ever touching a unit, so it's never like was it like here when I accidentally moved it? Like it's like that's never in question because you just figure it out first, and then I'm like, okay, I'll commit.
And I will say
I'm always shocked. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, just when you use bases like that, Lex is doing it good because he's got his units right next to it. There's some people that just have blank bases just sitting there, and you're not quite sure what is there sometimes.
Sure, that's fair.
So
that's a good. That's a good call out.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Also, it's
when
nice
I played Order of the Green Lady for Orktown, I had all the bases, and you're exactly right. It's just okay. Turn 2, turn 3. I'm gonna lay them all down.
Yeah. See. Like I can't. The people who can just move a unit and then go on to the next and just move a unit, and by the time they're done, they've moved everything where they want it to be. I can't play that way. I have to have.
No.
I can't. I can't. I'm gonna screw it up. I have to lay everything out, see all the angles, and then be like, okay, this is what I want to do, and then move the army.
And you want to see your final position after all that's said and done, right?
Yeah,
especially like you said when playing alpha with EOD, it's not as hard, right? Because everything's moving up in a straight line. 5
EOD, and you're playing pretty defensive to receive, right? You're setting to receive charges, and
EOD is the you're right. It's the I'm gonna get hit by something, so I want to make sure what hits me is gonna end up in these spots, and then it's
dead.
Yeah, yes. And then it's surge. It's checking every possible potential surge option, which there's always 8 million. And then
you also run into the issue too. Like Lex's army is beautiful, and like all those wings.
Yeah, they're so big. Yeah, exactly. We're seeing the other benefit of those bases where we know where the Phoenix is. It's this white square that got a pointer right next to. That's hold up. I don't want that to fucking move.
But
I like
yeah,
hearing
I mean,
Matt's internal
that way you're
monologue.
not knocking models over.
I feel like people need to know what's going on the technical side, so they're not like, oh, this is easier than it looks. It's like, no, it's like, I don't want to move. I've almost moved the camera. So, but yeah, we can see those 75 millimeter base white squares basically where those are phoenixes. We know that those are phoenixes, but he's moved the phoenixes off because clearly they would be overlapping with everything there and causing problems. So it's nice to have that option for, because again, it's clean. It's the clean play. It leads to just better games. I am 100% in favor of the bring some blank bases. At least for your stuff.
Yeah, Ben needs to have a big turn this turn. He needs to get lucky and pick up some stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Because that's 10, 3, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, if he's
he needs the Cronius
Lex
to get
has
lucky.
Yeah. Because Lex got what, 10 unit strength on the left side of the board, which is I can't see. I think that's all going to be alive by the end of the game. Maybe he'll lose a regiment or so. Because
Right.
those
The horsemen
knights don't have any charges.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Abyssal Horseman can turn and face it, and Lex can just turn and fly over them. So it's like, cool, we can play that game forever. Like you're never gonna catch the Elohi if Lex doesn't want you to. I will say
That's
that
a game Lex wins, right?
Yeah, between the two Abyssal Horseman regiments, if they don't kill each other, then theoretically they cancel out the Elohi in terms of unit strength. But that's my thing is like the left is just kind of set. And then on the right, it looks like those were Molochs that were hiding in the back, so he was able to sneak in and hit a regiment here, and there's a decent chance he could get it. No guarantee, but they're going to start off at a wound and brutal, so it's going to be a 12 to pop.
Remind me, are Molochs height 4 or height 3?
Molochs are height 4, yeah.
Or, wait, I might be wrong.
Because they're large.
Or no, they're large because they're monstrous infantry.
Monstrous infantry.
Yeah,
right?
That's the one thing. I'm gonna triple check.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, I feel like they might actually still be height 3. But it's been a minute.
Oh, I was. Sorry.
Height 3. Yeah, I was gonna say I'd be surprised if they're height 4 because that's usually a large cav. But they're just the big wide base. That's the thing, because they're 50 millimeter squares to start, and they're 3x2. So, so I see him picking
now
up
they're
the.
trying to,
Yeah.
Sorry, good.
No, you're good. You're good. Picking up the regiment realistically, and then that's going to open up a little bit of space for him. It looks like he's trying to pin down the Elohi horde with what I imagine is either a Warlock or the Well of Souls. Probably the Well of Souls. And that's a good move, I think, at this point. Normally, you don't want to throw that in and get it into a combat with something that actually has a good chance of killing it. But here, he needs to keep that Moloch horde alive because it's the only thing that could salvage the right side of the table at this point, is if he uses it to pick up at least 2 or 3 pieces and get some of that unit strength ratio back in check. So we'll see how that works out for him. It's a bold strategy cut. So flipping here back over to our best of the rest, our best of the best of the rest.
Best of the best.
Yep. We've got this bunkered list from Alan Wigness versus Drew Richardson's Berenger. I'm still hoping that we can get those lists. Okay, good. It's like shout more at him. We have Drew at this point starting to create the concave arc, which God, I wish I could draw on the screen with like those teleprompters with the damn pens and be like, let me just explain the draw, blah blah blah. So you can kind of see it where from here, and I think I have to move this like this in order to see it on the stream, but you've got like this very clear arc forming. And it's really, really difficult to play into that as the opponent, because if you charge into an arc, you've got flanks everywhere. So
for days, flanks for days if Alan engages really. So
exactly. So it's whenever you can create an arc and force your opponent to charge into it, you are in a winning position. I will say that Alan has shooting, and Drew, I don't believe he had the horses, so he has some shooting. But I don't think it's the same as the 3 Scorchwing Hordes plus the Scorchwing Regiment plus the character plus the Ember Sprites, which I still think those are Ember Sprites.
Yeah, they look a little wide to be like Katoka Hunter troops or something.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
almost positive those are Ember Sprites.
Yeah. And they have at least a shooting attack. I don't remember if it's good.
Yeah, little breath weapon.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
okay. It's shorter range, but it's
Right,
it's
but it's a thing.
adding with the Scorch Wings. It's not nothing.
Yep. Cool. So now we get to double check it. So he does have a horde of tyrants. So how right were we when we made our guesses earlier?
Okay, let's see.
To top down accurate list reading. We have
And the
a
list
horde
is
of-
right. Like
Yep.
Price is right. The list
Yeah,
is
the
right.
price is right.
list
So
is
we
right.
had a horde of tyrants. We had 3 hordes of Scorchwings and a regiment of Scorchwings. So we're correct so far. We had 2 hordes of Rhinosaur Cav. We had 2 regiments of Ember Sprites. We have 3 Lychelodons. We had a Mage Priest. So I missed an individual somewhere in the middle of all that shit.
How dare you?
I
How
know,
dare you,
I'm the
sir.
worst commentator. We had a Gekata Skylord on Scorchwing. We had a Battle Captain on Rhinosaur, so I missed that as well. So we got, for
Pretty
the record,
good. Pretty good.
out of 15 units, we got 13 of them correct, and the only 2 we got wrong were the ones that we didn't see. So
Yeah.
Too shabby.
That's why they pay us the big bucks.
that's
Mhm.
why
Of
we make
zero.
the money.
$0
Yeah.
worth every penny.
Worth every
$0.
penny.
I'm gonna link my PayPal in the stream later if anyone wants to
Yeah.
do some.
Contribute.
Yeah.
Help me pay for this, please.
Help pay for Grant's cell phone bill as he's like,
Right.
Yeah.
right,
It's
right.
data
As
usage
we-
this whole weekend.
Yeah, Jesus. So yeah, and Drew's Alan has buttressed hard into his corner, but like I'm actually a little worried for him. This is what I would call the timid look. Like this is kind of the scared dog.
yeah.
It's like
I don't see a
look at how
ton
many
of
of his-
wound dice. I'm trying to count the wounds, but it's hard to tell if there's
But he has a lot of wound dice out. I see there's wound
Yeah,
dice on
so
both
on
knights.
yeah, but why are you
different
splitting
cavalry troops.
it? Like focus fire.
Yeah.
I mean, some of it I can tell because he spread he is spread the Scorchwings out a little bit, so it's a little harder to focus on one unit. But like, I think you could get all 4 of those to shoot the Huskarl unit that appears to be more forward than everything else. So do that, kill the unit.
He does
That's
have
the
a
main
decent
thing
amount
I'd
of
say
chaff. I
there.
mean, he's got another turn here of shooting still. He throws the Hilodons out in the way. the
That's
Ember
true. He-
Sprites and-
Alan absolutely has the shooting advantage here, so it is technically
he
on
could just
Drew
move-
to engage.
Yeah, and he could just move backwards because he can charge. So him getting on Drew's side of the board, he can do that late game by moving at the
Sure.
double or charging or whatever. So I just keep shooting here.
Yep,
Yep.
there's no rush.
Mhm.
Hard to tell what turn they're in, but I think it's early because Drew pushed right away.
Yeah,
Smartly so.
I don't hate it. It is probably the best thing he can do with the matchup that has been given. So the concave is nice from Drew, but Drew does not have the amount of threat to force an engagement the same way that Alan does here.
Yeah, Drew is on the clock, right? We talk about that a lot. You got to put your opponent on the clock, right? And
Mhm.
Drew is on that clock
Yep.
because he needs to get punching.
Yep. He wins by getting in combat and punching you. That's how his list
Exactly.
And
Shutting those flyers down, making sure they can't fly over you.
yep. And Alan wins by making sure Drew never punches him. basically.
Never,
Yes.
never touches a thing.
Never
Yeah.
touches him the whole game. Yeah.
It's like, I'm a frail, beautiful, flower. Don't
Yeah.
trample me.
Yeah, yeah.
But like, yeah, if it looks like Drew did pick up one of the Ember Sprites with his shooting, but like that's the thing, Drew's shooting is going to pick up Ember Sprites. Alan's going to pick up regiments of Huskarls, and one of those is worth a lot more than the other. So,
Yeah.
um,
And remember, Alan does have that Rhinosaur cap too, hanging in the back
he
as
absolutely
like a
has
great second line.
Yep, it's well I actually like that a lot where he's got it as his second line. He's
Me
not
too.
going to outspeed Drew. Drew has the mounted suns and the fast cab, so he has options that could potentially, if he wanted to do a jump alpha strike punch, that Allen's just not going to be able to handle that unless he wants to sacrifice Scorch Wings, but Scorch Wings are valuable and you don't want to really throw them into combat unless it's just super advantageous or it's the only option. So
You called it, Jeremy. He's moving stuff back. It looks like he's just gonna
Yeah,
hunker down.
As he should.
I think that's what you do. You just try to delay as much as possible, shoot as much, so then once you feel good, you charge in all the Scorch Wings, and then you move at the double. You get all your Rhinosaur cab up too, right? And then once the Scorch Wings die, you throw in the Rhinosaur, and hopefully that's your cleanup.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm guessing on the far left of Drew, that's just a Draugr unit, most likely.
it is.
yes, that's just unit strength. That's for unit strength.
They're gonna go take a sauna in that little lake right there
That's right.
for the rest of the game.
Yep.
They're just gonna do a little.
It's a hot spring.
springs. Yeah, they're just gonna go chillax in the hot spring for the rest of the game.
Their skin's falling off in the hot springs, but
Yeah,
it feels good.
right, because they're like zombies,
Draugr
right?
soup.
Right.
What I love about Masters and Best of the Rest, right, is they're such great players that we're in each game. We've seen a lot of, I'm opponent A, I got to do this to win, and they're doing it, right. And then opponent B, I got to do this to win, and they're doing it. And then we see how do those two, how does that work when we get all these awesome interactions of both sides playing the game that they have to play? We haven't seen a lot of big mistakes, right? We haven't seen any huge big flubs. It's all been, this is my strategy, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
This is your strategy, you're going to do it. Let's roll some dice and see who comes out on top.
Yeah, no, it's definitely the path to victory, as they call it. That's an ancient video at this time, but if anyone hasn't seen it, Matt Young did a video a long time ago that describes like easy things to improve your game with Kings of War. And one of the ones he talks about, which I think is a big thing for new players to learn, is called what I would describe as the path to victory. What is my win condition? What do I need to do to win this game? And there's a lot of benefits to being able to recognize that. Because if you can recognize how you win a game, you can also know when you're going to lose a game. And this may be a thing that comes as a surprise for people, but like, if you're going to lose a game, lose it well, right? Like you can make it so it's
That's
not
a whole other
20-0.
strategy, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Once you acknowledge, like, I'm losing this game, then that's a whole nother, series of
Exactly.
actions. You
like
now
how do I soften that up, right? Like if I'm
Mitigation.
going to lose, how can I mitigate that now? So understanding what your win condition is and what you need to do to achieve it will just give you a lot of good technical understanding of how to play the game well. And once you understand how your win condition works, like the follow-up to that is start understanding, at least by like a general sense, how your opponent's win condition is going to look like. And then the combination of the two factors is, how do I achieve my win condition while denying my opponent theirs? That's like the real high skill at Masters, is being able to do both at the same time. Gonna flop us
like
back.
developing that lens to look at board states, right? Where you can look at a board state and go, okay, what's the unit strength? What do I got to do here? How many turns to move up here? I'm going to block this, then I'm going to do this, then I'm going to do. Being able to develop that muscle memory or that vision to look at a board state and say, for me to win, these are the set of things that got to happen, right?
Yep,
Right,
absolutely.
exactly.
And when I go to Masters, I don't necessarily go thinking I'm going to win Masters. So high placing is usually important. So what I'm thinking is, okay, a small loss actually still lets me place really well. So when I see things are going down, or I've got a bad matchup, a bad scenario, I'm looking, okay, how can I take the smallest loss possible to still increase my chances of placing really well?
We're going down in a mirror.
Yeah, Red Knight's going down.
Down.
Yep. So looking,
me and Grant on the movie references. We've been together this whole
It's tight.
weekend.
It's real tight.
So looking here, it looks like Joe, again, we saw where he punched through that left side. He's just pushed that further, where those regiments are just, they're taking it and running, getting as far away from everything that could possibly remove that unit strength at this point.
He's got another regiment on the other side of that wall next to the building.
Yep.
Got a Dwarf Lord coming around.
It's looking pretty hot. I do see a lot of dead things for Jared at this point.
And that's what we talked about, right? Is him
Yep,
just
yep.
needing to kill units.
We talked. It was like that was
Faber's doing what Faber was meant to do, right?
Yeah.
God, Faber is so good, man. Oh,
Locking-
that guy.
Locking shit up.
Just Value Town. He is the
Yeah,
mayor.
no joke.
He is the
No
mayor of
joke.
Value Town.
He's got the sash and everything.
He's the mayor. He's got the key. He's sitting on the city
got the
council.
key.
He's got the key to Value Town. He's just, loving life.
Yeah. Doing a quick
Oh,
check on unit
missed.
strength here. I see 3, 6, 9, 10, 11 if you count the steel behemoth, which I will. 12 for Joe. It's
Yep.
really close to there's I think it's
Yeah, you got that horde on the far right. You
right
got the
right here.
Fleabag riders. Yeah.
I think that's a dwarf on large beast in the exact center of the table almost.
Okay, just on the line there. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, literally on the line. That's the one that I'm like, I'm not sure if he's over or not. So like, I'm gonna make the assumption that he is, or could just turn left and be.
Yeah, that'll be a late
yeah.
game slide D3 left and
Yeah, exactly.
get over, right.
Heck, you don't even do that. I would just like just disengage and just walk, like
yeah.
move 7 inches and leave, or
Move
more because he's
sideways.
nimble. So yeah, you could pivot and walk. I think he's got speed 7 or dwarf lords.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
speed
just
7.
walk 14 inches to the left. And that's your solution there.
Yeah,
I mean,
Faber
heck,
should
even
keep
Faber
that,
might be
whatever
able to do
that.
it.
Yeah, well, Faber probably just wants to keep everything bottled up in the middle, right? Because if
Right.
I don't know what he's fighting right now, but whatever's behind it fighting that dwarf lord can't get past it as long as Faber's in the way.
Absolutely. If I had to taking a look, I think those are mincer mobs.
Okay.
So those are at least punchy, right? Like those are the things that you want to actually potentially kill dwarfs. And he does it. So he's got crushing tooth under 1, big shield. They're dash 16, but they're only melee 4. They do have like 20 million attacks.
And
And
the
dice are
interesting thing would be
spiky.
Is the
Yeah.
bang it, or not the bang it, the bang sticks are right there, and depending on how many wounds they put on themselves, and the sharpshooters shooting at them next turn.
That is a thing because they do self implode a little bit.
Oh, that's right.
So if we're looking at Jared and the unit strength he has on the side of the table this point, I have to double check. So the bang sticks are unit strength 3, so there's that. So he's got 3, 6, 9. I don't know if the berserkers they're 4.
And they're on
actually.
turn 6
wow.
too. So this is the end of the game here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with 4, well, this isn't 4, though. That's 3. It's got to be only a horde of rabble. So yeah, so 3, 6, 9. Mincer mob is
Damn,
2 because they're chariots.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, chariots are the fun unit that breaks all the rules. So it's unit strength 2. So 2. That's 11. Yep, 11 unit strength currently for Jared, and Joe with 3, 6, 9, 10, maybe 11 with the Dwarf King, and then maybe 12 with the Iron Beast. It's going to be really close for those two. So I think he's got it by like 1 right now. It's actually much closer than it would appear, and that mostly comes down to just how much unit strength Jared had in those units on the right side of the table. If there's a turn 7, I would assume that Joe has a pretty commanding lead, but the thing is, like, if this dwarf on large beast in the middle dies, then that's another 2 unit strength and a loss for Joe, and that could flip it. Alternatively, maybe Joe snipes. Like, this is gonna be close. It'll be a lot closer than it may appear.
Which again shows you the strength of Joe's game plan. Just because invade is just so difficult for dwarves, right?
Absolutely.
Right.
Especially against goblins.
Yep.
So yeah,
You got to play the blitz, keep the ball to the chest, and fucking go.
good old
Punch through
four
that
nerve
wall,
check.
which he did. So that's the only way to do it. This game is giving me flashbacks to Masters last year, where I had to play the 6 legions of zombies, which were like table to table, a wall of nerve. Like in invade, which
Ray
got
we
first
huh?
turn, and like
Oh,
the
were you
only-
playing EOD?
I was playing the chariots, and so the only way to
And
beat
that's
that
tough.
game was
That's
to
tough.
punch, like having to punch a hole through the middle of this giant chunks of nerve with no dice. Stayed true to my reputation of spending 40 minutes in the first turn just being like, how do I win? But that game was good. The whole game I kept counting units. I'm like, I have to kill half his army to draw and lose nothing.
And that's something EOD usually
to
doesn't do
draw.
great, right? Because you have high quality attacks, but usually
Yeah.
not like high volume attacks. So when you're playing that many bodies,
Yeah.
zombie legions can be tough for EOD, I've found.
Absolutely.
Quality attacks, low volume, right?
Yeah, exactly. You punch things really well, but you have 2 zombie legions, and it's like, okay, Shobik will be here all day long.
Yeah, I was
You know,
like,
like
he'll kill
forgetting
it, but it's going to take the game. So,
Yeah.
Just
all
move
right.
that dwarf lord.
Well, okay. So I think that was Faber, though. We think that was Faber positionally, and more importantly, that wasn't required for Joe to win yet. So that was all still on this side of the table. This is the big one. I'm actually going to keep us here until we see this, because this could be a game decider.
Is he doing the dwarf lord?
Yep, we're
Combat
doing the Dwarf
now?
Lord.
Okay.
They're pointing at it.
Yeah, this is big. Yeah.
So if he kills it, that's one less unit. We're assuming it's across the line. It looks across the line. I can't zoom in without fucking everything up, so I'm not going to do it. But
Yeah, it looks like it to me too.
It's
that
right
across.
there. So if he kills it, that's one less for Joe and one more for Jared, or 2 more for Jared, basically.
2 more,
That's a
yeah.
A lot of hits.
Potentially. So I see nerve.
Oof, that's a lot.
See nerve again. So who's inspiring? Gets it. So that's 1 less. So okay, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, or 11. We had 11. So I don't think he gets across the line, but I think that makes it a tie currently, unless we get a turn.
And this is top of 6, right? So
Yeah.
Joe is going.
I thought
Yeah.
Joe was the bottom, though. Or I think Joe was the
No,
top.
he would have had to have been
Yeah,
the top
where
right
we
to
see
get those
6.
Iron
They've been
Guard up
flipping the
that
cards
far.
correctly. So theoretically, this is bottom of 6.
Oh, okay, interesting. So maybe Jared's thinking about a possible turn 7 with that placement.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
Dimensions.
Jared has. I don't think Jared would win without a turn 7. It's just whether or not Joe wins
Right,
or
because he
gets a
can't get it
draw.
across.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I do like the choice of the 2 unit strength going to kill 3 unit strength that is across, as opposed to trying to push across
Right,
itself.
good trade off, right?
Yeah.
Is that still Behemoth on the left? Doesn't even look to me like it's 50% across.
No,
it's
but he
hard
could
to
just move
tell.
up and turn
They-
in and shoot, so it can
Yeah,
still contribute.
they may have also been like, my intent is to put it halfway across, and like, again, we see the
Yeah,
table from
not
a
stressed
slightly
about
different
it.
angle.
Exactly.
it's
So
on
if
the
they've
hill,
agreed it's
right.
across, it's across. That's relevant for us. But I'm gonna flip us over to table 2 now that we've seen that.
Okay.
Is there candy in that box? Oh, it's donation.
Thank you, Tim.
Oh, cool. More dice.
Right?
Sorry, dice.
It's like
The
crack cocaine to gamers.
Yeah,
though.
it's true.
So many
Just-
dice.
More
Cocaine's a
dice.
hell of a drug.
Sitting at the game shop, sweating, looking at dice.
Gotta give me some more
Oh,
dice.
yeah,
Gotta give
come
me-
on, man.
Especially after these games, I need some new dice.
Uh,
Are the pips on those 6s images? Ooh.
Jesus. So we've got looks here that Lex on the left hand side is cleaned up nicely. We missed some action there.
Yeah.
My guess is he flew circles around he did the whole like vulture thing where you fly circles until you inevitably come down and pounce and eat whatever the thing that was left over. And yeah, Abyssal Horsemen, man, they can't turn fast and they're expensive, and if they don't hit first, then they kind of die.
Yeah, and they're
So,
fragile. They're
Yeah.
Yeah,
punchy,
lowest
but
nerve.
fragile.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I do think they could be better.
Well, I think that's why you see Abyssal players usually run the double Molochs, right, in lieu of the Abyssal Horsemen.
Absolutely. Yeah, because you might be slower, but if it's the second line behind that wall of tortured souls that everyone also runs, it punches like a freaking freight train because it's brutal and the 18 attacks on 3s and 2s and whatnot. So it's I like Molochs too, and they have the high 18 on the nerve is good.
Yeah.
They're only defense
Fury,
4,
yeah,
but
it's just-
like, who gives a crap?
Yeah.
You got to make sure you know how to maneuver that bigger base size, right? But once you have that down, they, I think, are with all the wound mitigation that Abyssals already have.
I'll take a moment to tangent here for a second, where it's like, because this is one thing I see pop a lot. A lot of people, like, I've seen a lot of people sometimes just like, defense 4 is defense 0. I'm like, you're wrong. For the record. It's like, how many units in the game have Crush 2 built into their profile? And the answer is not as many as you think there are. So the second you're at Crush 1, defense 4 is worth something. The second you're at Crush 0, defense 4 is worth something. So defense 4 is fine. You just have to play it right. Defense 5 is better, 100%. But like defense 4 is definitely different from defense 3. Let me tell you.
Especially against non-piercing shooting too, right?
It's non-piercing shooting. Yeah, it's especially
defense 4 is way better than defense 3.
Like, holy crap, man! Like, gives you so much more survivability. But looking here, like, my thoughts are like defense 2 stuff, where it's just like, oh, I touched you and you fall over, like. Even the thing is, even defense 2, if you play it right, is totally fine. Like Swarms and EOD are a perfect example of a defense 2 unit. It's like, it's a -12. At the end of the day, yes, you're gonna wound it with everything that touches it, but you got to touch it at least 6 times. So and if you don't, it's still fearless. Like, just nerve is almost more important than defense. I will stand by that for forever. So, the 18 nerve top on Molochs is a big deal because it means you have to put another wound on them compared to every other unit. And the amount of effort it takes to do a wound in this game is surprisingly high.
Right. And the healing shenanigans that
especially because
can
they've
do.
got regen and the souls.
If you don't kill stuff with the double Cronius, Well of Souls, and Moloch regen, stuff just doesn't die.
Yeah.
So on the right-hand side here, coming back to the game a little bit, I'm actually a little surprised, but it does appear that Ben has managed to turn the tables with that. He's played the Moloch Horde really well. He killed that regiment, and then it looks like he's either picked up or possibly done a lot of damage to a second regiment. But now he's hitting the Phoenix. Again, I believe that's the Well of Souls that's currently fighting the Horde with the 7 wounds, it looks like.
Just holding them up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and that's a big deal right now, because if that Horde were free, I'd be worried for the Molochs, but it's not, and it's having to fucking grind out against the Wall of Souls, which is never a thing you like to do. I hate that thing.
It's oh gosh, I don't even want to go there. Second edition Well of Souls nightmares. I just can't even. Flying circle. I can't. La 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 la.
But it's not like, it's broken. Blah, 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 fucking,
No, don't remind me. That's my own personal.
It's like, no. Like, this is absolutely a personal opinion.
Yeah.
Call that you drank that made you throw up, and now you can never drink it again.
It's just
Yeah.
Some of my early where did he touch you on the doll memories of learning to play King of War was against flying abyssals. So
Yep. So on the left hand side, I mean, maybe this is backseat gamer talking about. I'm like, I gave him shit for it earlier, but look at that. Now he's got fucking 8 unit strength that's just untouched, untouchable. So
does not have to get into anything.
Yep.
No, it's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, Ben can't win. You could kill everything on the right side of the table and Lex still wins. So Game's over, guys, for the record. I don't care what turn it is, which looks like it's 6.
But like we were talking about maybe like 20, 30 minutes ago, is like this is where you change your mindset and you try to mitigate how.
Yeah, exactly. Like, try to get as much as you can, kill as much as Lex's shit to fucking try to even up the score with at least some attrition. Yeah, no, I agree. If he picks up, the Phoenixes are decent points, the Ancient one especially. I don't think he picks up the Horde, but if he can, that's some pretty chonky amount of points.
Yeah, pull up. There's still opportunity for Ben to get some points out of this. So.
Yeah. But for the record, the game is absolutely over because of that left side. So I will eat my words. Well done, Lex. Fucker.
So much support.
I love Lex. Known him for fucking 14 years now. Jesus.
Good dude.
So 16 years. Shit. All right, coming back to table 3, we've got Drew and Alan, and it looks like Drew took the plunge. He got in there. He went in hard and fast, as Drew would definitely say if he were here.
His knights are gone, though. That is one thing I'm not seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
Yeah.
he was forced into this. And more importantly, I don't think he has the right pieces left to do things. I'm going to take a little peek through the glass here.
Because Alan looks like he has his whole army still, basically, minus,
He's got the wave coming in now.
Yep.
It's like, yeah, Drew doesn't look happy, but, well, I say that and then immediately have the kookiest smile.
And he's flipping himself off.
Of course he does.
Yeah, no, he's making sure to flip the now. I see me staring at him. But, yeah, he's taking it like a champ, it looks like. Smiling in the face of is all you can do sometimes. So
it's like, where'd he go? Where'd who go? That's like playing against Scorched Wings, right?
Yeah, Drew doesn't have enough left, I think, to make an impact on what Alan has left. Yeah, the Alan won the shooting war, and Drew needed to push up more aggressively and faster, I think, to potentially have a shot. But it's a hard matchup, right? Because there's so much shooting against a list that's not quite what I would call Alpha Strike. It's a bit more rounded on Drew's side.
Yeah.
So he had a couple fast elements, which I'm sure were the first things to go. And he had a little bit of shooting, but not like a critical amount of shooting. So hopefully it evens out a little bit with some of these punches. I mean, I'm sure he's going to pick up the Scorch Wings at the top. That would be my guess, because unless those are the light cav, in which case he might not.
Yes, they are. That was where his light cav was. Well, I think both the mounted suns are gone.
Yeah, it does look like they're both gone. I think he's got the Huskarls left.
Those
in the middle.
In the middle there, and they're gonna be fighting
and they're,
whatever.
They're all blocked. They're all blocked up by Ember Sprites and like Kilodons.
Yeah, they're gonna fight whatever Alan wants them to fight.
And the joggers are over there just.
We're going to take the opportunity for some educational, again, stuff for new players to kind of learn when we're watching these games back later 10 years from now. And you're like, I don't know how Masters players play. Let me take a look at this like 10 years ago when 3rd edition was out. But if we want to talk about smart things you can do in terms of gameplay, and we talked earlier about win conditions and controlling the game and like dictating the flow of play. If I'm controlling the game, you're not getting to play the game type of thing. So a concept that I think a lot of people just don't fully get with chaff and stuff that's like chaff, thick chaff especially thick chaff. I've kind of nicknamed it alpha grind, but it's realistically, if I take a piece so let's look at these Ember Strites, for example, that are sitting in front of these Huskarls. If I put that in front of you, I know what your unit is doing next turn. Like, you don't have a choice. I have made the choice for you. And, like, yes, I may lose that unit, but I know what you're doing. And I know that unit is out of action for a turn. And when you've got, especially when you have high nerve chaff, so, like, stuff that's like Dash 14, Rev Cav Troop type stuff that's so tough and so hard to remove, you put that in front of the right units, like, that aren't gonna kill it in one turn or gonna have a really hard time killing it in one turn, and you're like, I have locked your unit down for 2 turns now. I have removed that. I didn't even have to kill your unit, but I've removed it from the game almost. It's amazing what you can do when you just put the right things in front of your opponent and say, "Hey, fight this. Let's go." And so in this case, Alan has so much speed left in his army at this point that Drew isn't going to be able to make any choices. Alan is going to be able to fully control this game and do whatever he wants. So Drew is not going to be able to play the game. That's the amount of power that gives you. So Drew's done a good job with the Snow Foxes. I do like this jumping in because Drew's kind of trying to do the same thing where he's like, hey, you're going to have to get rid of these Snow Foxes for a turn. But I think he just doesn't have enough pieces left to really take advantage of that. Hey, these units are locked down for a turn. So Alan has too much. I mean, as far as I can tell, Alan hasn't lost anything yet. Maybe.
Yeah, we talked about it at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Alan playing KG.
Ember Spites.
Mm-hmm. And make it so that when Drew finally does engage, we see what we're seeing here right now, right?
Yep.
Engaging with 1 or 2 things and then helping engorge the flank counter.
Oh yeah, you got to bump up that flank counter.
Those are rookie numbers, man.
Yeah. You're right. I gotta get that sound bite. I still haven't gotten the sound bite. Next time we'll get the sound bite, but we're gonna just pretend to imagine it. Bing.
I mean, currently, technically, we got 3 more flanks on this table.
Are there 3?
Yeah,
Oh shit!
yeah,
You're
one,
right.
two.
You're right. 1, 2.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
shit. That's a character. That does count. That counts.
That's a character that counts.
So sorry. Let me correct myself. 20.
Yeah, and then that one
flanks.
Huskarl now is just getting Lakila Dawn
Yeah.
on.
They're such a good unit.
Lakila Dawn.
Yeah, Lakila Dawn. Oh,
Yep.
Drew. It's just, man, Scorchwings are just so good.
They're so good.
They just allow so much. You can use them in so many ways. They're just so good.
Yeah. They're a very flexible unit. Like I said, war machines that are actually monsters and not war machines are the best ones in the game. So
Totally. I think I love a lot of people use it, but the Ambrox from Riftforge Orcs. That's another really
Ambrox
awesome.
is actually really good.
I think that's really under the radar right now as a unit. I think that
Absolutely.
unit's really good.
Yeah, because it's just a better.
I think it's more because I think it's more because of Riftforged Orcs than the actual unit itself, because that unit is really good.
Yeah,
it's really good.
There's other things in the list that are better type of deal, right?
Damn it, Jeremy! Now I'm gonna have to go back and look at all of it and be like, "Oh, am I gonna build a list out of this now?"
I was also,
Dude,
I
think it's a really good unit.
I vaguely remember there was I was looking at like artwork or something for like Riftforge, and like it was the Ambrox was in the background. I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, it's like I've never seen that before. I was like, does Mantic not make this model? Because that looks fucking cool. And then I saw them all. I was like, oh, they do make the model. Okay, so at least they make the model. But it was like, it's not quite the translation from paper to model just yet.
Yeah.
But it's a cool fucking concept and definitely one of the better units in that list. But you're right, it absolutely sneaks under the radar. Like it's great.
And I love watching body language. I know Drew's being a good opponent and smiling, but you see him sitting with his arms on the table. He's just like, I'm getting code.
Drew knows.
Yeah, he's aware of the board state.
Yeah,
I'm done taking actions.
Yeah. So he's sitting down because he gets to relax now. So yes.
Yeah.
The beautiful part is we can hear the laughter from the table.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's loud enough to at least get us the slight dim amount of.
And he's got a great painted army, so Drew can still go 4-1 and place really well. You know,
for sure. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's the thing, is that the loser of this is not out by any means of finishing well in the event.
Is this the top table for best of the rest right now?
It is.
This is the top table for best of the rest.
Very cool.
Drew Richardson is on top table for best throws. So, all right, I'm flipping us back to Joe. I'm pretty
Let's
sure they're
see,
wrapping.
my-
Oh, they definitely went to 7. So we're on bottom of 7. It looks like.
Jared did walk over to the window and make a cry face.
I mean, yes, that did happen. So I'm doing a quick count here. I count 1, 2, or those are mincers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Versus, I mean, Joe has this. He has 9. I can count with 3 regiments before he.
Yeah, 3 regiments plus
Yep.
a
Troop of,
lord.
shooters.
If I had to guess, what happened was Jared planned for the turn 7 with that regiment of
Mincers.
Mincers in the middle, and he turned them to try to delete the regiment, right? Like he had it planned, and then I'm guessing the last sharpshooters or whatever shooting that Joe had left was able to.
Well, that
just
dwarf
barely
lord
pick it
was
up.
facing them too. I think the dwarf lord might have come in along with that regiment of iron guards and just picked them up too.
The Iron Guard was facing the other direction. I don't think.
Oh, was
they
it?
were there. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because they were facing toward the top of the board because they were trying to get away. I didn't see the dwarf lord, so there is that for sure. There could have been that. Either way, something killed that regiment and prevented it from doing what Jerry needed it to do, which was pick up a regiment of Iron Guard.
Yeah.
And even Joe's stuff is so far ahead. Even if he goes to kill it, there's no way for him to like.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
out
that's
of the turn.
I missed that one way in the back corner.
Yeah, it's so far up there. Like Door's literally in the deployment zone at this point.
Yeah, this has
No
got to be a
joke.
first in like Guinness Book of World Records for dwarf invade
Door's
at a
all the way-
regiment.
He's gonna touch
It's
the
the
board edge
dwarven-
by the end of the game.
It's the dwarven marathon team.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yep.
Exactly.
Someone told him that there was.
He
some
should get
trouble
like
over
10
there or
extra
something.
bonus points for having a one of his unit in his
Yeah.
opponent's deployment zone.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's
it's-
crazy.
One more unit
common
strength.
scenario. Yeah.
Yeah. If we were playing in a Texas tournament, he would be getting all these crazy bonus points for having that.
Absolutely. Yep. No, that's a thing. That's absolutely a thing. Yeah. But yeah, I like what Jared is doing at this point, where he's able to count to 10 and say that I don't have that, and so he's like, cool. So the solution is, instead of trying to get more shit across, now I'm just going to try to kill your shit and make less stuff be across my line.
Right.
There's a really slim chance here that if he picks up whatever this is on the left,
And then moves
I think
backwards,
it's a
maybe.
troop of Brock's. Did Joe have a troop of Brock's? Is that a thing?
He had a regiment of Brocks that was
Massive hunting
fighting.
pack. That's what it is.
Okay.
Um, So here in the middle, I think that's a massive hunting pack, which he had one and just was in the middle somewhere this entire game.
I don't think it would matter.
If he picks it up, it removes a unit strength, but it's not going to be enough. Yeah, I was going to say, he has to pick up one of the regiments. So if he picks this up and then backs up 3 inches, I still think he's on the wrong side of the table, though. That would be my assumption. So,
Yeah. Mhm.
like he lessens the blow, right? But I do think that Joe has this, even on the turn 7. So he does
There
get
goes
it,
the
though.
regiment.
So that's big, and then he backs up, and he gets. But I don't. Yeah. There's no way. It's not majority. So at that point, he's got 3, 6 to 6 right there, plus the Steel Behemoth, plus the Dwarf Lord. It's too much. So it's gonna be close. But
This was a good game, though. This was
absolutely.
this was a good game. Very close.
Yep. A good showcase of 2 different types of lists in a scenario that favors not really either of them and beating the crap out of each other. What
Yeah.
we want to see here.
In good old King's War.
Yep. Good old King's War. Just get in there and fucking punch.
Yeah, and as a dwarf player, when you do happen to win invade, you're like, yeah, the world,
Yep.
the earth is spinning in the right direction. Count one for the good guys, because it doesn't happen very often.
Are
you know.
dwarves the good guys in King's War? Is that the official?
Well, when you play dwarves, they are, right?
Yeah. I mean, I guess
course
Ronnie
they
plays
are.
dwarves. They probably are. I guess.
They're the
The dwarf
heroes.
players
They're the heroes
themselves,
of King's War. That's right.
in their own
Right,
mind,
right.
right? They're the heroes of their own mind.
Everyone's a
thinks they're the
hero
good guy.
in their own way.
Yeah,
You and
exactly.
mostly me and you.
Whoa,
Uh,
that's over.
so flipping us over to table 2. Yeah, this is done. I mean, we called it earlier, where Lex. Oh, we missed
Yeah,
that.
they're-
You want to come in here and tell us all about it? Turn on the third mic. We haven't done that all stream. So pop up that mic and talk into it. What's up, Jared? How'd it go?
It's going terrible.
Oh,
But
good.
7, I got a little bit of sweet justice. Come on in here.
Yeah, yeah.
Gonna give me a rear charge
Yeah, it's true.
with my bang sticks. They already had 8 wounds to themselves, so I did an additional like 12.
Yep,
right?
yep.
Yeah.
The first 8 were also.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So completely
were-
devastated.
Yep.
But it's turn 7, so I'll take it. Small victory.
Yeah,
Got a great
yeah.
opponent here.
Did not touch the unit at all. All of those
Wounds were his own
wounds.
wounds. You devastated your own unit with the bang sticks. That's amazing.
Yeah. But
Think how many 6s you rolled though.
Yeah.
impressive.
Yep.
When I didn't need it at
couldn't do
all.
it on
Right.
Yeah, couldn't do it on nerves, couldn't do it on my shooting, but hey.
How did let me while we've got you, how did the so turn 6-ish, you turn one of the mincer mobs to face a regiment of dwarves. How did that die?
It died by the dwarves.
Okay, yes, I know, Jared, asshole. Right, sure. But like what killed it? Was it shooting?
No, it's
Was a dwarf lord like
Yep.
You were right, Corey.
I know.
he did well, and he shot
Uh,
him too. So yeah,
Yeah.
he did 8 wounds before it really got into combat.
right.
And then a dwarf regiment killed it off. So
Okay.
because he only had to do 2 wounds, I think, and then at that point
Yeah.
he named the 6 twice, which very doable.
Yeah, of course.
I was having a very successful.
For sure. We were making fun of Jared like turn 6. So I'm like, I think Jared can count to 10, and he's realized that he doesn't have 10 unit strength left on the table. So like,
Here's the thing, I'm trying to figure out attrition because
yeah,
well,
of course.
it was 13 to 9.
Yeah.
So
we're
he
in
was
school.
at 4 unit strength. And
Yep.
so if I come across and kill, I'm taking a 6 to 9, so I'm dropping the margin.
Exactly.
And
Yep.
I'm killing more. So I know it's a loss, but I'm trying to recover. as
Well,
many
yeah,
points
and
We,
as I
we
can.
were
what you
literally
do at that
talking
point.
about that
Yeah.
on the stream. Where it's just like, hey, this is what you do. Like you recognize that you're in that losing position,
Right.
but you make it back by yep.
This is
Absolutely.
probably best for both of us because he'll squeak out a win. It
Mm-hmm.
might not be a huge win, but then that way he doesn't have to play Jeff Radigan next round.
I'll do it. You play Jeff Radigan. It was a mix-up,
Uh
and the last thing I want to do is move up 8 slots.
huh. Have to play the Scorch Wings.
Thank you.
So he'll still
Yeah.
get a bump, but hopefully not enough to
Yeah,
he'll
hopefully.
really skyrocket.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He'll get a good matchup that way. So
Thanks, guys, for
Yeah,
coming
thank
and
you
giving some
very much.
insights. So, always great. It's fine. So yeah, you guys heard it there. So yeah, as we were saying, it's Jared, of course, saw that he was not going to win that and tried to do the best attrition he could to make it back and kill a couple things, get that score down, not take as big of a loss. Which that's what you got to do.
20 wounds to himself with the bang
That's
sticks.
fucking hysterical.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Well, with no help from Joe. was
Right,
the
he
big
didn't
part of
touch
that. It's
him at
like
all.
it was like I had 20 wounds, but like none of that was Joe. So, God, I love those units.
So both
So I've
games
been
are
looking at a
up.
blank table where we've been interviewing them. So you're welcome,
Yes.
stream. But yeah, if I had to guess, Lex probably won this game handily. It was just a matter of by how much. We discussed earlier, it was like he had the 8 unit strength on the left, and therefore Ben literally could not win, and it was a matter of how much did he lose at that point.
Yeah.
I might drag them in here to give us some chat, but since the only table left, we're gonna flip over to the one that matters, which is Drew getting his teeth kicked in, unfortunately. Because yeah, Jesus, we're why not? Have some interesting, fun commentary for game 2 or for day 2. So yeah, we see the Rhinos. Ooh, there's a flag. Everyone see it. Everyone get excited. Yay, flang! Bing.
Ding.
Oh, Rhinosaurus into the flank of Huskarls too. Ugh.
Yeah. Ooh. And then
Pete
another
said when he
flank.
was
We got
supposed to
another
French
flank.
fry.
2 flanks in 1 turn. Bing.
Oh yeah, this is not going well for our
Yeah,
friend
yeah.
here.
Yeah, Drew's. It looks like Drew's
Poor
helping him.
Drew.
Drew's like, hey, here's
Yeah.
everyone here.
Here, no, you go in here. You
Yeah,
do
yeah,
this.
Yeah, let's do this, do this, do this. Put me out of my misery.
Yep. Get in there, smash everything. So.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be brutal.
Yep. I mean, at this point, we don't have the nice lines on this table like we do on the other ones, unfortunately. But I'm just eyeballing it, and I'm like, I think the rhinoceros are on the other side of the table. So I don't think Drew has. Well, he's got the one.
He's got that
Frostbite
two
Lord.
unit strength Draugr.
Yeah, that's fair. He does have the 2 unit strength Draugr.
The Draugr. They've had their manis. They've had their petties. They've had their facials. They've had
They're
the
in
whole
their
spa.
robes. They're in their
Yeah,
robes now.
the whole spa experience.
So after I'm making him sit here, stare at me awkwardly, so I can drag this out as long as I want. Power play.
You like what you see?
So we've got Lex and Ben here to talk about their game at least a little bit. And I gave Lex shit on the task for going left, and apparently that won him the game. It looks like without anything else. How big the armies are? They're all 2,300 points. But at least I think so. If someone didn't do their list right, maybe someone took someone did 200, 290, 220.95. Yeah. Be eyeballing something is sketchy. It's not wrong. It looked like it was a pretty fierce matchup there. I wanted to check in on how did the right flank go from both of y'all's perspectives. That's fair. It would have been Ben's right based on the angles, so it would have been your left.
Yes.
Yeah, my thought process in splitting up was, we were just talking about this, is like, we're both a low count army, so if I could get him to split, maybe I could take one side, that right side.
Mhm.
One thing I messed up on is I mucked my Molochs up, not off. That's a different thing. Maybe they'd have done better if I had, but just kidding. But they got stuck in a bad position. They couldn't charge anything. My own guys were getting in their way. It just didn't work out very well for me on that regard. And then when they did get into combat, they managed to double one his Phoenix.
Yes.
Right when he was like, he needed a 3, I think, to kill him is all. And so I was like, oh, and then he's like, hey, by the way, I'm back down to this. I was like, oh, cool, that's fine.
Yeah.
But that's how that
Ouch.
feels when someone complains about the Well of Souls. I get it now.
Yeah. So okay. So yeah, sounds like it was a rough time. I'll tell you though, but I gave you a lot less shit than I gave Lex. So I was like, Lex, what are you doing? You have 20 inches of movement. Like, you don't even have to touch him on the left side of the table. Just fucking collapse on a side and delete it, and you win.
But
But
then you defied the laws.
to say that being said, it looked like on the left side that you had we didn't catch everything because obviously we were flopping between tables, but it looked like you were able to commandingly dictate how that went as well, which I thought that you had a little bit more of an edge on there, at least initially.
That building being where it was dictated how that was going to happen, right? Because it was a very limited
area of
people could go.
engagement. Yeah.
And once I put the regiment of Alohi up there to flank, if he moved forward, then that really created that kind of stalemate across there. So that was
But on the other half of the table, so yeah.
Yeah, on the other half of the table, then I could do my thing, right? So I was thinking if I could just hold that long enough, then the other half would be successful, then I would be successful. So that was kind of my mind set.
It was
went into it.
Very unnerving seeing nothing in the entire
Yeah,
zone.
the center of the table is just vacant. It's like, what are they doing?
Like dominate here. Or something.
Yeah. It's like this is a new scenario. You got to claim the sides of the table. So,
Playing 2 different ambush games.
yeah.
MVPs definitely the two Phoenixes, the one that held up his Cronius for 3 or 4 turns.
Yeah.
The entire
Was that the ancient or just
no,
a
that
normal
was a
version?
regular.
Oh, okay.
The
okay.
ancient is the one that he snaked in the middle
Oh.
with the Moloch. So I would charge the ancient in, thinking, okay, then the ancient's dead, and then
But
hoping
it buys you the turn
to kill his Despoiler champion.
Because so was it the Well of Souls that was fighting against the Horde of Lohi?
No, that was my Despoiler champion from the
Oh, okay, cool. Because I was like I think that's a really good play to try to get him back in. Is like you're keeping the one tool you have left over there, your Horde of Molochs, like available to keep punching. Like, if you can kill this, then you can kill that. And it's like you may not win, but you're gonna at least snake some points back. And yeah, it sounds like it was unfortunate if you got the snakes in the thing, but dice. So it is what it is. So take it like a champ. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for coming in and giving us a little bit of insight on the game. So good luck on the rest of the event.
Thanks.
Yeah, great gun, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for using the cards. That was great. So, alrighty. So we heard some stuff from Lex. Got a couple things going on in chat while we wrap up here. For round one, we had Masters 2,300 points. Does anyone in chat know how big these armies are? Would the pre-built mega armies be big enough to play games at this level? Pre-built mega armies typically come out to approximately 1,000 points, give or take. They're like 850-ish. So usually 2 mega army. Well, I don't actually remember if it's a mega army. I want to say it's approximately 850-ish to 1,000. Just depends on the army. But 2 mega armies and then like one other thing will usually get you to 2,300 points. That is kind of the staple thing in the US right now is 2,300. I don't know if Clash of Kings in the UK, which is their biggest, and they had UK Masters, both of those I think were also 2,300.
I believe they were.
Yeah, they kind of followed the trend slowly.
Point values fluctuate all the time. When
Exactly, because it's kind of a feel good thing. Like, does this feel right? Does this feel balanced? Like, type of thing. Like, different events will do different points values. So, I've seen everything from 1995, which is a good one, I think, for different styles of lists, to fucking 3,000 points, which is bonkers to me. I think that's way too many.
Yeah.
But it's a thing if you want to do it. And then you can use minis from other games. Yeah. So King's War has had the tradition of it is a model agnostic game. You can use whatever you want, as long as you indicate to your opponent, hey, this is what this is, and as long as it's on the right base sizes. So,
should everyone have a Mantic army? Yes.
Yes. So you should do Mantic models, and I encourage you to do Mantic models, but
at least have one Mantic army in your collection. That's like my hill I'm gonna die on.
There's also bonuses to having Mantic armies. I mean, there's certain tournaments that offer things that when you win, if you have a Mantic army, you're getting more stuff. Also,
extra prize.
There's been a couple tournaments where they'll send you off to England if you.
John Green winning what was it, Adepticon last year?
Yep.
Yeah. So there's definitely perks to trying to pull all Mantic, but you do not have to, and that has always been the nice line that's been drawn. So
definitely.
Yeah, exactly. There's definitely some units that Mantic doesn't make models for. There's some armies that Mantic doesn't make. Kingdoms of Men is just as generic as you can.
Just gonna bring that up.
Exactly. Kingdoms of Men is the do you have Warlord Games historical miniatures? Like they used to partner with them on those books. So yeah, it's very loose. Not to completely cut away from commentary, but looking here at Drew, I mean, we called this earlier. Is like Drew is definitely in the like sit down in the chair and just let it happen kind of position. So Alan has just been. It's just a matter of how we got another flag. But yeah, Drew is taking it on the chin as he loses everything but the one regiment of Draugr. He's just like, everyone forgot we existed because Draugr. How is it pronounced? I assume it's Draugr.
Draugr.
We can figure this out. We have technology, and I'm a millennial. So. I don't know why I Googled Google. That's the wrong thing to do. So after making that statement,
I always think when I'm in Drew's position in a game like this, I find that it's an opportunity for me to practice being a gracious loser. So that's why I try to take
That's a good one.
this scenario. I was like, this is happening to me so that I can work. Like, what can I work on here? I can work on getting shit stopped and being happy and being as happy about it as you can.
Yep.
Try to be a good opponent.
And that-
Because you
that
don't
was
want to take
what I did with,
anything
like,
away from
Alan.
your, you want you want your opponent to feel good. They've done well. You know what I mean? They shouldn't feel bad that they won.
Right.
Right.
And we discussed it earlier. Is like Alan definitely wants to get more points, so he's going to try to table Drew, but
Which he
also,
should. Yeah.
don't be an ass.
No, it seems like they're having a nice back and forth.
Yeah.
So good ambassadors for the game, showing that it is okay to get smoked and still have a happy.
Yeah,
experience.
it happens, right? It happens.
Absolutely. Basically, guys, what we're saying is the way you win Best Sportsman is don't be a dick. It's not that hard. Trust me,
really
I get it all the time. So, and I'm the meanest person I know.
I can attest to that.
It's true. It's true.
One thing when
made
I'm
Jeremy
playing
clench his
games
butt too much.
that I love to do is when you get done with the game is point out one point of the game where they did something really awesome. And just make sure
perfect.
that you
No, that's a good shout.
Especially if you crush them like Alan is doing currently.
Yeah, what could I have done better this game?
Or acknowledge if you've had really hot dice, acknowledge it. Be like, well, I got really lucky here. I got really lucky here,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's always the thing I love is when my opponent throws me a bone. If they rolled super hot, just admit to it that you rolled super hot.
Oh, yeah. That happened to me last year's Masters. I was playing John Green, and it was just like I couldn't do anything wrong. And I was like, oh, I feel so bad. All the dice. All the dice.
You're like, oh, I need 9 twice. Okay, that's easy. No problem. 9.
Yep.
9 all day long.
15 attacks,
9 all day
13 hits, 12 wounds. That sounds about right.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep.
And John took it like a champ too. He's just like, "What are you gonna do, man?"
Yeah, what can you do?
You cannot defy the laws of fate.
Knowing John, and then he would have been like, "What are you gonna do?"
And
it was compounded by John's own bad luck too.
Yeah, I love John. He gets to I make fun of him all the time, and at this point I've told him this to his face too. I'm just like, you get so tense, man, when you get in a little get in your own head and just so I always tease him when we're on the table together. I'm just like, come on, John, fucking fight me. So and he's just like, you fuck. Basically I try to break him out of his own headspace where he tries to retreat to get because he used to be a boxer, so he gets really tense and built up and he's against the wall covering himself basically
sense.
when
I
he's
didn't know that.
anytime he's back to the corner he's basically doing this mentally, got his hands up, and so I'm just it's okay to put him down. Let's hug it out. So, make him laugh a little bit. It's pointing out the mistakes. One of those things that you can do to just help better yourself as a player is just ask, what could I have done better this game? That's a thing.
Yeah.
You learn a little.
It's a good opportunity for discussion, right?
Exactly.
Right? A gracious winner, a gracious loser, and then just kind of rework it together, especially when it's this big of a wipeout.
Yeah.
It can be that way sometimes. So what's going to happen, guys, here is we're probably going to go to a brief break while we get round 2 or
are they taking lunch after
round 5 sorted out? When we come back, we hopefully will not be on too long of a break, but I'll try to keep people posted as I can.
I think they're going to try to move things as fast as possible.
Yeah, obviously. They want to be...
So there's no lunch after game 4 then?
I don't actually know. I hope
in the YouTube comments it says lunch is after game 4.
Okay, well maybe.
It might also be lunch during game.
Oh, if I put it on
Okay.
the if I put the schedule on the stream, which I very well might have, for the comments of the stream, or the information or whatever it's called. I'm a professional streamer. I do this for a living. So let me actually check that here. Did I? Because that would have been smart. That
Am
made
I Ron
sense.
Burgundy?
Yeah. The Human Torch was denied a bank loan.
Let me get that up here. Hold on. I did. Okay, I did post the schedule. So for today, game 4, we do have lunch theoretically from 12 to 2:15. So we might have a bit of a break here, guys. It is currently 12. So
But we're going to be coming back with the top tables, right? So this afternoon it's going to get it on.
Find out.
Get intense.
Yeah, intense.
Let's
Intensity,
intensities.
intensities.
Before we cut stream, we'll get a confirmation of when we'll be back. That way, people aren't. I don't want people to disappear for 2 hours and then be like, "Oh, the game's done."
I think it's supposed to be game 4 was 9 to 11:15. Lunch is 11:15 to 12.
Yeah, I feel
And
like this
then
is off by an
game-
hour, but at the same time,
Yeah, that's fair.
we'll see. Because I definitely copy and pasted this, so because I recognize my own mistakes, and that's the one I always make.
I'm hearing through the grapevine, the top table tied, Jeff O'Neill tied, Keith Randall
shit.
tied.
No
It looks
shit.
like Nathan won. It looks like Nathan now may be the only undefeated player.
Wow.
So we had a lot of ties this round.
That
in the
is
top
crazy.
table.
So that's going to mean a crazy last 2 games.
Oh
because
yeah, that's going to be.
we were already down to only 6 undefeated as
Yep.
of this morning. So now, wow.
It also
Round
means
6
that,
is
like,
going to be a crazy town.
Yeah, it widens the field a lot too, because anyone who was like on the freaking 4 and what would it be 3-1 at this point, but if they were like
Are now
big
right in it.
3-1s, like
Yep.
they're back in
Yep.
it. So yeah,
Yeah, and then if Nathan draws his next game or whatever, then in round 6,
yeah,
it's who knows what
Yeah,
what
if
else.
Nathan loses, like there's
Yeah.
The field just got a lot bigger again. So
That is wild. Awesome.
Shit.
Hey, some real drama here at the end.
Cool narratives
of
to
I
watch.
drama.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Got to keep those interesting games going.
Got to keep that tea freshly made, freshly brewed.
But yeah, we're gonna get that information about how the games are gonna be set up and going. We will take our break because I need to eat.
As too many of us.
But
I'll be hopping back on for game 6 today.
Awesome, it's good to hear. But yeah, we'll continue giving your Masters 2023 live coverage. If you weren't here last night, our plan is to cut away very briefly after we're done Game 6 to get to the awards, to have that set up and get ready to go. I might even try to see if I can do a seamless transition. I don't know how that'll look on the YouTube sides of things, but we're going to see if that's possible. For me to basically cut the stream from this computer and start it from a different computer, and like YouTube will not register it for 2 seconds, but theoretically it'll keep going. So might be able to have it as one continuous video. We'll see. And if not, it'll be a separate link. So that's the thing to keep an eye out for, is if you want to watch the award ceremony, either A, sub to the YouTube channel, that way you get the notification when we go live for the awards, or you keep an eye out for as many links. We will throw at them everywhere. I will post on Fanatics. I will post on every social media I have access to, or I'll get Grant to do it. We will try to get that out there so people can find it and see it. And as far as standings go, we will try to get some degree of standings. What we will probably do is, once we get to this next game, I will pester Adam to get me a top 10. Even if we can't get the full standings list, I'll try to get a top 10 and have that on the side so people can keep an eye on that. And as we get results, we'll start trying to do our, keep an eye calculation, where are you at type stuff, so we can get you that detail and get you the nice juicy deets as we get into rounds 5 and 6. And my brain just died.
All right. Hard stop.
Yeah.
Yep. So.
All right, guys. We will see you later today.
Yeah.
Yep. Take it easy, Corey.
Bye, guys.
Alrighty. We're holding at least until I get confirmation on the schedule, but then we're going to break, guys. So. Oh
Awesome.
man.
Going to be a fascinating last 2 games, man. It's going to be really interesting to watch. Nice to see Nathan doing so well. You know, he was on the top table last year, right? Fighting Adam.
Nathan,
you know, when Adam won, so he's been in the picture for Masters for a long time. So
it was someone said the previous night, it's just like, who's winning, or who does anyone know what the standings are? I was like, Jeff is winning. With like 3 Jeffs in the top 10. So it's like, I'm not wrong.
Mm-hmm. Again, that would have been a funny thing. I picked Jeff to win, and full stop. Yeah, plenty of good options there.
It's eating lunch right now.
Oh, okay. So, but do we know?
There's 1 game still trying.
Okay, well that's their fault. But what time are we starting next round? We don't. Okay. Okay, we're gonna call it an hour and assume that we stick to schedule. So, I'm gonna assume that my copy paste is an error and that it's not actually 2 hours and 15 minutes. That seems extreme for lunch. So we're gonna say that we're gonna be back in approximately 1 hour. So aim for 1 o'clock Central U.S. Standard Time.
Awesome.
That's gonna be the assumption. So if this is the time to get up, stretch, and do whatever it is y'all are doing while you're watching us on our stream. But we'll be back here at approximately 1 o'clock to bring you round 5 and 6, and as best as I can, I will try to get us a top 10 standings record so we can have that ready to go, so people can know who is winning the U.S. Masters.
Awesome. Okay, see you guys in a little bit.
Sounds good, dude.
Bye for an hour. All right, everybody, welcome back to Masters 2023 live coverage, coming to you.
Woo!
Blah 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 blah. We are here, Game 5 of the U.S. Masters on top tables now. We had a very interesting round 4. It sounds like our top tables. We had a huge number of draws apparently, which has definitely shaken up the field a bit. Normally, you'd be going into this with a couple, like maybe 4 people who are undefeated at this point, so it's very easy to kind of shake up who's going to be the winner. But with how it is now, with so many draws in the room, we have only one undefeated player left in the group, which is Nathan. But he doesn't have a commanding lead by any rights, so we're actually looking at a pretty wide field that's still in competition now. We're going to get you those top tables here in just a second so that everyone can kind of know what I'm talking about, where we have our standings. Yep, here we go. Perfect. Let me get those up for everyone so they can see. So, everyone will forgive me. I'm going a little bit slower as I'm making it through the day. But top rounds 5. Top of round 5 scores. So, So currently at the top, we have Marcelo with 69 nice points. We have Nathan Clevenger with also 69 nice points. We have Luke Frazier.
Nice.
64. We got Sean Polka at 60. We got Jeff O'Neill at 58. We've got Timothy Smith at 58. We've got Mark Cox at 57. We got Jeff Radigan, Scorch Wings at 56. So they are still up there. We got Jeffrey Shilkin at 56. We got Jordan Braun at 56. We got Keith Monarch at 56. So while the spread at the very top is high, you get a draw here and a big one at the bottom, fucking skyrocket up. There's a chance.
Tons of people all within 10 points of each other. So that is close.
So
what are the lists? So Marcelo is playing
Order of the Green Lady.
Green Lady at the very top currently. Okay, and then Nathan is Night Stalkers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Nathan is playing Night Stalkers. Luke Frazier is playing. No, he's playing Tried Realms. I don't know why I'm asking that. Sean Polka is the one that I have to double check.
He plays Nature. Actually, I think he plays the list that Zach Pierce and I wrote a long time ago. It's very similar to what I wrote him.
Gotcha.
So I'll take credit. No.
That's why they call it the cheese.
He has 2 Greater Airs and 2 Beasts of Nature. That was the premise when they made Beasts better. We were writing the lists together, and then that's kind of what came out of it. Yeah.
He does have both of those. That is the thing. The scenario is going to be Dominate, so it's nice and easy, and both of our top tables have giant round fucking circles in the middle of them. So it's easy to tell what's the actual zone.
I see Jeff O'Neill is still at the very top as well, right?
Yep, we still have all 3 Jeffs as potential. Thank you.
With the Goblins
as potential winners. So it's like I said, we've got a pretty crowded and contested top of the line with a couple people who are definitely still up, but it's not a runaway no runaway steals this time, at least currently. So
where's Dustin Howard at currently?
Good.
Where's Dustin Howard at currently?
I don't know.
Okay.
So
interesting match. Sean Polka, former Paragon, West Coast player. Luke is a Pacific Northwest player. So these two have experience playing with each other's at the top tables in both West and Pacific Northwest tournaments.
Yep.
Yeah. And Sean is an ex-War Machine player. He joined the Reno crew, I think, 2 years ago. And he's been shaking up the meta a little bit. He's a fantastic player. He's an amazing hobbyist. He's a really good dude. So I'm not surprised seeing him both at the top of the West region at this point and also
super technical,
at the
very
top
clean.
Tables.
Yeah, very precise player. You're going to see a very clean game on tables with him.
What you expect to see at U.S. Masters, go figure.
Yeah.
And And if you see his armies in real life, it's next level stuff, like with the 3D printing, and his bases have names on them and stuff. It's just very, very detailed and thought through.
To answer your question, Rashad, Dustin is 1 point lower than the batch that I just showed off at 56. So he's also still pretty high up there.
Okay.
We got a whole lot of people in the upper 50 region, basically.
So this round is going to tell us a lot. There's a lot of unanswered questions at the beginning of this round that I think we'll have a little bit more answers going into the final round.
Fingers crossed, because I'd really like to not have to play guessing games for the last round. Alrighty, doing a quick read off here for those who don't know. Luke Frazier running Forces of Nature, and I'll try to identify the units as we go. We got Trident Realms with Thule and Helm of the Drunken Ram as a regiment of placoderms. We've got 2 hordes of Gigas. We've got 2 regiments of Tidal Swarm. We've got 2 Knuckers. We've got a Coral Giant with the Cleaver, which is Slayer. Yes, Slayer, that makes sense. And we have the Naiad Centurion with Boots of Levitation and Trident of the Drowned Sea. That's the Disordered Trident, if I remember, because you take that. It's the Thule Aquamage with Rising Tide, Sacred Horn, Icy Breath, and Bark Skin. I like that in Trident Realms because they got the generally lower defense. So
yeah, that's a good choice.
That's a great choice. Yep.
Yep. And then we got a Depth Horror Eternal, a fantastic little piece of beat the crap out of you. And you've got the Hidden Ones, which are a regiment of Thule, I think.
Yes.
They
are.
Yep. And then a spellcaster with the Gnome Glass Shield, Knowledgeable, Host Shadow Beast, and it's also a combat caster, because of course it is. And you get Thunderous Charge 1 as an aura for taking that. So
that's a nice little formation. They can really punch.
And looking at the table in terms of where those things are, I believe these are Mantic models in a lot of these cases here. So we've got the 2 Giga Hordes are fairly apparent. I believe the thing in between them that's on a 75mm base would have to be the Giant, almost by definition. We have the 2 Knuckers. We've got one way on the left, and I would imagine the other one is way on the right. He's just probably standing over it. We have the Snails. I can only imagine are the Placoderms. Because if they're not placoderms, I'd be really sad and disappointed. Because that's a good idea. You've got 2 Tidal Swarms here as the things that are actually in front. They do have Scout. Oh man. And then we have the 3 different Thule regiments, which I believe are the only regiments he has. I would assume that the one on the far left is the formation one, just out of habit. But hold on, I'm missing something here. Because there's an extra. No, Placoderm covered that. 2 regiments there. What's the 3rd regiment? Oh, I see. There are 3 regiments of the. Okay, I was right. I'm fine. So I take that back. Because it's the formation, it was broken up by the page break, so that's what happened. It's there are 2 in the formation. I could have sworn. I think it's the right is the formation ones because it's the double, and then the 1 character in between with the aura, and then on the left is his just generic regiment of Thule with the Helm of the Drunken Ram, which makes a lot of sense because there's no fucking terrain in the way to take away the extra.
It's a good spot to have TC right on this board is over there.
Yeah. So that is Luke's list. Flipping over to Forces of Nature, we got Sean Polka. He is running 2 Hunters of the Wild regiments, which are kind of they're like mini trees basically. We got 3 Forest Shambler hordes. That's interesting. We got. I guess he's doing that for unlocks. Yeah, because that's the end of his.
Kapoka. He runs Kapoka as well. That's why.
Oh yeah, that would do it.
Yep. There he is. Down the bottom.
Yep. So 2 greater air elementals, which 2 beasts of nature that are flying and attacks increase to. Oh no, sorry, they are not flying. They're just the attacks increase to 7. But they're still speed 7.
Yeah, because they keep nimble that way, right? That's the point. Because they came now with nimble. That was the idea.
And then you got Karis, who that's the blinding light is your disordered once per game. Once per turn. No. Enemies suffer damage from using solar staff or just ordinary. Okay, so it's not even once per turn. It's just consistently when you damage with the solar staff. It's just it doesn't do damage.
I don't see any damage on there.
Harris does
Maybe
damage,
just no
yes.
crushing. Yeah.
The solar stuff?
Yeah.
I have the.
No, it says damage.
Why is it
Okay. It does damage.
Yeah.
It's just like a fireball, basically. With a range of 18. And then Glade
Well,
Walker
it also disorders, right? And every time you
yeah,
cast
right.
it.
that was the big thing. I was just making sure it actually did damage.
Mhm.
So we have a Glade Walker Druid with the usual suspects: Ring of Harmony, Crown of the Wizard King, Heal, and Surge. Also a mounted. We have Kapoka, which is the Aura of Phalanx, which I'm pretty sure is the only Aura of Phalanx in the game. But for Verdant, so it's for the Tree Shamblers and I believe the Hunters of the Wild are also. Yep, they are. So everything in his list effectively has Phalanx.
And weakness 3 on top of that from Kapoka, right?
Yes, I was gonna say plus the ability for weakness 3. Holy Jesus! All right. Then we have the Tree Herder, who is upgraded to, as you would expect, the Wilt Father with Surge 8, Cloak of Death, Verdant, so he'll also be Phalanx. Which
That's gross.
Yeah. Coming in at 13 drops, 20 unit strength. In terms of what that looks like on the table, I would assume that these two regiments, because they're both heavy infantry, are going to be his. I keep wanting to call them dryads, but they're Hunters of the Wild.
A lot of people love those dryad models for that, right? That's what some
the other reason why the Hunters are good is they're the cheapest unlock in nature. That's actually what Sean did with the list later on. That's what he added. I had Heart Piercers in there, and he put the Hunters in there because they're cheaper, and also they're affected by Kapoka because they have the Verdant keyword, which is really good.
And they're not bad. I mean, Pathfinder Scout hitting on 3s, no crushing, but yeah, 15 attacks, 14, 16, like that's solid.
And it's 15 attacks on melee 3. So like if you think of the meta currently having been a lot of like Night Stalkers and things like that, if you're playing defense 2 and defense 3, that's just like a very good unit all of a sudden, right?
Yep. Jeff is not on stream this round. He is not on the top tables currently, so we'll see. But he is at least in the top 10-ish, maybe. I was gonna say all 3 Jeffs were pretty fucking close up there.
He's literally 5 right now.
Yeah, there you go. So he's literally one table down to get to our top tables. So this is good.
Another thing with the Hunters also that's interesting is they also have Scout. So they keep up with the rest of the army. It's just really good. I had a long conversation with Jeff Swan 2 years ago about the Hunters. He was trying to sell me on them and tell me how good they were. And, I never went down that route, but I could see how like they are very good.
Yeah. I would buy it. I mean, it gets basically a huge chunk of his army that scouts forward and gets to position really well, including Kapoka, so he gets that with the scout. It's a cool army. And Dominate, all he's got to do is sit there too, so we'll see. I don't know how the unit strength is going to match out when everything's said and done. I'll do some counts, but we're going to move on to table 2 so we can introduce all our players who are on the top 2 and people don't have to play guessing games. We have Marcelo back up here on the table he played on yesterday with Nathan Clevenger. This is our technically table 1 if we're really doing stuff. Yep, table 1.
Alpha doing alpha things already.
Right, exactly. We have Marcelo. He's playing his Brother Lady list. I have that here. Why do I have Luke's twice? I
have his already. You want me to read it?
Yeah, go for
it. So Marcelo from the Mid-Atlantic region is playing with Green Lady. He has 2 Heart Piercer regiments, Naiad Heart Piercers. 2 Order of the Redemption Cavalry regiments, 1 with Sharpness, 1 with Blessing of the Gods. He has 3 Hordes of Order of the Forsaken, 1 with Sir Jesse's Boots, 1 with Healing Brew, and the other one naked. He's got 3 Pegasus, the Green Lady, which heals and has that balance keyword. So she either does Cloak of Death or Radiance of Life.
Yep.
And 2 unicorns, one with the Mace of Crushing, the other with the Blade of Slashing. Both have an upgraded Lightning Bolt and Keeping Dare built-in heal. 22 unit strength, 13 drops.
Yep. Spicy list. It's been punching its weight class. We were talking about it a little bit earlier with Alpha Strike list, but I want to say that the general gist is that the thing about Alpha Strike is you either win big or you lose hard. So it looks like Marcelo's been winning big so far, pushing himself into those top table position. And against this, he's playing against Nathan Clevenger, who is running Night Stalkers. It's the first time we've seen those up on a table this Masters.
Blake played them yesterday.
Sorry, I lied. Blake played them yesterday.
It's easy to forget Blake does, so I'm just I love you, Blake.
Definitely not Blake's fault. It's definitely mine. All right, Nathan Clevenger. There we go. I could have sworn I had his list open. So we have Bloodworms, 2 legions of Bloodworms. That's a fucking Alpha Strike stopper, if ever there was.
Good units for Dominate, right? Get in that circle, hard to move.
Yeah, the only unit strength 5 thing in the game. Or one, maybe the only one, I think. Hammer Measured Force, Blessing of the Gods. Hammer Measured Force makes perfect sense because it's just a very easy mathematical 10 wounds on average. So it's easy to know what they're going to do. Phantoms, you've got 2 troops, one with Blade of Slashy. That's the 5 points you know what to do with. He's got a regiment of Shadowhound Cav with Brew of Sharpness. He's got Fiends with Brew of Strength. Two hordes of Fiends. One with Brew of Strength, one with Brew of Haste. I like that. He's got a Planner Apparition with Heal, Mindfog 2. I keep making this joke, but I'm going to, that's because it's still funny. I keep forgetting that this is the old version of the list, and that's why he has also 3 Mind Screeches, so he can't do that anymore. I'm sorry, Nathan. Don't hate me.
And they're doing good. They're doing work.
Yeah, apparently. And he's got with the Vicious Aura for melee infantry, a Conjurer Staff, Lightning Bolt 3, and Bane Chant 2. So he's trying to get Bane Chant 3 is what the Conjurer Staff is. So coming out to 12 units, so a little bit lighter on the drop count, but 25 unit strength because Bloodworms have 5. I actually really like the fact that he has access to Wind Blast in this matchup because that's going to help him. If he does enough on the right units at the right amount, he can kind of disrupt Marcelo's punch plan, like turn 2, I want to dive. And if he makes it so that not everything can dive, then that's going to really mess up the Alpha Strike jump in turn. I saw Rashad light up, so I'm double checking.
Oh wow! Nate took off that unit of Forsaken with the Mind Screeches. That's huge.
Or I was gonna say, apparently, the best thing to do other than all this fancy dancy finagling is just fucking kill it.
So this is Marcello's. This is Marcello's bottom of 1, right? Because Nathan already played his first thing. Because we're
on bottom of 1 right now.
Looks bottom. Like he's doing his combat bottom of 1.
Forgot to flip the card. It's fine.
Well,
that's a huge loss for Marcelo to lose that.
Okay.
That horde.
Oh, and he also got the what was it, the Pegasus or Unicorn? Pegasus.
Yep. Oh my god. So yes, we have. Sorry, I am playing Recovery, guys. If you were here, you would know. So, got to come here next time.
Yeah, come here and know.
Yep. So looking at Marcelo's game plan here, it looks like he shoved up aggressively, as you do with Alpha Strike on the his right hand side, our left. And positioned in order to try to basically block Nathan out of the dominate zone would be my assumption. Like he's going to pounce and then try to pick something up and or just prevent him from ever touching the dominate zone if he gets in the way. And I think that would work against a lot of lists, but then you realize that bloodworms are just the fucking hardest thing in the game to get rid of. At a 28 nerve top defense 4, they are just a fuck ton of nerve.
And they're also deployed in front of a fence next to a building.
Yep. Like, good luck. And you have a planner apparition that can Radiance of Life them. Or actually, hold on. That's not a thing, is it? No, it's not. God damn it.
That's still heal 7, though.
Yeah, at least it's still heal 7, so I'm not completely an idiot when I'm commentating this game.
And my instinct is Nathan won the role to pick sides because this is a perfect side for him to pick with that building right there at the edge of the dominate zone. So I think it's a good side for Nathan to be on.
Yep.
Wounds was Nathan.
Some flexibility when it comes down to, we see.
Yeah, and he can just
bringing out the templates. Keep going.
He's trying to fit both of them in there. He can't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think his goal with blocking up that unit on the right with the Pegasus that got killed was that he would then charge next turn with that Horde of Forsaken that is gone now, and then turn and have a Horde of Forsaken threatening that middle.
Yep.
But with that dead, that flank now, Nathan has a whole, because when you're playing against all this speed, right, you don't want to worry. You can't worry about both flanks and a front. You're trying to only worry about a couple spots. So now that Nathan doesn't have to worry about that flank anymore, that is an early to him, I think.
The Horde that was taken off earlier through shooting, was it not inspired?
I will be honest, since I was reading the list, I didn't see the Horde get taken.
We weren't. I honestly missed that whole part. When you mentioned it, I was like, oh damn, the whole Horde is gone. I would have liked to know how that went.
There's a missing Horde. So I know there's a Horde missing from the table, so I know that statement is accurate.
Well, I believe he had done somewhere in the 7 to 10 range of damage with those 3. One Mind Screech did 4 wounds by itself. So I'm not sure what he needed, a 7 or 8 to kill it. Maybe somewhere around there.
So it was only the Mind Screeches rolling the Lightning Bolt, 18 Lightning Bolt, and he took off a 15, 17.
Yeah, I think he rolled pretty good.
Yeah,
that must have been an amazing roll.
Well, I'm looking at the unicorns, and both of them are sitting. They're sitting in between.
Yeah. So Bart from the chat says it was 2.
So yeah, there would have been another 10 lightning bolt, I believe, between the 2 unicorns. So that would have been 28 lightning bolt. That's
no, I mean for inspiring. Sorry.
Oh, I meant for lightning bolt because doesn't he have don't the unicorns have lightning bolt? Am I crazy? I've only
wouldn't shoot
ever
it
seen
himself,
them with lightning bolt because I hate them. Yes, they both have lightning bolt 5. So yeah, I would have. I suspect that it's not just the. Oh, but
see, he can't shoot it. He can't shoot it himself with his own unit.
I'm tired. Yeah, I was gonna say you're right. This fucking wrong side of the table.
Unless Nathan infected the minds of the unicorns and was like, "Shoot at your own."
We're professional commentators here. We do this for money.
You get what you pay for.
But see, Marcelo doesn't have a lot of secondary game plans, right? We talked about this, Matt. We talked about how Razor's Edge Alpha lives, right?
Yeah, no, exactly.
So he's coming in because that's what his army does. For better or worse, this is what you do.
Yeah. Between
you can't get hold back. You can't be timid.
Yep. I see him here trying to figure out. I guess he's trying to see if he can fit. He
already did it with the templates.
Oh, okay. They'll talk about it. We clarified earlier again for the record. I'll say it again today because I don't think I said it today. So we are not here to be like, hey, I'm gonna go out there and yell at them and be like, you fucked it up. But if we get called, so if someone's like, hey, we need a judge call, blah blah blah, like door is here, they can knock on it, and I will go out there and I'll make a call. But so yeah, that losing that unit early, especially if he's on the right hand side, that's a big deal.
And we don't hear the dialogue that they're having, and it's a game of intention, right? So
right, exactly. So seeing this giant shift, I mean, one of those is a Phantom Troop, so I'm pretty sure Nathan doesn't really care if that drops. That wants to get charged. That wants to be the thing that's eaten. I'm assuming those are. So we haven't actually gone through and kind of pinpointed which units are which. But I'm assuming that the 2 units in the bottom left for Nathan are his Fiends. So, because they're the only things that should be that big. And the thing on the right are the Shadow Hounds. So,
Bloodworms kind of speak for themselves.
Yeah. I was going to say, everything's kind of everything else kind of makes perfect sense as far as like, Rashad, your screen is sideways somehow.
Or you're Spider-Man and you just haven't told us.
Yeah, I was gonna say. There we go.
I'm gonna jump on a computer.
Okay. But the Bloodworm Legions are the I don't know if you guys can tell, but they're the two really big units in the middle of the table. And then you've got the 3 Mind Screeches. I believe the thing that's in front of the Bloodworms is actually the planner, and he's kind of using it like bait because it has ensnare. And then, is there anything else I'm missing for? It's a good shout out. Maybe Mind Fog helped to kill the unit, so trying to chat's helping with the commentary. They want me to they want to make me look good, so intelligent, well thought out reasons why that could have died.
After playing Basileia Alpha for so long, you're just so right in what you were saying earlier. You just need one bad roll, like either a bad roll on your side or a hot nerve roll on your opponent's side to pick up one of your key pieces, and then you're uphill from the beginning of the game. You're uphill.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like it's going to be.
It's a fun archetype to play when everything is going right, but things can go wrong very fast.
Yep. It only takes a couple bad rolls. If he doesn't kill this Bloodworm Legion, which he's trying to, he's got 20 attacks on 3s and presumably 2s. But he's got 28 nerve to go through, so it only takes a low roll here.
What items do they have again? Remind me his beefy Redemption Knights.
His Redemption have Sharpness and Blessing of the Gods, so he does have 2 plus to hit on one and Elite on the other. So it's not like
so he should get a lot of attacks through.
Right. Now I don't think it's necessarily over if Nathan loses this Bloodworm Legion, but like it's definitely over for Marcelo if he undershoots. That's my thought here. So
because he's not gonna have a lot of great reform options. Marcelo will be after this combat, right?
Yeah.
Because he's going to be so tight
in the middle of a bunch of enemy units that you don't want to have everywhere around you. So
it looks like that's what he's rolling.
Was a little too far right. It could have forced a single charge. I mean, again, hard to tell from the top down, but maybe it was a thing about not wanting the planner to be charged by too many things as well. Maybe he did check and thought that it was. Like, that's a little harder to say.
It was a very tight fit, and he also couldn't fit in the Pegasus Knights in there either, which is what he wanted to do.
Right.
It's a big chunk of wounds from the first reg.
Yeah, but they're playing, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, this is... This was the 2+ to hit one, it looks like, based on what he's picking up.
That looks like a full Monty, a full house.
Full Monty.
No
it's
one.
Not full, but it's still good. I mean, I already see 3 dice out, so we're at a bare minimum of something or other. It looks like he picks up the Bloodworms, so that's big. I was like, he cannot afford to have that be a low roll. Okay, so he's gonna reform. Hey, he did the reform right. But yeah, cool. So he's got the reform. He's trying to get it angled the best he can. While they are sorting that, we're gonna hit our third table, our best of the best now. So table for best of the rest. Also our last best of the rest game this evening. I guess this evening.
It is.
So we have Alan Wigness again. Playing against Josh LaFoon, though it appears that they flipped sides, the jerks. So now I've got to fix that because they were not on these sides of the table before. But now Alan is at the top, or at the bottom rather, and Josh is at the top. I make his name a little smaller, so I'm not.
You might as well put his name on the other side because it looks like he's just all in that one corner.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not a bad idea. So. Get those locked down. We didn't have any flanks yet, right?
No, I haven't seen one yet.
We didn't actually see any flanks. We're keeping an eye out. We're hunting those flanks, guys. So, Alan Wigness first. is shifting. He did do one unit. He's fine. So we got Northern Alliance here coming out of Josh Lafoon with what looks like a appropriately frosty basing style. And we have the same Scorchwing heavy salamanders. I'm not going to call it spam because I don't consider 4 units spam, but I am going to call it heavy. It's definitely a heavy amount of Scorchwings. You know, it's not a thunderstorm fucking out there, but it is heavy rain. So looking at Josh's list here, take it easy, Steve. Josh's list is running 3 troops of Dwarf Clansmen. Oh my god, this is gonna be the hardest thing for me to read, and like not remember whatever unit is, because they all have different rules. Like, oh my god, this is the biggest time warp.
This is the one you just did, right?
Yep,
This is
I've been staring at the new version of this for months now. I've forgotten what the old list was like. It's like, this is ancient history. So we have the troop of half-elf berserkers with skirmishers boots. I like that. That's a cool tech. So they're nimble. With 15 attacks, that's solid.
30. It's not bad in flank.
Yep. They're gonna be the first thing shot off the table, but not bad in the flank. We've got
if they're shooting at them, they can't shoot anything else.
3 regiments of definitely not glade stalkers. One with fire oil, which is definitely the weirdest thing to see in a Northern Alliance list because it's fire, but on ice bows. We've got 3 regiments of Huskarls, like you do. We got 3 Icekin bolt throwers. I'm kind of wonky on them because like they freeze stuff.
Yeah, that's interesting, huh?
Yeah, they're a little bit pricey for what they do. I like bolt throwers now. I like them a lot in terms of what they do output wise. But I think these ones are just a little too expensive. So I'm gonna like raise an eyebrow at that one.
Until they start deleting stuff off the board, then
right, exactly. But like I'm gonna raise an eyebrow at our best player and best of the rest. But Ice Queen running the EJ Periscope with Icy Breath and Blizzard. I like that. That's another good tech. So he can see over all the infantry. He doesn't have to buy them out. He just buys the Periscope. And then he's got the Thane with the Talinar standard, so everything is rallied. That's it again. I really like that. And then he has Rim, the legendary ice giant, with the fucking fearless 20 piece of bullshit. Fucking
that guy's a boss.
Yeah, he's amazing. And I will say this is, man, you got a home field advantage with getting a snow table. But fucking now I gotta figure out what his stuff is. This might be the most challenging one yet. So let's see if we got it.
Well, there's Rim.
Yeah, I was gonna say Rim. I don't know, but I think that's Rim. He's too small. But the troops are very clearly actually, we got to remember that one of them is the nimble troop, which it looks like is hiding way in the back, as it should, as far away from the Scorchwings as it can get to try and not immediately die. So the very back right corner, almost to the point where Josh's head is covering it, we got our troop of half-elf berserkers. And we can see that where he just moved 6 and then pivoted, and now he's going to, see, that's how we know. And then he has the 3 troops of the
dwarves.
Oh, I'm dying. 3 troops of the dwarves in the front. And then he has the, what? I guess those are his, what?
They were the elf, the Icekin.
So he's got Huskarls and Icekin Hunters. Okay, so it gets a little wonky because we're having to do base sizes basically to tell the difference. But I actually think our table got bumped.
You might be right.
Hold on. Or something happened because we're missing the edge of the table, it looks like. Let me see if I can get that fixed for us.
This is another, while you're working on that, this is another hard scenario to play against.
What's up, Rashad?
Do we know what's going on in the Marcello game currently? Because he was so close to just jumping in.
He had jumped in, and we'll get back to it. I promise.
Cool.
He did kill the bloodworms.
Yeah, he killed the bloodworm legion, which is pretty big. So,
but I was going to say, this is going to be a hard scenario for Northern Alliance, because in Dominate, your instinct is you want to move towards the Dominate circle, right? Whereas Alan can sit back and be like, oh, you want to enter that Dominate circle? Okay, I'm going to shoot you, or I'm going to charge you. So he can just basically make that Dominate circle a death zone, which really puts Josh in a tough spot because he can't move towards where the scenario kind of wants you to move towards.
Right, and then on turn 6, he can just jump 20 inches and be in the dominant zone.
Exactly. Again, it just shows you how well this list Alan has, how it can play to all these different scenarios. Because he has the Scorch Ring core, but he does have some other punchy bits.
And unlike the last game that we saw, when he castled up because of all the fast Varnger units that Drew had, I mean, he's all spread out. He can hit different angles.
Yeah, he's not as worried here, right? Because there's no cav he has to worry about speed. Right. It's just this Northern Alliance is just a little slower than the Varinger list, so he can spread out. You're exactly right, Grant. He can sort of try to take advantage of his speed and angles. And my guess is he's going to move that stuff on the left side of the board just up and turn and just be like, "Hey, bro, you want to come into the Dominate circle? You're going to have a, you're going to have a rough day."
Exactly. And I mean, he's set up to just do that.
Yeah. And Josh, he can't stay back the whole game, right? At some point, he's got to move forward. Use his good dwarf. Those good dwarf screening units are great. Use that
5 dwarves. They're top notch.
Use that terrain. At least if he's going to get shot, try to get shot with cover. Either cover from the hill, them shooting over the hill to him, because they're height 4 and Scorch Wings, or try to use the forest or.
We got Matt out there trying to push the table.
Okay. As you can see, there is not an earthquake happening at Masters. This is not
Nebraska. Not
known for its seismic activity, right? It would be a tornado.
A little bit. I think enough.
Is a little better now. Okay. I don't know what happened. I guess someone bumped it. So I'll find them, hunt them down, and murder.
Just blame Drew.
That's actually the correct answer. Blame Drew. Alrighty, well, we got a little bit of an edge. I'll try to see if I can get that fixed more here in a second. But he's got a really tight formation there in the upper right versus the Scorchwing spread out all over God's Green Earth in the bottom, which is interesting considering that I saw Alan play really tight and buttressed last time. That was literally last game. We saw him in a nice, tight, super compact formation.
We were actually just talking about that, about how Drew had all the fast stuff, so he was just keeping his stuff all back, and then now he doesn't have to worry about it.
Sure, but I guess my comment and the reason that I'm bringing that up is I don't know why it's spread out everywhere, because it's Dominate. So, if this were Invade, I would be like, okay, this makes sense. He's spread out, you can get some unit strength across the table, doesn't have to fight that, blah, 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 blah. And if Northern Alliance had some redeploy tricks, I'd even be like, okay, so that's the reason he's got it. Is there, did I miss a scrying gym somewhere? What the fuck? Why are there units all the way on the bottom left side of the why? But maybe it's he doesn't want them to get shot. But even that, I'm kind of so I don't know what happened there. That feels a little weird to me to see units all the way in the bottom left corner of this field.
I kind of like it, actually.
Sure. Tell me, Jeremy, what's going on?
Oh, well, we were talking about why you left. I love the idea is that he can move up and threaten not the units, but he wants to threaten the Dominate circle itself. So how do I stay as far away from your shooting and your stuff while still threatening where I know you must go if you want to win the game? So, in looking at it, that's what the left looks to me is that it. Okay. You know what I mean? It's staying away from some of his stuff, but still, it's if you enter that Dominate zone, you're going to get shot, charged by rhinosaurs, charged by my tyrants. You can't come into that Dominate circle without paying a price.
Gotcha. So what you're saying is that this isn't more about he's facing the other side of the table of empty space, but rather you think, and I'd agree with this, that he's gonna move up and then turn, basically, like
That's
hard
my-
fucking,
that's-
like
that's
he's
my-
gonna like do a goddamn fucking like speed racer, burning
Yeah.
the tires.
He's
at
gonna do the
whatever- what's
e-brake.
Well, the
He's gonna do an
e-brake,
e-brake turn.
yeah.
What's
Yeah, he's gonna
is
use
that
the
Fast and
e-brake.
Furious? No, not the movie. I know the movie.
Oh.
What's the move you call it? Drifting. That's it.
It's
He's gonna fucking like like drift as
Yeah.
hard
This
as he
is
fucking
Omaha.
can.
Yeah, Fast and the
Oh.
Furious 17 Omaha Drift. That's what we're
Yeah,
gonna see.
and, like, so he's gonna turn to the right and face the center of the table, basically.
Scorch wing.
Potentially with the scorch wings, get all the way to the other building even and turn right to face the center. Gotcha. Okay.
That's my guess. That's my
Yeah.
guess. And he just threatens that middle of the board and says you can't enter the dominate circle without paying a price.
Gotcha. I can see that, and I would think that is, especially with the speed, because the scorch wings are the one thing that I'd be like, okay, so he gets there soon enough, and the rhinosaurs are pointed in the correct direction at least, so it's not like they're facing the other side of the building. Then I would have been like really weirded out. But yeah, in a 6-turn game, we're basically saying he's planning around this coming to fruition in turn 3, where he's facing the center of the table. Cool. Well, while they're taking their sweet time, we're gonna flop back to table 1. So we've got, again, this was Luke Frazier and Sean Polka. They are getting hot and heavy in the middle with the heavily Forest Shambler / Triton Realms just grind fest. So this is gonna be a lot of not typical
Interesting. Yeah.
There's a flank.
Hey, we got a flank. Bing. Best list, rest list posted anywhere convenient. Fortunately, I don't have a good link to them right now. Okay. But we'll see what we can do. But looks like we have basically everything is in the dominate zone already, for the most part, with a couple of exceptions flying around. Looks like we got some caginess on the outside, but the main hunk of everything is just in the center.
And this is a very Polka style of play too. He wants to beat you in the middle. He wants to beat you in the middle with precise angles, things up a centimeter, blocking frontage, things back a centimeter, giving him a flank charge. So it's going to be some very precise grind play there in the middle. Ooh, precise grind play.
Ooh. That's
Yeah,
a nice
ooh.
name.
That's got to
Precision
go on
grinding.
my FetLife likes. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know anything about that. So.
Yeah, no, with so the Thule, I actually was losing my mind for a second. It's like he had 2 regiments of Thule on the top right. Where'd they go? And now I realize they're blending into the damn tree mat so well that I actually missed them.
Being sneaky.
Yep, so the Thule are still there. And then on the flip side, we've got Sean Polka's, I believe those are his regiments of the Hunters of the Wild, on the right and left, respectively, while his main force is the Forest Shamblers. Sorry, I want to call them Tree Shamblers for some reason. Forest Shamblers all in the middle of the board, currently facing off against the Tidal Swarms, which those are the ones with ensnare?
They do have ensnare.
Okay.
And they are kind of gross.
And the Shamblers do hit on 4s, right? So that is something
Yeah.
to keep in mind.
If you want to put in front of shit, that's a good one. It looks like there's a hill in the middle of their table. I totally missed that.
Yeah, there's actually a hill in all of
Yeah, because they're all the same maps, right? So I totally missed that there were hills in the middle of the table. That's interesting. Probably because Marcelo was punching the crap out of things at the bottom of the table, so we weren't looking at the other one. And then those guys had just started, so obviously they hadn't gotten toward the center of the table. So yeah, so with the hill in the center of the table, that's interesting because it's going to do a lot of height shenanigans. Being a height 3 hill plus a lot of height 3 units, you're going to get a lot of height 6. Even Titan's going to struggle to see over that. So
that could affect those greater airs, right? That one greater air behind the
do
hill.
a lot of dickish things just flying over and surging. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting. I'm trying to spot the greater airs. I think I see one, maybe both.
One behind to the hill, and the other one's towards the right. His right.
That's the greater air. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Not the beast.
No, the beast of nature is the jackalope. It's actually a model of a jackalope, which is their
gotcha. Okay.
Their Reno club is the jackalopes.
Right.
That's his beast of nature.
Excellent. So yeah, so he's keeping the Greater Heirs in a position where he'll be able to threaten everything on the planet, and not get charged. I'm sure, because that's the one way you stop being able to use Greater Heirs.
Yeah, we saw that earlier with Devlin, right? You do not want to let your Greater Heirs get charged. You want to be the one charging.
Yep. Don't not use the Greater Heirs for sure. Because yeah, once they're locked down, they're actually not bad. But the thing is, they're just so hard to lock down normally.
ABC always be charging.
So one of the two Tidal Swarm regiments gets picked up, allowing some space for him to kind of deploy and get some better positioning with the 4 Shamblers. The other one looks like it's doing okay. Little hard to say yet. It's hard to tell if they've. I don't think they flipped turns yet. So
no, it doesn't. Look like
Centurion has the Centurion to ground. That's true. That's actually a big deal when it comes to Greater Heirs, because the Centurion is such a good tech beast. Like, I fucking hate that Trident. But it's good. Like, it's a good, ability that you can use to poke something that you don't even have to get into combat with, basically.
And he has Knuckers too. Knuckers are great for that.
Yeah. I would still.
Yeah,
I would normally be like, he can kind of fly around and dodge the arcs, and like he has to respect the Knuckers. Obviously, I agree with that, but but he can kind of play around it and get out of the way. With the Trident, it's just you're not doing the damn. You're just done flying, which isn't the end of the world for Greater Heirs, because they are they're still speed 10.
Yeah, because that disorders you if you take damage from it, right?
I think it just disorders you, but it doesn't do damage, or it does.
But there's a way that he can strip fly. Is what you're saying.
Absolutely strips fly, and it absolutely strips the Thunderous. So you get your Crush 2 instead of, or I'd actually have to check now, because my brain's that fried. You lose the Thunderous, so you're not as punchy, and you lose the Fly, so you're not as maneuverable. But you are still speed 10, so it's not like you're completely like out of the game, isn't it? Greater Heir, like they still have a lot of flexibility of movement despite losing Fly.
Your range is still there. You just got to go what's in front of you.
Yeah. But at least you're not hitting the flying over something, turning around and surging into the butt. Because Jesus, it's such a good unit. Yeah, this is looks like he picked up the other Tidal Swarm regiment while we're doing this description. I'm actually kind of curious to see how Luke's going to respond on his side. Yeah, losing Nimble because you lose the Fly, so yep, absolutely. I guess I didn't say that aloud because I was thinking.
Yeah, because like you said, Matt, Sean's sort of setting up shop in the middle. He's getting rid of the chaff pieces. He's setting up where he wants his battle lines to be for the rest of the game for that grind in the middle.
Yep. And Gigas are a good unit to kind of peel away at these Force Shamblers, because of the whole having the Vicious and the Crush 2, or maybe even, I think it's Crush 2.
It's 2, I believe.
It's either Crush 2 or 3, but it's Vicious. I know that. So the low volume of attacks isn't as big of a deal when you're converting to wounds, especially against stuff that is high defense like Force Shamblers. And then his other unit, of course, being the Coral Giant, which is just going to sit there and grind, kick the crap out of stuff with the Iron Resolve. And obviously the Crush 4 being a big help here against Forest Shamblers, plus the Slayer, so he'll get some extra attacks. Honestly, while he's got that in the center table, he's got a good chance of just getting some good value in. It does look like Sean did a good job of positioning his Forest Shamblers, especially after any reforming, to make sure that he's not giving a flank directly to the Coral Giant. So the one on the left looks like if he pulled a withdraw, that Luke could potentially do a corkscrew there on the Forest Shambler unit on the left-hand side. But with the -1 to hit, I don't know that that's going to actually kill it. So... and then he would be giving away a flank to the Forest Shamblers, so you gotta weigh that option at that point. But the alternative is just keep punching in front, and we can see how that goes for him.
Yeah, this is going to be a real interesting turn to see how Luke responds to this. You know, because he does have some options. So now he's going to think about, okay, where can I best start this grind? Because this is going to be a more grindy style game, right?
Yep. After this is where it'll go. Switching back over to Marcelo and Nathan. Okay, shit. Stuff definitely broke apart here. So we see the kind of looks like we're on turn. Holy shit! So they've been playing fast.
Are they on turn 5 or
that's
bottom
what
of
the cards
4?
say.
That's why I kind of wanted to go back there early because shit was happening. And now we're
well,
like,
they went fast though. Like that's the thing. Everyone else is still on turn like 1 or 2.
It looks like they're at bottom of 4.
Yeah,
Damn.
bottom of 4 because they're counting oddly, but that's fine. So the Fiends came in. It looks like he picked up not the other so he. I don't actually think he picked too much more up. He only picked up one other Horde of Fiends, I think, is the actual unit that's missing from here. It looks a lot more empty than it is. That's because stuff moved.
But Marcelo has not lost. It looks like he's sticking in there. He still hasn't lost anything key. It looks like since earlier in the game.
He's still got his 2 knights. He's still got his 2 Forsaken.
Yeah, 2 hordes of the Flyers, 2 hordes of the Knights.
Yep.
One of the Heart Piercers is gone.
Yeah, with the Legion of the Bloodworms still there, I mean, they're going to tank, but it looks like they've got at least 2 dice worth of wounds there, from what I can tell. So they've taken a beating. We see one of the regiments of Heart Piercers has been picked up, probably by the Mindscree shooting. The Mindscrews are going to be able to basically play fucking Ring Around the Rosie with themselves and make it so it's impossible for the Forsaken to charge them and also have different angles and blah, 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 blah.
And then be 3 unit strength in the middle at the end of the game.
Right, exactly. It's like he will never touch those unless you have shooting, and he's going to shoot your shooting off before he shoots anything else off at this point.
Yeah.
At the same time, looking at Marcelo's stuff, I know he has his own wound counter system. I think he has the...
It's the giant dice.
Yeah.
It's the dice in the little circle.
So we do see that there are at least some wounds out there on things. Looks like the Fiends did a little bit of punching before they got. The ones on the left are facing off against the Forsaken Cav. Assuming they aren't wavered, that's a pretty good matchup for Nathan, honestly. Especially if those Forsaken Cav are already injured, which it looks like they are. Nathan could potentially pick up those Forsaken Cav, and then he's got stuff facing the back of Marcelo's army. Marcelo didn't really hit the full edge of Nathan's army. He hit kind of like left of center, if anything.
Now, those Redemption Knights do look like they're facing to the left, so I'm guessing once the Forsaken go down,
Gotcha. That's the plan.
Those Redemption will come into the Fiends. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have the opportunity to shoot him off too. So, oh, they're wavered. I think he just wavered him. So that's big. Because now he might
Headstrong,
not get
but
headstrong on a 3+. But the amount of times you
never know. You never know. That was a huge waiver. Yeah. I will hear Marcelo's frustration if he fails that headstrong roll in California. I'm predicting.
Yeah, so on the right-hand side, the Shadow Hounds look to have been pounced on by some unicorns. I think the Pegasi all died. I need to double check.
I see one. There's one over here by the...
Oh, yep.
Yeah, the chat let us know that the pair of Pegasus are dead, are gone.
No,
so I think they're... Are they still there?
Yeah, there's one. It's just in front of the Forsaken. So in the center.
Oh, got it. By the planner.
Yeah, he had 3 of them. So 2 of them are dead.
Yeah. So 2 Pegasus down.
Ooh.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. So the Fiends pick up one of the hordes of Forsaken. Now the thing is, Marcelo doesn't have a lot of unit strength. So if he loses too many of his combat units, there's already 8 in the center of the table for Nathan, basically. So it's basically a matter of can Nathan keep threatening and keep picking up and keep removing stuff. Ooh, I like that play. Get him in the forest. So if those knights roll that headstrong, they're going to be hindered when they hit. And they inspire, so he's not going to be able to not inspire Nathan's fiends.
And it's away from the dominate circle too, right?
Yeah, yeah, drags them away from the dominate. I mean, shit, because they're already on turn 5 somehow. Like, what the fuck? Or 4.
That's a charge maybe you like. That's actually really interesting. The charges you don't make, you know.
Yeah. So we have this would either be the I'm trying to determine who's doing what damage here. That's a lot of things. That
I think
look
it's
like
bottom
wounds.
of 4. I think it's the bottom of 4, and those are the bloodworms, maybe.
They still went pretty damn fast though to get there, because that was like turn 2. That was the charge, and so we basically missed one turn. So yeah, this is
That hammer of measured force, baby.
That's right.
I just saw him hit his head, and I'm like, I can't tell if that was a happy head shake or like a fucking bad head shake.
I think
But
he was flipping his hair back like a
because he literally could. That's fair. So it's definitely being used because they've definitely flipped it. Because it has been flipped each turn. So, we see a bunch of damage put on the Forsaken Knights. We're seeing nerve. That looks like 1. That's 2. So also picks up a second regiment of Forsaken
that's
here.
Huge.
Now,
that's huge.
That's big, because now Marcelo has to and he life leeches with the fucking bloodworms, because that's always a thing.
Because those bloodworms are probably dead, and then those guys are the regen knights, so they start regenning. So anytime you don't kill them is a big deal.
Yep. So there's 12 plus a couple extra wounds on the bloodworms, but with the 28 nerve, that doesn't mean that they're with the Horde of Forsaken Knights, he should be able to pick him up on a fresh charge. So it's really I might even, because it's such a game decider, is if those Forsaken Knights are pinned down, basically, like is the planner actually engaged with them?
It looks like when he moved sideways, he got out of range too of the heart piercers in the flank.
Right.
Nice play.
Yeah, because he's got time to get back to the dominate circle if he's out for whatever reason. Honestly, I wouldn't even be worried about the heart piercer in the flank. He just fucking killed.
Well, I just don't know how much damage is on that Legion, right?
Are they?
Like,
we know it's more than 12 and less than 20. So
would you like to know an actual number?
No, we can.
All right.
We're good for now. I can see 3 dice being used as wounds, so I know that much. But looks like, what I would like to know, and I'll have to go check here in a second, is the planner apparition, did it punch those Forsaken Knights, which we'll probably find out really fast here.
That was the headstrong roll.
Ooh, yep, that was a 1. That was absolutely.
He failed it?
Roll. Yeah, he failed it. So
did you feel the disturbance in the force?
I did. I felt it. See,
Jeremy.
I knew it.
Yeah,
I just know how frustrating it is to lose,
people
fail
like,
headstrong.
Oh my god, the snakes are the thing that I always the thing that ruins it for me. I'm like, do you remember all the time you just rolled a bunch of fucking 1s anywhere else in the game? It was like, there you go, fucking he failed a headstrong roll. That's gonna be much he could have given snakes somewhere else this game. It wouldn't fucking be anywhere close to how bad that failed headstrong roll is for him right now.
He needed that to stay in this game.
Yeah, I don't know how Marcelo recovers from that.
No.
Because
that really strong.
I like this. This is a good idea. He's going to move through his own unit to basically block it and buy a turn. So yeah, and Nathan's basically saying, hey, you don't have the angle for that. So
I'd have a question for Marcelo after the whole tournament, regardless of how he's going to do, how the heart piercers did, because he's one of the few people I think who took him in this meta where people are sort of avoiding them because they fear Glade Stalkers. But I haven't seen very many Glade Stalkers around right now, to be honest with you.
In fairness, out of all the things that Ryan killed in his game with Marcelo yesterday, he shut off both of the heart piercers turn 1 and 2. We confirmed that.
I remember,
yeah. So with Glade Stalkers, you're not wrong.
But question, did he have them in a at the time because I don't remember the game exactly. But did he have them in a forest, or were they exposed when they got shot?
Which I don't remember that.
Yeah,
They're
that would be a good
exposed, I'm pretty
question
sure.
because
Yeah. There wasn't a
okay,
lot of cover on that side of the table.
the thing with heart piercers, like late game, if you even only have one left, you're doing such like it's like a definitive putting a couple of wounds on things at the end of the game, and I really love that he's taking it with alpha, so that he's he rushes in, but um, it makes you not really be able to properly go after his shooting unless you have the right tools, like a flying character or something like that, or like a cat.
Hmm.
Just
All right.
looking at this board, I keep going back to the beginning before we switch tables, going back to the beginning of him losing that horde of Forsaken Knight to the Mind
Yep,
Screeches
yep.
before he got
Big
any
case
combat.
there.
Yeah.
Looking at it
Interesting.
right now, the real questions are going to be: can he kill the bloodworms? Which is going to be big if he rolls low here. Do his let me check his items real quick. Because I knew his Redemption Knights had the really good items, which means the Forsaken ones don't. Yeah, they don't. So he's got 18 attacks on 3s. If he just rolls low, there's a good chance the bloodworms stick, and then he's fucked. But I really,
big time.
Yeah. So for his sake, I hope he pops the bloodworms. For Nathan's sake, I hope the bloodworms stay. I don't play favorites.
For sure. Both amazing players here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm just impressed that they're fucking on turn 4.
And what I love to see with Marcelo is he had a game plan and he followed through with that game plan no matter what, knowing even if I get unlucky and lose that unit, I still have to charge, right?
Yeah.
This is what my army does. For better or worse,
he didn't stutter. He didn't he didn't second guess himself. He didn't because that can happen, right? You start the game, you lose a key unit really early, especially to shooting. Like that's a very common thing you can get in your head, and you're like, oh shit, like should I hide and cover? Like should I try to not, that is absolutely a mental state thing. And yeah, no, absolutely, he did the right thing, which is press forward. Like I'll get there eventually. The only way
you have a game plan, and then you get punched in the face, and sometimes you like you said, that's a perfect visualization.
And you're like fucking
you stutter a second.
It's just fight or flight, right? So like most people I don't even say most people, but like it is a perfectly natural reaction to be like, stop hitting me, like fucking cower for a minute, like get your arms up, get in that boxing corner, like just not die, right? But then the problem is you can't do that. You have to fucking swing. And he's done that. He has done a good job of just powering through and trying to see if he can smash enough of Nathan's stuff. This is gonna be a close game.
Yes, very close.
So
those Shadow Hounds, man, just sticking around.
Yeah, regions they're good. They might be a last second basically win the game for Nathan thing, depending on again this bloodworm combat's big. It's the only reason I'm not switching off right away.
Yeah, he has to take this. He has to take this. If he
doesn't take the bloodworms, then the game might as well be over, in my opinion. But if he takes the bloodworms, then there's still a close shot, I think. Of course, what was going to happen now is he's not going to kill the bloodworms, but he's still going to win the game somehow. So
this is when the you do not want to have a snake eyes here. This is like
yeah. Oh, that looked low. Okay, so 4. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so bloodworms are gone, so that was big. So now the question is how he's going to reform. And again, Nathan still has the 3 Mind Screeches, he still has the Shadow Hounds, he still has
a lot of unit strength in those monsters. Not a small amount.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just gonna say the Redemption Knights, like if they took enough damage to where they got wavered, unless it was like a lucky double 6, which is usually not the case, right? So let's assume they took a decent amount of damage, like lightning bolt those off. You got that done, and then then the fiends punch through this Pegasus, which they will absolutely fucking run over with no problems. And then it's just down to the Forsaken, the Shadow Hounds, which I'm gonna assume the Shadow Hounds are still gonna be there after this. Fingers crossed, maybe for Nathan. What's up, Rashad?
No, I was gonna say generally, like just assuming what happened. I like how Marcelo went in like hard.
Yeah.
But I really wonder. So like, how much ensnare does Nathan have?
Ensnare?
None, huh?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think his list has any ensnare. It's like it exists in Night Stalkers, but it's not common. I think the
Sorry, I was
Tigers,
thinking Trident Realms for some reason I was in the
Yeah.
I was in the other game. Mind wise.
Yeah,
Sorry
no,
about that.
Other game. We'll get back to there in a
I
second.
was just no. That's not the game I would even go back to. I think Sean Polka and they were further.
No,
but
got
for
our
some
best of
reason I
those
saw the
team,
red
swap
colors
back
and I
to.
was thinking Trident Realms at the bottom. But no, I just really wonder what he did in the counter and how he removed stuff there.
Yeah. I mean, the Fiends would have had one option to charge, so I think he picked up one of the Forsaken units on the
I'm kind of surprised is what I'm saying. I really thought Marcelo was like kind of run him over there, and it didn't happen.
Oh yeah, I mean, you still have to you got to punch stuff at that point. Nathan's stuff is still tough, so he almost had to go 1 unit to 1 unit basically to try to pick up everything up at the same time. And what that ended up doing is actually delaying the rate that he was killing things. And I do think Marcelo was playing it very well. Again, we saw the Pegasus move, like moving through the unit to get to the other side. I think was really, really good. We saw the Forsaken getting in the Bloodworms, again, picking those up, very important.
It looks like now we're gonna have the Mind Screeches and the Apparition just kind of dancing around and
things
of
course, fucking just never get charged.
You see the real power of the Mind Screech at this game state.
Yeah, the reason you pay 50 extra points because they fly. They fly and they shuffle, and it's impossible to pin them down. And it's the one justification for a melee character in a list at all, in my opinion. But good luck ever catching him at this point. He's got the unicorn, so he's got a one option, I guess. If it weren't in combat.
What does Marcelo have for unit strength left? He has that Horde of Forsaken.
The Horde of Forsaken.
The Redemption Knights.
Redemptions, which I'm sure Nathan's going to try really hard to shoot off this turn.
The Knights are facing inward towards the table, right? The Pegasus Knights.
I think this is going to come down to the fucking... It's whether or not he can shoot the Forsaken off by the last turn, which it looks like they're on 6, so... It's hard to tell if it's bottom of 5 or top of 6 because the way that they're flipping the cards in a weird way. But they're somewhere in that realm. So,
I believe it is bottom of 5.
Gotcha.
Because Nate just flipped his card over before he started moving. So that to me means it is his 5 right now.
Gotcha. Okay. So Marcel is just flipping it early.
Yeah, exactly. So that's his next turn will be his 6. But it's exactly.
Okay. It's like we made the cards to make it less confusing, and they managed to screw it up. But that's fine. So with all this,
no damage.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
The question is, my question would be: does he remove the Heart Piercers next turn just with shooting? Is there like a possibility for that? Does he have enough left?
I think he'll kill them with dogs. He'll just fight them with the Shadowhounds.
Are they facing in that direction?
Yeah. He killed whatever unit was there previously, or either that or the unit walked away and let the regiment of Heart Piercers come in. I'm not quite 100% sure which, but I missed that while I was paying attention.
I don't think they were tied up with anybody. I think they were just getting shot by the unicorns.
There was something in front and behind.
Oh, okay.
To keep them pinned. Might have just been the other unicorn.
Which I think he moved back before he charged in.
Okay, so he just moved it. He didn't actually lose it, which explains how there's so many wounds there, probably. Okay, so it looks like he wasn't able to kill the Redemption Knights, so that's big. And he wasn't able to waver him this turn, so that's also big.
Now, I wonder, does the Redemption Knights have a Mind Screech in the center of the board and Arc? Because I think that might be a nice charge to take.
That's really close to call, yeah.
Just it puts them in the middle of the board, but then he has to deal with the Fiends. I don't know. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, he has to go kill the Fiends, I feel, because otherwise they can just dodge the front of the... Well, he might be able to just get out of range from the Fiends, depending on where he ends up. That's stuff I would be checking, because with it being so late in the game, the Fiends, if they don't have Pathfinder, I don't know that they make it to the center of the board in time.
There goes last basis.
Fiends, they have Brew of Haste and Brew of Strength. Oh, so speed 9 Fiends. That's interesting. It's also
Yeah,
not
he
clear
might not
which
have
one's the one
angle
still
on
alive.
Yeah.
Because one was speed 9, the other one was Crush 2. Which, if I had to take a gamble, the one that's alive is probably the Crush 2 one, since it one-shot a Forsaken Horde. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Puts him closer, so if he does, he's threatening the center of the table. All right.
Yep.
As much as tight as this is, for the sake of the other people on tables, we're swap over here to our best the rest table, and nothing's happened. How is this so polar opposite of the fucking Marcelo game? And Sean, go ahead, Rashad.
Huh? Yeah, I was
okay.
gonna say if they're like, if shit's about to happen in the Sean Polka game, maybe we should go switch over to that one at some point.
Oh yeah.
Because they were in a similar spot where we switched earlier when we were in Marcelo's game. And yeah, this is like a Mexican standoff,
Looks
so
like
we
they
can.
got kind of a rules question, so they called Matt out there to go talk to him. Sean Polka and.
Well, looking at this game, Matt's, this is kind of what we expected, right? Where Alan is sort of just, he has that middle covered with a lot of different tools.
And like you said, he brought the Scorch Wings up. They're on the flank now. They don't have to move. If he moves into the center, like, he can just jump right back in. And wow, they haven't moved much at all. We're on what? Bottom of 2.
Yeah. Slow. This is going slow.
They also started later than the other tables. I can switch it over.
Grant, is there a possibility for us to switch it yet?
Yeah, that's cool. Just got to make these yoga stretches.
Unless there's like key moments, I don't think we should like spend too much time, looking at a Mexican standoff here. But this is going to get more interesting in probably 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, you got
or maybe 20, 30 minutes. Yeah.
What are they talking about over here?
Okay, so it looks like Sean has lost 2 of his Forest Shambler regiments are gone.
Yep. The Thuls came out of the forest. Looks like the Placoderms came over engaging.
Yeah, so it looks like Luke was able to make some good counter moves after that one turn. He's picked up both 2 hordes. That middle looks a lot more powerful for Luke now.
Yeah, exactly. And then you got the Gigas up on the hill.
Yeah.
What's up, Keith?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, man? And yeah, they're still only on bottom of 2, if the cards are accurate.
Well, again, it shows you how fast alpha games can go when this is a grind fest where every single time, a lot of times setting up your battle lines.
And by the way, guys, when I'm saying let's go back to these games, I'm not saying it because they're the Masters tables and that's best of the rest. I was just solely saying it based on where the state of the game was. And this is like a good one to watch right now as well.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
Some people in the chat are even right now saying, hey, let's watch what's happening turn 5 and 6 of Marcelo's game, because it's also very tight. So maybe we should switch back and forth more often.
We actually flipped to see what was going on.
Okay, that's fair. Also, hey, Keith.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, it was just a laser call. So he wanted a call to see if the I don't know what model that is. I assume, given that he is playing Trident Realms, that he was. Oh no, sorry, that wasn't Trident Realms. That was Sean. Sorry, I'm dying. What is that fucking bird?
Greater Air Elemental?
Oh, yeah, that probably makes sense. Or it's a beast of nature. I mean, I guess it has to be one or the other.
I think the beasts of natures are the one by the Elven building, and then the one engaging the Thools.
The ones who are wings aren't the beasts of nature. Okay. I didn't stay long enough to ask that. So yeah, they just needed to call. Basically, they were checking to see if it was in arc of the giant at the back left corner by a smidge. And so, for everything I could tell, I discussed a couple quick things. I was like, did it align correctly? Is it in the center? Was it centered up? And they said that there was something blocking it from centering previously. Because that was my biggest thing. It was like, if it's 100% center, then yes. If it's not 100% center, then from what I can tell, like just a smidge out. Hey guys, I know that you guys want to see the other game too. I get it. So I'm gonna put on my dad voice for a minute. We're gonna respect the other people playing their games too. We're gonna give them their stream time. They're also competing for top table. They are also competing in the most prestigious event in the country, and they deserve to get commentated. So we're gonna commentate it. Thank you.
Matt, I'm not saying we shouldn't commentate it.
Right.
I'm saying when certain things are happening at a certain time of the game, we should be there and be watching that part.
Right, but if we do that, we will be staring at one game the whole time. So
we did move off the best of the rest table because they were just doing movement so far. We hadn't. I mean,
that was fine because they had basically just were staring at each other. So that's fine. But for these two tables, like there's shit going on here too that is important. Like.
Absolutely. I'm not saying let's go away from this game. I'm just saying let's not go back to like the Mexican standoff currently. There's no point, right? Sure. That's all we're saying.
Like we'll bounce back and forth. But in any case, so over here, at least to get a quick update on what's going on, so then we can flip back to Marcelo, is we've got
this game right now is just as interesting, right? Like there's a lot going on right now.
We've got the Giant is still holding the center, which that's impressive. All of the 4 Shamblers have been picked up at this point, it looks like, except for 1. That's a lot of unit strength that's been taken out of Sean's list. Those aren't gigas. The Placoderms on the far right are currently facing off against the Hunters of the Wild. The other Hunters of the Wild unit looks to have been picked up at some point because I do not spot it on the left. It looked like the Thule must have picked it up. Either the Thule or a combination of the Knuckers and Trident Realm Centurion. The other 2 Thule regiments are on the top right and performing well there, it looks like. So at that point, it looks, if I had to get an early call in, I'd say Luke has at least a pretty commanding, position. So,
yeah, just looking at resources, right? At unit strength, at units, some of what Sean has left is on the right side, and he's just starting to run out of pieces, right? We've seen that a lot in scenario play, where by the end of the game, you just don't have the pieces.
Yep.
Right. And he's got 3 regiments and 2 hordes all right there in the middle, right already.
Yeah.
And there's
Luke has if you told me I had to pick one of the 2 players to have their board state, I would take Luke's probably here at this point.
Oh, absolutely. All right. Now we get back to Marcelo. And now we get back to Nathan and Marcelo. So there's not a lot left on the table, so it's easier to catch up with what has changed, which at this point looks like there are Mind Screeches are still doing what Mind Screeches are going to do, which is they're floating around. So yeah, they're dancing around. They're getting their lightning bolts out. We got the Fiends on the left. So they appear to, well, interestingly enough, they're not dead.
Because this looks like
it looks like it's
bottom
Nathan's
of
turn.
6. Yeah, bottom of 6.
Yeah.
They got wounds on them.
Yeah, I know they have wounds, but Marcelo's coming out, so it's hard to say if it's Marcelo's turn. They may have rolled this. Well, again, Marcelo.
You got to give us an update
because he was in the forest before. He positioned him so that if he did charge him, it would be hindered.
Okay. Yep, that was right. So so he charged out. I'm a little surprised. I guess he's positioning for scoring. That would the only reason that he wouldn't kill them and make sure they're not a threat at this point in the game. That Fenian's been doing really good for Nathan. So if he picks up that regiment and then overruns into the center, God, this is close. The Shadowhounds got picked up. That was big. but also but equally before they went away, or as a combination of that, both the heart. Yeah, I was gonna say the heart piercers also got picked up.
Oh, is he wind blasting him away?
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
here we go. Wind
Doesn't
blast time.
surprise me.
Oh shit!
So Nathan had the bottom of the turn. This is one of the other things we don't talk about a whole lot with the Alpha Strike. We've talked about other things when it comes to Alpha Strike, but because fast lists are so one of the the most important things is to
Second
get
roll.
that early board
God, mind
control.
creatures are so good.
Oh
Second
man,
roll,
especially
yeah.
late game. They could do a nerve check. They could wind
Another,
blast.
he
Just
got 3 inches. He got 3 inches on the second roll as well.
Yep.
It looks like.
oh, they're out now.
Yep.
That's always the question. Like, should like scoring monsters have that you can take in multiples have that much of a spell, right? Whereas like spellcasters usually don't have access to 3 spells.
Right.
And good spells, 6 dice at each, right?
Yep.
Well, I like the change now that you can still get them, but you have to choose. You can't take 3 mind screeches and a planar. I mean that
Right.
I think that's a good change.
All right, so it looks like that was the roll for turn 7, based on the fact that Nathan, I heard it from here. He said, "I'm sorry," so I'm guessing the wind
What a
blast
game.
pushed him out, and that was it. And there's nothing that's
And he won.
Yeah, there's nothing.
How
in
cool
the
of an
scoring.
ending!
Right.
So,
I've
yeah.
never
How
seen
cool
wind
of an
blast,
ending! There's the handshake.
No,
Oh.
that's
And I feel
Yeah.
the pain of the Marcelo's pain, right? He's just, I had it. It was in my
Yeah.
grasp. And then
Yeah.
it's just that wind blast at the end of the game, man. You just never see it. And then it's
Yeah.
just
And-
like, oh.
And you cursed him with that headstrong that he failed.
I know. I gotta buy him. I just, it was like you always fail the headstrong that you need to pass the most in a
Right.
game. So
Yeah, if it's a war machine that can't shoot anyway, you make it 6 out of 6 times. But
when it's your beef knights with sharpness that you need to start,
That was awesome.
it's just,
yeah, those
it's just
guys
gonna
fail.
sit. Yeah.
That was great.
Marcelo
man,
needed,
what
Oof.
the thing with Alpha Strike lists, and especially fast Alpha Strike lists, is you need that first turn for the board control. So Marcelo has to take. I assume he won the roll to choose, and I assume he picked first. Now I don't know for certain, but like we can ask him in a second here. But because of that, that allows him to march 16 inches up, basically immediately start positioning threat, immediately get ready to jump in on turn 2, especially against a list with a lot of shooting. But yeah, that's the downside of having to do that. Is that means especially in any sort of control or control-esque scenario,
And I
Wind
wonder,
Blast is now
yeah.
a game winner.
I
Yeah.
wonder if he had movement on that unicorn to fly it over and land on the other side to prevent that wind blast, because that could have been something that you're rushing at the
Just
end of the
keeping it
game,
in.
right?
Mhm.
Maybe you think about, hey, if I move this unicorn over, or if there had been some way that he could have tried to play against that wind blast, but you just forget that it's there sometimes
Right.
in the mind
Totally.
creatures, right?
Totally, and you have to deal with it by turn 6 or 7, right? And if there's a turn 7, it's like, oh, one more time.
God, what an amazing game!
Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
That was a good one.
Yep.
What an ending!
Like, I would have just assumed he would have tried to lightning bolt. Like, and that's how I would have reacted to that. And then seeing him wind blast off, like,
Wind
that
Blast
was-
was absolutely the right call, assuming they were.
You can't snake eyes a
Yeah.
wind blast, right?
Yeah,
So it's
no,
like
it's
you
true.
lightning bolt off and you kill it and you snake eyes and the unit's still there.
They were also so close to the edge of that thing that like he didn't need a lot of Wind Blast to get him out. It only
Yeah,
looked like he
true.
got maybe a total of 6 successes out of the 18 Wind Blast he probably had available. So
Damn.
Oh my god!
flipping back
Jeff
over
Swan
to-
is happy somewhere, knowing that
Yeah.
Wind Blast won the game.
So what turn are these guys in right now? 4? Top of 4? Or?
Assuming they are using the cards, which I am suspicious that they may not be, but they
Can I go
could.
double check and see what
Yeah,
turn these
yeah.
guys are on?
I'll try and confirm because they did flip them at some point, but I don't know if they've kept flipping them. And there's too much dead stuff for me. Oh no, okay. That looks like turn 3 to me. So apparently, this is turn 3.
Yeah, it's that thing when you have shambling armies as well, and when you have so much search shenanigans, people in turn 2 and 3 just play slower. They have to think way more about what's going to happen, right?
Right. Yeah. We
The other
have-
reason why game that other game was so fast is because Marcelo fast army versus a non-surging army that he needed to chew through, right?
Right.
Nathan plays quick, I think, too. He's played that army so much. He knows what he wants to do with it, right?
Both of them, and then
Stuff's so
also
fast.
sometimes there's conversations or something, what that happened in the game is just slower. They take it slower. Like it doesn't. They don't always have to think in the same place.
When you're killing stuff on first turn, like second turn immediately, like I mean, the turns are super shorter.
Yeah, it's true. Losing that again because he lost that Horde of Forsaken like turn 1 or 2, and that puts a timer under him. So
and then Bloodworms.
That's not.
So
I just think of Star Trek. That's the Clevenger maneuver. Now the Wind Blaster pulling it out of the dominate circle to go undefeated into round 6 of Masters.
I'm more used to seeing Ensnare Enthrall doing that, where they pull people off an objective as opposed to pushing them. But technically, I mean, they're the same fucking thing, basically, when it comes to that. So
would you like to go forwards or backwards?
Right.
It's so true. At the end of the game, you're like, okay, I got it. They're in, and it's just that little thing that you never planned for, right? Is that the wind blast, right? Like maybe if he had angled it, he would have been able to like from the side bump into his own knights or like move a unicorn around to block. It's like
and those
an
are all
easy
the
thing to prevent.
Yeah,
you
those
never
are all
think
the
of it.
questions Marcelo is asking himself, right, at that time. And that's why it's so frustrating because you're like, oh, could I have maneuvered it a little bit? Oh, stupid wind blast.
Yeah. I mean,
blast is broken.
I'll be honest, he just needed to go second. I don't think he needed the board control against that list. I don't think that list had the speed to really contest in the way that Marcelo's could. The Fiends would have helped, and that would have given the Fiends a little bit more free reign compared to where they were, because he did get him trapped up against the board edge pretty quickly. But then you don't have
you bring up a
Windblast
really
ending
great
your
point,
game like
Matt.
that. So
because as alpha, usually your instinct is to go first, right?
Yeah.
So you can alpha harder. You alpha like they've never alphaed before. But against Windblast and Dominate, going last does mean something, right?
Yeah. It also may have been because that's a thing. Like he'll fall for that once basically, and he'll never do it again. So every time now, I promise you, he's gonna be like, yeah, do they have Windblast? Oh, I got to think about that. Blah blah blah. I got to prevent this. Like he will never fall to that.
Oh, he's learned that lesson. I guarantee you, he's learned. He is.
He'll either go second or he'll position something to prevent a Windblast blasting something out.
Nathan did have a substantial amount of shooting though, so going first isn't.
Totally out of the potentially get some extra shot, like some better shots.
Right. Yeah. You mean like one that would take Forsaken Cav
that are still
the board on
stealthy.
first turn?
Yeah. In any case, I mean, the Mind Squeeze was still fucking walked forward and shot something. That's irrelevant. Luke and Sean here. So again, apparently on turn 3 somehow, despite everything being dead in their game. So
they're following the Outlander rule. Ram it with shit.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, dang, we also missed our flank counter. I just realized we probably had 1 or 2 of those at some point.
That's a really nice thing to watch in the center always when you have like slower armies going at it and dominate. Like this is actually really cool because like there's so much that happen right now just over the next 3 turns in the sense of what are those 2 units and the top right flank, the 2 brown units right next to that hill?
I am 100% certain those are the formation Thule, so they're the hidden ones. So they have the extra wild charge, I believe.
And what are they fighting?
Yeah.
They're fighting like a beast of nature? On
that
foot?
Is we're assuming that the things with wings were the greater heirs? Is that what we
yes, I think that is a beast. Or it could be Wiltfather, right? Sean has a Wiltfather.
No, the Wiltfather is all the way on the right flank. He's on the orange where the orange base is.
Oh,
that's
okay.
Where the Wiltfather is.
Gotcha. I don't know that that's where you want Wiltfather to be in this, but okay.
Right?
I want my defense 6 thing that has Cloak of Death in the center of the board.
Especially when you're playing Dominate, right? That's where you want that.
But he's 2 charges away from the center, and it's only turn 3.
He
so
can
like
get there.
5
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe. I mean, I could see him being over there as a counter drop to like the defense 6 placoderms as his option to like try to punch through those. And the Cloak of Death, obviously, just getting to ignore defense 6. So, but then why isn't he punching the placoderms? So what is the thing he's facing off of on Luke's side, which looking at this option is we're talking a large. That's
A
a large
knucker?
infantry character.
Yeah, is
so
it a
yeah, it
knucker?
has to be a knucker.
And his hunters on the wild on the right flank with the tree with the Wildfather. They're fighting. What are they fighting? Because there's a bunch of wounds on them. There's a wound counter behind that unit.
They're fighting
I'd wonder
placoderms.
what that's placoderms. Okay.
Yeah.
The placoderms are defensive.
Yep.
Ooh,
And
that's not a good matchup.
they're like low nerve though, right? Is that correct? How I remember it, or
I want to say their average were
14,
nerve.
16?
14, 16, yeah. Or above average, as I was told once. Fucking.
No ensnare.
Who was
though,
that?
right?
No ensnare.
Yeah.
Oh my god, if they had ensnare,
They
holy
used
shit.
to. They used to. That's why.
Holy shit. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
they do not have ensnare. They definitely I think they're a good unit. I think they are they're right on the edge, right? They're like just they're just under the line in terms of what they probably should be for the points, because they don't have any crushing themselves. They pay a lot of points for phalanx, which is situational. But defense 6 phalanx, very fucking tough nut to crack. Getting rid of a lot of the heavier options that normally can punch a unit like that to death, like because you have phalanx, you get rid of whites, you get rid of like dragons, you get rid of I have to go down.
That must have been his first charge into that unit, because there's no way. I mean, it's a defense 6 unit. He's got a couple of wounds. They haven't countercharged yet, so he's probably just going to do those attacks soon.
Yeah,
Luke, with the placoderms.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
they have 15 attacks on 4s.
I think Sean wanted the Wildfather on that flank because of them, because he figured that at some point he had to deal with it. Right. And what's better than Cloak of Death and Crush 3 against them?
Yep.
But I think that's a good tactic in the sense of like, I'll clean up with the Wildfather and those few units on the right flank. Hopefully by turn 6, I have him closer to the center and he's finishing up. Maybe he over deployed in the center. He also had that building on the left flank starting out, which made him be able to ignore that whole side of the board, right? Nothing was going to be there. Nothing was going to come. It's kind of like a, flank defender, that building on the left flank. So that's really nice to have.
Sure.
Especially with his army.
I was looking to see where's the Aquamage with the bark skin. If he's tossing that onto the placoderms or
no, you don't pass that on placoderms.
Well, no, with the Wildfather there.
Yeah.
Just to tie him up.
So he is.
Is that a piece of nature in the bottom left?
Here.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I believe it is.
Bottom left. Usually, what I see with placoderms is the +1 unit strength item to get them unit strength 4, and then they're just an impossible to remove giant chunk of unit strength. That is extremely difficult to kill. So right now we're looking at some really technical plays. Also, we got flanks.
Yeah.
Ching 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 ching.
Ding ding.
I'll be right back.
There.
This isn't best of the rest.
Yeah. So looking at this, it looks like he's gonna pick up this greater air, or has a chance to at least. I see that's that's a spin down, so that's gonna fucking hurt. I don't know what Sean has left that can actually deal with. I mean, literally, he's got the Wildfather. He does have the greater airs, and if you can get the surge plays, like that's a thing. But I think he only has the 1, and once he's down to 1, assuming the sergeant with the trident is still running around, it won't be able to fly, so he's very limited in how he can utilize it.
His unit strength is dwindling.
Yeah, he just doesn't.
It is, yeah.
But my big thing is like it's irrelevant about the units. Well, how do I phrase this? What is left on the table for Luke is almost all defense 6, because Gigas might as well be defense 6 with Big Shield.
Unless you're playing them wrong.
And they're 5 even without it, so they're still really good there. You've got the placoderms, which are just flat defense 6. And then at that point, yeah, the Thule are soft, but like that's 9 unit strength in defense 6, and he has the Wildfather that can potentially do anything with it. And he's good, but he's not like the reason the Wolffather is good is he can get in there and just kind of stick in the middle of something and kind of help other combats with Cloak of Death and not die himself.
So
he's not...
you bring up a...
Yeah, go ahead.
So, the second game that we've watched with Sean Polka, and I've noticed he's run the Wiltfather out on a flank, and while it is tempting because he can absolutely dominate a flank, you're losing a lot of that bang for your buck that you would normally get with Cloak of Death by having it central. Imagine 2 or 3 rounds of combat with every single thing that Luke has in his center.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, those Gigas would be at 3 wounds right now just for free.
Which is huge. And all of the defense 6 things, that's how you crack them. Yeah. But being out on the flank, it's easy to isolate, and now he can just feed him units and keep the Wiltfather out of the center.
Right. If it were again, he's not a dragon. He's fast and he can get back toward the center. But he's going to have a difficult time doing it with the stuff that's surrounding him right now. He might be able to pivot and hit the placoderms in the side, but then he still has to kill them. And even him in the flank, I don't know is a guaranteed kill unless they're really low. Which I can't imagine because the thing punching them has no crushing.
And he charged the Nucker.
He may have just really thought, hey, I need the Wiltfather over there for the placoderms, and it was a mistake. Because I agree with you guys, that thing in the center would have been fantastic. Phalanx doesn't really play any role except for against the Knuckers, right? And having Phalanx. Yeah. It's the only thing that's affected by it.
Because they may be monsters and not large cav. Let me check. Yeah, they're monsters.
So they wouldn't be affected.
No.
Their nimble wouldn't be taken up.
Can you give me my fucking book? There we go.
Are you talking about Phalanx?
I think nimble isn't nimble stripped.
I could have sworn, just in case. I know it skips chariots
and flying.
I can't imagine how I know it skips chariot.
You're talking to a guy that runs pikes all the time.
Phalanx, unit that charged its front.
I was gonna say I'm almost certain because otherwise it would affect giants and that would be a pretty big deal.
Right.
So
my bad. I was in a different rolling.
No. I'm not.
You know what I was thinking of? Was there a time where we discussed nimble would be stripped by Phalanx? I think that's what I was just thinking.
Yeah. Nimble's stripped by Phalanx, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. See, as I stare at the guy who plays Phalanx more than I do.
So they are affected
with either
by
the
it, right?
Phalanx or ensnare. Unit loses Nimble.
So the Knuckers are affected by it. That was my whole point.
Yeah. So there's that. Yeah. There's that element of Phalanx if we're talking about what.
So that's it.
But they don't get.
So it was completely. So it was completely useless in this game. Was my point. So basically, it didn't matter where he put Kapoka, and he could have picked, what's fighting what.
What, you don't think getting rid of Nimble on a Knucker is a valuable?
I think it's great, but I don't think you can. I don't think because he has 2 or 3, and I don't think you'll be able to pick and choose because the Knucker can just always charge whatever is not being affected by the aura.
So we think Luke is in a pretty. This is pretty decided at this point, right?
Yeah, he's winning this.
I would be incredibly shocked if Sean was able to come back from this, even with the amount of turns he has left. I feel like this is a pick up as many things as I can and recover.
Yeah,
right. I think that's his plan because he took the Wiltfather out and took out that Knucker in the corner.
Right, exactly. So at that point, I'm like, he's playing attrition, he's playing blackjack, he can't win scenarios, so he's going to try to just kill as much shit as he can before he goes. Yeah, good.
Oh, just Sean has a great paint score, so I know for him, Paragon is in his mind, right? So he's going to be focusing on trying to get as many points as he can.
Yeah. And he's up there, so he still has a good shot, and we at some point will need to try and get what results we can from the rest of the room. I don't know if the website's going to work for that, so we'll have to.
Supposedly they got it all fixed up.
Okay.
So we will see after this round.
Okay.
So I think with what just happened, this really talks about and shows just how valuable these fast, nimble pieces like Knuckers are. Because their value, even if it's not in the attack, he made it so the Wiltfather couldn't turn around and reinforce the flank. He had to go chase it down and essentially brought it out of the game. And that's really where their value is, right? Running them on a flank is you either have to deal with me or you're going to get rear charged 2 turns in a row, 18 attacks,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
it's the pieces that present questions that are not efficiently solved by your opponent, right? You can do something about it, but there's no efficient way to do anything about it. So whatever you do to do it, it's a losing. But you can't not do anything, right? You got to do something.
Yeah. So it's the terminology that I usually use is it's the threat, right? So it's a threat generation piece. Regardless of a knucker may never charge something an entire game and still have a massive impact on how the game is played because it had the ability to do it, and therefore you have to consider it, right? You have to check every angle. You got to check I'm not giving the knucker flank. I'm not giving him a rear. And they're so fast and nimble that they just by doing that is going to change how your opponent plays, and it's a huge deal.
Matt, is this top of 5?
I think it's bottom of 4.
Bottom of 4.
Which now makes
So do you guys think
the round timer was?
Yeah, do you guys
How
think there's
fucking
gonna
fast can you
be
finish that other
like a
game?
chance here with possibly 3 more turns for him to pull anything?
I don't know. I just think he has
Probably no, huh?
We
few
were doing a
units
bit of a
left.
rundown, but yeah, the general gist here is we think that Sean's goal at this point is recouping lost points. Like he's
No,
not
I heard
going
that.
to- yeah. I don't think he can win. So if you were like, hey, like if I were a betting man, like we're talking maybe 5-1 odds. Dice are a thing; they can happen.
Okay.
If Luke snakes every unit here for the next couple turns and fucking Sean just rolls out his ass.
Is that a full Mythicin in the bottom left fighting that Beast of Nature? And that Beast of Nature doesn't have the range really. It's only speed 7, right? So it's gonna go 14 if it's killed that thing, whatever it's fighting, to get in the center and maybe pick something up in the rear.
Yeah, that could be the game changer, right? Because if it clears that, then all of a sudden you could either have a Beast of Nature in the rear or the Will Father, and that could take out units. But I'm not sure what's fighting it.
I think that's the Naiad Centurion, honestly. I could be. Well, he's got a couple options. He's got a couple individuals floating around.
Since there isn't that much that potentially could happen here, should we do like a switch to the best of the rest game that was sort of like a Mexican stand-up earlier?
Yep, we can definitely do that. So we're gonna almost went to the table. That's done.
Look at all the action,
and we're still here. So
super cagey.
Still a Mexican stand-up.
This has been a very cagey game, apparently, which does not necessarily mean it's a bad game by any stretch. It is dominate. I'd like to see the Northern Alliance come a little bit more aggressively forward into that center and start punching shit, but I understand, like, again, we talked about this yesterday with the whole crescent forming, that becomes really dangerous to engage into, because if you don't pop anything, then suddenly you're getting flanked and reared, and it's bad, and it's all kinds of awful.
And one little kind of thing is both these guys are from Minnesota, and they probably play each other quite a bit.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So they could have a sense of style that they know, like, what the other guy is going to be trying to do.
Right. I will say that the Northern Alliance does have at least enough shooting to try to keep the shooting off, and we're only on what it looks to be the either bottom of 4 or top of 4.
How many Scorchwing hordes did he start with?
He started with 3. He still has...
So one's
2.
gone.
So yeah, he did get one shut off. So yes, we are seeing the Glade Stalkers at work, facing two of the most stupid fucking units in the game, facing off against each other and shoot each other to death. Kill them all!
And also, what is interesting too is that Luke already played Marcelo, right? I think they played in the last round.
We're trying to do matchup calls now.
I'm just interesting.
Yeah, you're right. Luke did play Marcelo last round.
So Luke is probably going to play Nathan then. Well, my sources on the field tell me that Tim Smith is in a winning position over Jeff O'Neill, but that game is still going. But Tim Smith is doing well.
Yeah,
in that game.
We had the very
Everybody's got
tight
his burner phones out again.
Yeah, I'll
burners.
pull this up and see if I can get it on the left side where there's nothing happening, and the right side where there's nothing happening. So give me a second here. We had going into this round. which again, this is not the current scores, so no one fucking panic or do anything like that. Like, it's okay. So going into this round, we had Marcelo with 69, Nathan with 69. Nice. We had Luke Brazier with 64. We had Sean Polka with 60. We had Jeff O'Neill with 58. And we had Tim Smith with 58. And then we had Mark Cox with 57. We had Jeff Radigan with 56. We had Jeffrey Shilkin with 56. We had Jordan Braun with 56. We had Keith Monarch with 56. And there is a whole shit ton of people at 55 right below them. So there's a really tight spread with Nathan beating Marcelo. Like, if that had been a draw, we'd been a little bit more of a contention. I don't know how many points he won that game by, because it's going to be really interesting to see after attrition how big of a win it is. I think it's going to be like almost razor edge pretty much, because he had 3 unit strength in the center tops, maybe 4. I didn't see if the planner made it or not. So he only won by unit strength by a smidge, and then we're talking kill points. Like, everything in the fucking field was dead. So, if that's a really small win, then there's still shots for people below, trying their best. But yeah, I'd say Nathan has a really good shot at being master, unless we get some fucking like landslides from down below, which could happen.
Well, depending on if Luke beats Sean by a good amount, you know what I mean, and he goes into that, maybe he goes into catching up with Nathan.
Yeah, I'm pulling. That mic work?
Don't discount Jeff O'Neill. He can get a really big win as well.
Oh,
with that 58, right? And Tim Smith. Tim Smith's running the undead list, and I'm looking at it right now. And I looked at it earlier. It kind of has all the good things that Kyle was talking about, Pool, in the Countercharge podcast leading up to Masters. Mm-hmm. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 troops away race and 2 hordes of whites. Really interesting list.
Oh, yeah. His list is definitely interesting. I've pulled Nathan in the room so that way I can bully him into telling us some things about that game, since we missed at least one turn in the middle. And I know Rashad had some questions about that. One, at least for me, I have at least one question, is did Marcelo go first?
Marcelo chose to take top of turn.
He did take, he chose. That was the 6 things he chose. So, yeah, we were talking about before. It was like, he's an Elf Strike player, so by definition, you want that first turn. Probably fucked him.
Yeah.
So, but,
well, I mean, and, you never know with rolling turn 7, right? I mean, so
right, yeah, there is that.
Yeah.
So turn 7 could have shaken some stuff up there.
And
really close.
I think he had me if we go 7. He had me if we go 7. I think what happens there is he uses the unicorns to disrupt.
He doesn't make that same mistake again.
Exactly.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Can you ask him about the headstrong rule?
Yeah. so he, I was gonna say he had his. We saw it from the table that he rolled a 1 on the headstrong and the knights.
Yeah, they got stuck. It didn't end up mattering that much, right? But yeah, it held them back for a turn, which gives.
And that's about shooting off that horde too.
Brew of haste. It gives them another turn to try to deal with some stuff, and then threaten the dominate circle later.
Yeah,
because if he could have engaged them earlier,
if you kill the fiends, then you turn around. Yeah, exactly.
So it forces the redemption knight, the redemption knights. They have to come out to try to come to me, right? And I made the choice. It was a bit of a misplay on my part because I've got an 18-inch threat range on those. They're Brew of Haste on that one, right? So I made the choice to go forward. Okay. After they killed that last unicorn.
Oh, right.
Or the last Pegasus. And I could have gone too far forward.
Right. Also given
or put in a position where he can charge with the Redemption Knights.
And they're also be in the dominant.
Yes.
Exactly. So really fucking much.
Yeah.
So no, that was well played. Extremely well played. I think we only, because we did have people were screaming at me to get the stream back on, y'all. We did tip away for a second to look at other tables around turn 2 because y'all finished fucking fast, assholes.
Well, I mean, my early plays. So when I looked at Marcelo's list, right, I'm like, okay, then he is way faster than me. I've got some speed, but it's not as fast as his, right? And so that's why
more.
Yeah, exactly. So. I took the opportunity to put those 2 hordes of fiends kind of as a counter response, right, behind that one forest, so that anything, if he either has to channel that way or he has to channel back this way, right? And so
you picked up the Forsaken Horde on turn 1 with the Mind Screech, is it?
turn 2, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I did they did a couple of wounds early on, right, and they got him up an okay number, and then he brought him forward. And his problem, the Avatar of the Green Lady was too far away to get close enough and heal. And so that last turn before I hit the top of turn when I killed him, right, he flew her all the way over and got a Radiance of Life on him, but was expecting them to still be there to heal him the next turn. And then the Mind Screeches just said, no. You know? And I mean, that was a turn where, I mean, I got him up to 10 wounds total, I think, at that point, right? But I'd used the Planar Apparition to chaff in front of the 2 Bloodworm Legions, trying to limit the multi-charge on those. And
so was the intent to try to prevent the multi-charge of the Bloodworms?
Yes.
I just slightly out. And...
No, I was, when I was looking at it, I was thinking he would take the Knights on top of the hill into the other Bloodworms. Yeah. All right, and so I was looking at and thinking about a Horde of Forsaken and a Regiment of Knights, and I'm like, I'll take one.
And you did block one of the Forsaken.
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking that one, right? And those Bloodworms obviously just got deleted. It's like, hey,
it's a +1 to hit Redemption Knights and the freaking the
Elite. Yeah, so
they weren't the ones that had defense either.
Yeah, no, exactly. So I was like. But I mean, I was looking at the terrain map. I was like, I want this side. That house is a great pivot point for me. Plus the forest over here forces a channel on that side.
Right.
So
he has to either get in it.
Yeah.
He has to.
Yeah. So I was a little miffed that he lightning bolted a troop of phantoms, covered troop of phantoms off the top of turn 1. I was like, son of a biscuit, man! What the heck? I mean, they were as hidden as they could be, and then there's just one gap, and he does a wound, and boop, there they went. But that's the problem with Night Stalkers and low nerve units, is that can happen. The Shadowhounds holding up as long as they did, and keeping the I mean, just a little bit of regen, and he was having Marcelo's nerve tests were not great. I mean, he had some rough dice in there several times, and I had some good dice in there several times. So I mean, as part of a big event like this, you've got to get lucky. Yeah. You got to get lucky in the matchup, the mission, and your dice. Yeah. So
the trifecta.
Yeah. And you got to not suck too. That's a part of it too.
That's where I think.
So did Marcelo's Giga Strike fail? Sort of like just then that did it peter out? Can you ask him about what happened?
We were so his because it's an Alpha Strike list, so you typically have this turn 2 surge, as I usually call it. Like it's probably a bad word because obviously there's a rule, so it'd be it's turn 2 engagement rather, where like you hit everything simultaneously, right? Because that's the that's the strike, that's the Alpha Strike part of the game. So Rashad was asking, did it feel like he basically he started really strong and then he couldn't carry it all the way through, like it kind of petered out?
A little bit, yeah. When I'm not an Alpha Strike list. I'm a very heavy attack list, though, right? I mean, the Fiends are kind of Alpha Strikey, but they lose out to a lot of other stuff, right? So,
you took 2 units that are in lists.
Yeah.
Right?
So what it ended up feeling like was I knew I was going to receive the charge. It didn't matter when it happened, right? The plan was always use the Mind Screeches to pressure on the right side, and then force everything to come in as quickly as it can on the left side, right? And I think it might have been turn 3 before everything really came in and got in hand to hand, right?
Right.
Because he was setting up, and it's just play and counterplay. He sets up his attack. I say, okay, what can I do to defend against it? I use Phantoms to chaff. I use the Planar Apparition to chaff. I use positioning with the Horde of Fiends with haste to say, okay, then if you come in after the Phantoms, right? There's nothing else that can stop them. They're going to come in as a response, And so he ended up chaffing those with a Unicorn, or Pegasus. I keep getting them wrong, but which was fine, right? It's a horsey thing, right? Who knows? So So, but it's forcing him to spin those units.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it's like, okay, then the Planar Apparition. What can it do? Okay, right? It's I hate Matt Gilbert. All right. Anyways, make a model if you don't like the unit. Get a model out there. The last day I ever get to play with it, right? But anyways, that's what I took the rear charge on the 1 regiment, right? Like, maybe I get lucky. I know this regiment that turned back to face my center is going to come in that way, right? And the Planar Apparition will not stand up to it, right? but it's only going to have 4 attacks in front of that one. Whereas if I take the rear charge, I have an opportunity to stack up some more wounds on that.
Yeah.
You know, that was another thing. Marcelo's regen rolls on the regen knights or the redemption knights were not great until late in the game on that last regiment. He
I was
was
just going to say, it must have gotten something because you wouldn't predict.
Yeah,
was it like a high whip or is it like just a kind of
just a decent one, you know, nothing crazy. But I mean, the other thing you gotta remember is the planar apparition brings dread into every combat too that's around it, right? So I mean that helps a lot. So
it's true.
But so it was a really fun game. Marcelo's it's the first time I ever played Marcelo. He's a very good player. So I enjoyed it. It was fun. So it was a good game.
It was a very close game.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But I mean, you know, my buddy Jeff O'Neill likes to use Wind Blast late. Now he doesn't bring 18 to the table like
Sure.
that, but he's won games with that in the past also, right? And it's like, you know, I don't use it. You know, my prior games this weekend, I've used Wind Blast a lot early on, especially, right, just to control positioning and control when fights will happen. But I didn't use it.
It's a good utility tool to have, just not something you usually focus on.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, you got to look at the returns for it, right? Is okay, then I can shoot with lightning bolt. I can do, you know, on average 3 hits against defense 5, 1.5.
Right.
You know,
exactly.
so is that going to stack up
to actually really get through? Right.
Or, you know, and that's per mind screech at 150 points. Or is it better to just say, take my successes and will 2 or 3 inches of positioning suit me better? Yeah. So
you had a splinter in your finger and you had tweezers in your pocket.
Exactly. So I mean, yeah. So
no, that was good. That was a
good game,
great game.
Awesome. Appreciate it. So
thanks for coming and chatting with us.
Yeah, no worries.
Congratulations on the win, man.
Oh, thank you. I still got one more round. I was hoping Masters could stop at round 5. People have flights to get to. We'll just call it now and be done. But no, they wouldn't agree with me.
We'll see what they say.
Yeah.
It's so awesome. You guys have the ability to talk to the players right after, kind of like right after the basketball player won the game and he's giving the interview. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can get Kyle in here to maybe dump some Gatorade on the next round.
Is the what?
I don't think the school
do you see the other screen, Matt? Where the other just to like give an update on did the other game go as we thought? Because they probably are finished by now, right?
We'll bump back and forth here for a second. So
no, not necessarily even going back, but do you know what's happened there? Like, can you see on the table maybe, or do you see it?
It looks
well, looking at
like
the game, it looks like I realized that there's a delay on y'all's end to catch up with what we're looking at. So I switched to what I said. So looking at the Sean Polka versus Luke Frazier, we have looks like he managed to pick up a what? Hunters of the Wild picked up a horde of games? Damn. That's impressive.
24 attacks in the flank.
30. It's only 30 though. 30, but no crushing. You
got me on that one.
Yeah. I don't know. That's impressive. Assuming they were fresh. If they weren't fresh, then that's different. But here it looks like he did finally get his stuff around. It looks like top of 6. So if I had to guess, it still looks like Luke's game. I still see the Thule at the bottom. I still see Thule in the middle, and I still see Giga's like.
Was that Centurion in there somewhere, or a Knucker?
Right. Some nimble characters mixed in. So yeah, I can count like just at face value at least.
So he punched his way back in. Sean punched his way back in a little bit, but just not enough time and bodies. Looks like
he didn't have enough tools to get there. So yeah. And at this point, Luke just has to not lose at least the 2 Thule units, and I think he wins. He has 9 unit strength. So and Sean has 4. Yeah, 4 a lot. No, he has 5 because he got the Beast of Nature in the bottom left, but that's never getting the center table, so it's relevant. I mean, unless you'd have to kill it, overrun, and get turn 7. So I can't actually say that it's not relevant entirely, but. Like I said, Sean needs everything to go perfect in order to claw his way back in.
Is Trident Realms sort of anti-meta just by design always? Because there's always only 2 players, and people don't build against it, kind of a thing.
I have called it a meta list, where it's kind of hard to describe. So it is a list that is very dependent on matchups because shooting can be a problem. That's the well-known weakness of Trident Realms, right? Is if If your opponent has a lot of shooting, generally you've got a lot of low defense on your ensnare stuff. If you get shot, then ensnare doesn't matter, and then your stuff, your nerve is generally on the lower end, 13, 15 a lot for regiments, and scales off of that. So it's like, if you get shot, you die, it's rough, it's bad. And even the stuff that you have that's stealthy is low defense, so it's not great there.
I just saw Beast of Nature get taken off too.
Oh, cool. So now it's irrelevant.
He just rolled nerve on the Willfather, I think, right? A minute ago.
Yeah, I assume. I see. I assume Willfather's not ever gonna die. So, but I could be wrong. But that being the case, it does depend a little bit on kind of what is being played in the area. And snare, as a rule, gives you a lot of options against certain lists.
Yeah, it seems like this game really came down to that one turn. Sean had moved up, and then we stepped away, and then when we came back, he had lost that line of Forest Shamblers.
Yeah.
That he just could not.
Are you going to get
Luke? Sorry.
No, you're good. Sorry, Adam called, and that's what I was like. That's ringing through the stream. I'm pretty sure. And
then what I'm hearing now is Tim Smith and Jeff O'Neill drew, is what I'm hearing. So it's looking like
it's looking like a Nathan year potentially.
Luke and Nathan I think are going to be fighting it out.
Tim Smith drew against Jeff O'Neill with Undead.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Nothing official. My contacts are not official contacts, but that's the word on the street.
How is our good mutual, no good friend doing?
Oh,
I don't know
what
you're.
Yeah.
Babyface Tom Annis. I don't actually know. I know there from the vague things that I've been told, because I have not been keeping up with so much of the rest of the field, mostly because I don't think people realize just how far it is between here and the gym. Like, it's not like just next door. I have to walk down it's like the equivalent of walking a block almost to get to the other side of the gym.
Right.
We've been giving people tables to wield their armies on, so they don't have to carry them the whole way. From what I understand, he had one game where he absolutely got his fucking teeth kicked in, and then the other games he's been kicking everyone's teeth in. So it's he's not doing bad. He's not doing he's about where I expect Tom to end up at most events, which is like somewhere in the middle, slightly upper middle. Just depends on his last couple matches. This last match, I have no idea. Like I said, I don't have standings. I don't have a way to get standings other than I say that. Hold on. Let me take a look at something. See if I get lucky.
Yeah, nothing to take away from the best of the rest. Alan's been playing both the two games we've had him on stream have been super well played by him.
Yeah.
And he's looking at a strong position to take down best of the rest.
Yeah, I was going to say, because this is their final game, so there's no more best of the rest table after this. If the timings were closer, I'd be trying to get a third Masters table up here, but realistically what will end up happening is we will have the two, because they're going to start pretty soon, I take it.
I imagine, right? Because they're trying to catch up. People got flights to make tonight. So if it's true and Luke and Nathan fight in the final, what does the chat think? Trident Realms versus Night Stalkers for the championship. Who would ever thought Trident Realms?
Is Josh just staying back because he's fearful of the flanks that currently are being controlled by the Scorch Wings? Is that what happened all game? Basically, he just never moved forward.
Yeah, and I think he just hasn't had to, right? Because he has so much pressure on that dominate circle that he doesn't need to.
So you're saying he could just move in turn 6 into the circle.
I mean, that would be my guess as to what he was thinking, which is just have everything pointed at the middle and shoot, and then at the end of the game, if he needs to, race in.
I don't have its list in my mind exactly. Again, what was the shooting part of his army?
He's
Who?
got the 3 bolt throwers.
Josh. He's got the 3 bolt throwers. Okay.
And then
I see all the way
do
up
the Icekin hunters have a range attack?
Yes, they're like they're shooting
remember.
scout.
Those are just the glade stalkers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The not glade stalkers. Yeah.
We're talking about the best rest table, and why Josh is so far away.
Staying away from the dominant zone still at turn 4.
What his game plan is to get to the middle and actually win the game.
Yeah, he doesn't really have much of a choice right now with the Scorchwing, where it's facing sort of like how nicely has been placed, one at the very top behind that building and one at the bottom right. Kind of just like as soon as you come in, I'm in some flank.
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
One or another.
Yeah, he's built a little like I said, we talked about this before, but he's built the crescent. He's built the inverse crescent that you come into, you die. And
Josh, had he so I probably should do it this way. Had he staggered his units or like just put them all right next to one another in one line, he could have moved forward, just protecting each unit's flank with another unit. But he looks so spread apart right now that he can't do that either.
It's also risky because, like, when you do that, you open up multi-charging a lot. It's difficult to both do that and also protect against multi-charging. So,
because you can't stagger the front, right?
I think he's playing it really well. And that's going to sound weird, like being in that corner. I think he's playing it very like a lot of people would have just run into that center and died right now. Like they would have been like, fuck it, I'm gonna go in, and like they just would have gotten murdered. So I think Josh is respecting the Scorchwing flank threat. I think he's respecting the Rhino, like he's playing it really well. He's staying back, he's using his Icekin hunters to try and pick up some units. I assume he's probably trying really yeah, exactly. The one he's shooting at is the one on the far edge, because if he can take out the edges and suddenly make that flat line again, then he'll try to jump in late and bash through like a couple of extra units, overrun the center, win the game.
But look at Alan's Scorchwing unit behind the building. Like, I mean, not a lot of things can shoot at it. Like his bolt throwers, I don't think can get an angle on it, can they? Maybe one.
Oh, right. I forgot he has the fucking bolt thrower.
But nobody can go after it, and it can still see everything.
They definitely probably don't have shots on the left-hand side one. I'm assuming that's part of the positioning play by Alan here, the one that's hiding behind the building. He's clearly positioned to where the leader point is just past the building, so he can see past it. And then it's whether or not it's... he doesn't care about the cover, because he is basically going to try to win the shooting.
Right.
And also, I don't think the bolt throwers can see him at that point, is probably the other justification there. Or if they can, it's going to be, that will absolutely be covered shots. So the bolt throwers also do apply frozen, so there's that. So reducing the speed could potentially limit some of the options, but you don't know that you're going to get those hits until the shooting phase. So you have to have committed the charge already and then hope that you freeze the thing to reduce the speed to 9 or 7, depending on what unit is trying to target. But yeah, I think trying to pick up the bottom Scorchwings is the right idea. And then he's just trying to delete the big unit strength options here before taking that dive. And he's positioned Hrim really well. It looks like Hrim is in a position where he's like, the Scorchwings can come in and get him, or the Rhinosaurs can come in and get him, but if you do, and even if you kill Hrim, all those Huskarls are going to eat your lunch. Like... So he's set up really well positionally to prepare for, counter charges and counter flanks and all that stuff. So he might take that punch, but he's gonna hurt you back. So yeah, I'm not saying that Josh is winning by any stretch. I do think Alan is in command of the game currently, but I do think Josh is playing exceptionally well considering that. That's how I'd frame it.
I can see argument there, totally.
I mean, the last army we saw play against this army, charged in.
Right, exactly. We saw exactly what happened with poor Drew. He charged in and just fucking died.
It's also not like he's got speed on his side in any way to actually deal with it and go in. Like why?
Yeah, Scorchwing's some bullshit.
Like if he had 70% of his units be speed 8 and up, like he may have attacked the flank, right? But
it's such a hard army to play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is an interesting game right now. Actually, it's really cool to watch now.
Yeah, I mean,
tactics part of right.
Whoever wins this is winning best the rest for sure.
Shows you how like different army styles make like for like a very different. I'm sure this happens often for Alan when he plays this type of army that his opponents don't know what to do or have to delay in order to like get a minor win if that. The Scorchwings at the bottom
witty,
have wounds on them, right? The Scorchwings on the bottom right have wounds on them. That the blue stuff is wound counters, I'm assuming, right? And then there's a horde in the center that also seems to have wounds on it.
Yeah, he's been planking a lot of stuff. So we saw the Scorchwings at the bottom get picked up. I'm really, really surprised there are no Phoenixes in Alan's list. Like that's the biggest shocker from a list building side of things. Like to get some heal on top of all this stuff, along with another chunk of 18-inch fucking range shots, would make this list really, really nasty.
Like, I wonder if like dropping the Rhinosaur captain and maybe something else to get in some Phoenix,
squeeze one in.
You know what I mean? It might be a better like just raw power choice.
Right. Like doesn't have to be a massive switch, just something. I mean, but you know, obviously, maybe he gets a lot of use of that Rhinosaur captain. Maybe it's something he's just very familiar with. You know, there's
some people just like certain models.
Like
I
want a Phoenix model.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't want to paint it up. He loves exactly.
Oh, did they finish up on the other table?
They're finished.
Okay.
Yeah. They were doing scores. So. I'm pretty sure Luke won. I just don't know by how much.
Right.
So. There was no turn 7.
They're calling me for the podcast, so I will be back in a few minutes.
Cool.
Rocking out on the podcast, Jeremy.
We might do like a 5 or 10-minute real quick break. Not like a huge one, but like a very short one so that we can get up, stretch, go to the bathroom, that kind of stuff. But I'm just going to leave the stream running for now, regardless, because we still have the best of the rest table playing through this, basically. So there's no break right now. But that way the me and Grant can get up and move for a minute.
I'll have to say goodbye at this point. I have to be somewhere at 3. But
gotcha,
it was awesome.
Thanks
being able to comment,
yeah,
guys.
I was going to say, thanks for coming on, Rashad.
As usual. Always so much fun. Bye, guys.
I missed that guy.
I think I met him in New York a long time ago, but again, every time I meet people, it's when we're all drinking, and then I'm like,
it's true, we did drink a lot.
Oh, and the casino that was connected to it?
Yeah, that was a thing.
Double bad.
Oh, man. Let me check something, because again, I'm assuming I was looking for that earlier, and then I didn't actually do it, because we keep getting different questions. No, not that.
Oh, there you go.
Yep. Score, yada. This somehow failed again.
Oh, are you trying to check the other guy?
Trying to see if we have. Oh, okay. Hold on. Also, I have no clue how we're doing sportsman. I'm gonna have to check that. So currently tied in first place with enough of a lead that this is actually probably the best Masters final round, because it looks like Luke submitted just from the other side of the room. So it's almost certainly Luke versus Nathan. I don't know why I said almost. It will be Luke versus Nathan unless they've played before somehow, which would be really weird. But they're tied at 84 points, which, for those who don't know, the previous Masters, for the previous couple of Masters almost, because I want to say the one that Keith Conroy won, he had like a 17-point lead or something like, or maybe it wasn't that crazy. It was like a 14-point lead, but it was still enough to where it was like Travis didn't just have to beat him, he had to like smash him. So Keith actually lost his last game, but won Masters because he had that big of a jump. Which caused an upset for some people. I'm like, yep, but that's how scores work. Like, it's not just about the win-loss ratio; it's about who has the more points at the end of the event. And then we had a similar situation with the Brad McKay second edition Twilightkin list, where he also in the final game had like a massive lead to the point where his opponent had to again smash him to actually win. And then I'm trying to remember, New York Masters, I assume was a similar situation, but I could be wrong. I have to go check the scores on that one. But theoretically, I'm gonna pretend that I know and assume that it was true. That New York Masters, we also had a very close, or not a very close, but rather a massive lead for someone, which was forcing a game that was basically I have to literally wipe you in order to win, and so I'm just going to play for a draw,
right?
Or the other person just plays for a draw at that point, which is the right thing to do in a 6-round game. Like, you play for the draw in the final round, because at that point, who cares? You win by default. You win the event. That's what you're trying to do.
So you get soccer teams all the time trying to play for a draw just so they can get into like a tournament and stuff like that. Like, yeah.
Right. Exactly. However, and hear me out, because some stuff is shifting around here, potentially. But right behind Nathan and Luke. So anyway, my comment about the reason I bring all this up is this is the first Masters in a while we've had a tied top game, which means the winner of this game wins. And unless there's a tie, in which case I have no fucking clue what the tiebreaker is for Masters. I've never thought about that.
It probably was like sports, and then
maybe, yeah, that would make sense. So, almost certainly, yes, yeah. You don't leave. Yeah. Then, but right behind them we have Jeff Radigan. So Scorch Wings of submarine all the fucking way back to place number 3 at 76 points. So it's enough of a gap that like he would have to table, and the top 2 would have to draw. But that doesn't mean they're out. There's still options for the people who are a little bit further below. We got Keith Monarch at 75. We got Marcelo at 75 as well. We've got Jeffrey Shilkin at 74. We've got Sean Troy at 73. We got Jeff O'Neill at 69. And at that point, we're out of range of the top. So we're starting to look at like second and third and whatnot. So currently, let me actually get a picture of that. I can pull up the snippy tool to do all the fun that your computer may or may not have because Windows was dumb and got rid of it.
Here, I'll just even add the other people that are down below.
Oh, you brought me 2 Dr. Peppers.
I did.
Best person in the world right now. Why is Marcelo coming back? Did I miss something?
I don't think so.
Hold on. I guess I didn't technically check the pairings. So let me check real quick.
Unless somebody played each other already?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is possibly maybe they had a round 6 pairings. Let me check. Oh. Cool.
Yeah. I did send you that list, so that should be on your stuff now.
Excellent. So that way we can show, not to completely dismiss the best of the rest game taking place during all this one. There's not a lot I have to add at this particular moment. I do see that Alan has finally jumped and looks like he's trying to block out everything that could possibly get to the center, which I think is the right call on turn 5, because now the Northern Alliance not only has to punch through everything, it also has to then get to the center with it, which at that point may just not be possible. So I think Josh is praying for a turn 7. That's basically what he needs. If he gets a turn 7, he might still have it. That would be interesting, or I'd say still have it. He might be able to clinch it. There we go. That's the better phrasing. But we'll have to see. It's going to be close.
Yeah, getting up to turn 7, he's got a lot of punchy stuff that could kill a lot of things. So
if he punches all the stuff on turn 6 and then just walks in the dominate zone on turn 7, so they're saying there's a chance. Keeping this incredibly close game here, so everyone can see. Actually, I'll do this since again we don't need to see our faces for a minute. Wait, what happened? Oh, I see. Okay, I cut it off. There is a laptop camera pointing at the door, so we can interview players with the mic right there. Is what we've been doing. So, hi, Kyle. You got anything you want to say to the stream? I said, you got anything you want to say to the stream? So. I don't know what's going on with Marcelo being back here is what I'm trying to figure out, because he's 5th. So I'm like, unless Jeff and Keith already played, because Jeff and Keith are the ones I have as 3rd and 4, basically. Yeah, those two are 100%. Like, there's no question in my mind. They're literally tied in 1st place. So it is almost certainly one of them, unless they draw and Jeff or Keith tables. Yeah, which is fine. It could happen. We could have a draw. We could have a draw for the first time in U.S. Masters history. Yeah, it'd be very interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
we'll just watch Adam's head explode.
Yeah,
and then whatever more blood lands on who, then that's the winner.
Yep. Luke Frazier with 84 points, Nathan Clevenger with 84 points, Jeff Radigan and Scorchwings at 76 points, Keith Monarch at 75 points. Yep. Yeah, Marcelo at 75, Jeffrey Shilkin at 74. Those are all within striking distance. Sean Troy sneaking up there at 73. Dark Horse still. Pushing it though with a 11-point difference.
Let's actually find out what's going on, because we got more players coming in.
Can you?
Man, this last round's going to be, are you guys still there? This is going to be fascinating. As Jeremy talks to himself. What's up, chat? Hey, Billy, how's it going, my man? Man, this has been some exciting games. That's the narrative so far for me in Masters. A bunch of really exciting games, lots of close battles. Who would have ever thought we'd see Night Stalkers and Trident Realms on the top table at the end of the competition? Yeah, sorry about that. I know a couple players got really screwed by flying in this year and had to drop. That is a real shame when you're ready to go to Masters and you can't make it because of stuff out of your control, right? Stupid travel. Yeah, a lot of great old names, new names doing well this Masters. Really fascinating. Really great to see Luke and Sean both doing really well. You know, West Coast guy myself, seeing people from our neck of the woods doing well is always exciting. Oh, sorry, my man. Yeah, I know. We heard a couple. I think Northeast or Mid Atlantic guys ran into travel issues. And that's crazy. Also, it looks like they're Luke and Nathan are tied points wise too. So that's just going to be fascinating. And if they draw, there some people coming up are close enough. A big win if we have a draw on the top tables. Maybe someone does a pole vault. Anyone in the chat working on any models? Painting anything? Oh, nice, Bart. That's cool. So you're like, I can use my army for whatever wins Masters. Shameless plug. If and none of you guys check out Countercharged Kings of War podcast, we have a Facebook page.
Shameless plug.
Shameless plug. What happens when you leave? When you guys leave and I take over, man? Shameless plug.
All right. So fuck, there was some chat apparently while I was gone. Fucking yeah. Gotcha. We had.
Dude, this is last round, Matt. This is gonna be crazy.
Yep. I don't know if I'm gonna fucking power through. I'm gonna chug this Dr. Pepper. What's gonna happen to get the caffeine I need? Tom lost I believe. Oh, right, because we were talking about Tom's games. So on the tables, for the record, for people, I'm still on the Best of the Rest stream. I'll get those cams over here in just a second. One, because I got to get some stuff set up on the back end. Normally we have that nice 15-minute break so I can change some of the scenes and get the things that matter out. So let's see which sides. Have they picked sides yet? So we got Bello is back up here again. So we fucked that up real hard. I picked him yesterday. Whoops, the daisy.
Oh yeah, Iowa GT. I really want to make it out there.
Is Salt the Earth. And then we have Scorch Wings back on the table. Is what snuck up on our other table. We were for a brief second thinking we might try to get the third game, but then we'd have to bully the Best of the Rest guys to finish the game faster, and we're not doing that. So
yeah, let them have their moment.
Yeah, let them have their moment.
Because that's let's not discredit. That's a big tournament too, very prestigious as well. So let's not.
So we're gonna Let them fight. So we missed some commentary where I was basically, I think where they're at now, basically, I was suggesting that Alan had boxed Josh out of the center potentially, unless there's a turn 7. So at this point, it's kind of like Josh needs to kill a lot of the shit in his way, and then he needs the turn 7 to actually walk forward and be in the center. Also, Zach didn't close the door. Kyle, close the door. Zach didn't. So I was saying close the door because Zach didn't. Oh. Yeah, you're good. There we go. These expansive gesticulations. Have your friends doing well. We have got a root for my sec boy. Go Nathan. Yada yada. No, the Might Stalker list is doing well. My army works as a try to run the next service. Happy to see. Yep, Bart. We had salamanders. We had working on half of them. Yada 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 yada. Hey, it's John Green. Hey, John Green. So I record apply lotion to my corns. Ha.
Zach's dad with a zinger.
Yeah, Zach's dad with the zingers. Yeah, we had everyone build. Oh, okay, because you asked everyone what's on their painting table.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Me and the chat have been having a moment, just chillaxing.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Just chilling.
You probably already explained it, but you figured out what's going on?
Yes.
Okay.
I had to. It's fine. I'll cry myself to sleep later. It'll be fine. All right, we have Luke Frazier. Back up to switch tables, which of course means I gotta edit stuff. Cool. So the earth, everything else good. Yes. But they haven't flipped the cards over. That's fine. We're literally as close to the beginning of the game as we're gonna get. So I'm gonna go ahead and nice. Anyway, so with the scores up there, this is the last time. Take a screenshot, take a picture. So again, our top players right now are Luke Frazier and Nathan Clevenger with 84 points each. Jeff Radigan's trailing at 76, so an 8-point difference. So needs a pretty big swing if he wants to overcome.
Yeah.
We need a really big swing. He might actually still be out too. Come to think of it, they would need to. If they drew, there'd be 10 points, 20 points.
He would need a draw and a big win.
Yeah, he would need them to draw, and then he would need a 20-0. So it's actually, come to think of it, yeah, it's basically only these 5 who are in contention. If you're at 74, you're out. Because the best you could do would draw. And I don't even think, well, no, 74 you could, because you could get a blackjack. So, but
definitely going to be seeing Jeff and Marcelo doing haymakers because they got to get those points.
Yep. So, yeah, I mean, you're right. You're absolutely right. So yeah, we were discussing what happens to the draw at Masters, which I still don't really know the answer for. We're gonna have to figure that out at some point, because that's a very what happens if the 2 top players draw.
Well, in blackjack, I think you can't have a 10-10, right? You can only have an 11-10.
Oh, that is fair, because blackjack should be a 21 system.
Yep.
I think. Okay.
If that's what they're using, I forget actually.
Okay, we should be. I think I'm just so tired. But when we, so Jeff Radigan. We'll see. Who knows? These are the people near the top. These are the people who have a chance. Chance. All right. So let's get that out of the way. Get back to our lovely faces. Someone yell at Keith Conroy and tell him he can come back if he wants to commentate the whole game with us, because I think he was saying that. But we wrapping up this game. How are they only on turn 5 still?
They're being cagey.
They are taking their time. They're enjoying it. They're definitely not playing on clocks.
Yeah, the benefits of not having a round 6 to have to do and best of the rest. True, they can take their time.
We originally were going to do the awards separately, and it was going to be the best. The rest of the awards were going to be done first, and then they were going to do the Masters Awards. And we've redone that, so now it's all at once, which I think is better. But because of that, now they can keep going.
And Ray says in the chat you can have a 10-10 draw in blackjack. So
gotcha. Okay. Yep. that doesn't surprise me. So okay, so that's back on the table. So yeah, we'll if that happens, it'll be a first.
Yeah, they'll have to figure out what go to tiebreakers.
Alrighty,
I'm asking. I got lines out to the TOs to find out what is the bringer.
Gotcha. So here on table 2, technically.
Ooh, even with the circles with so we can. I mean, this is going to be.
Oh, this is these are definitely Renegades things. So this is going to be really easy to compensate. But Salt the Earth is the one where you can burn it behind you, basically. So you can. It's basically take and hold objectives. But if you don't think you can hold it, then burn it and get rid of it. And then you can move on to something else. Now, burning it does not score it. You do not get points for scoring it.
You just take it off the board, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Pillage
that
with the tokens can be destroyed.
Exactly. And then the center of the board cannot be destroyed, and it's always there. And it's basically it's the way to make sure that even if you burned every token, you can determine a winner.
Yeah, the middle one you can't destroy, right? Yeah, exactly.
So it's dominate with extra steps. Not really. It's like every scenario is just dominate with extra steps. Looking here, so this is going to be Scorch Wings versus. This is going to be an interesting one because you got two lists that are both extremely fast.
Alpha.
One is the massive amount of shooting Scorch Wings, and the other one is but also can alpha if it kind of sort of wants to, maybe. Versus the ridiculously heavy slanted Alpha Strike list that is Marcelo. So this is going to be a really good matchup, and I think by the end of it, almost everything's going to be dead. Or nothing will if they play Super KG, which that's going to be the trick. So, see how I can always be right is if I just say everything at once, then I can't be wrong.
Say all the possibilities that there can be, and say it will be one of these.
So while they're getting set up here, it looks like a fairly even spread on the tokens. Nothing super fancy. A slight, ever so slight edge to what I would call Jeff's side in terms of the positioning of the tokens. Like there's one that's a little closer. But in terms of like the table and like what's on the table, we got a forest in the middle, so that throws a little bit of shooting lanes. Yeah, well, Jeff plays KG. He can play KG. So if any of them, I would expect Marcelo to be the less KG one in this case. He'll still want to get in there as quickly as he can, especially with the volume of shots. God, I always forget that there's 2 fucking Centaur hordes in this list as well as the 8 Scorch.
Yeah, right. You always forget it's like the throwaway units in that army, right?
Oh wait,
fucking Christ! Such a stupid piece of shit. I mean, I'm not. It's Masters, so I absolutely expect it. But let me get those lists up. Speaking of, we have most from last round, so we don't even have to do a lot of shifting there. These are the best. The rest ones, just in case you need to look over that. We have Nathan Clevenger with Night Stalkers. We have Marcelo. We have Luke. So the only one I'm missing is the one that I basically know by heart because I've been staring at it every day for the last year trying to fix it. Trying to get
you want to try to do it by heart and see how off you are?
Oh, I unless you change the captain, like literally the individual character that he tacked on at the bottom half of it. I'm gonna pull it up for good measure, but this is not the right list. What did I click? Oh, I clicked. There's like 3 fucking Jeffs. All next to each other.
So many Jeffs. Jeffs and Keiths, man. That's all we got them just forever.
You got them to Masters. Change your name.
Why isn't get back in here? Get in here, Goober. All right. Oh, there we go.
It's like you summoned him.
Yeah, it's like speak of the devil, and he shall appear. All right. So, and then I had, what's up? Oh, right. This was to fix that later.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Keith? So we are at our top tables at this point. I'm currently looking towards deployment. Okay. So sports score is what determines the first tiebreaker. We've determined. So if we get a first, which would be a tie for first at U.S. Masters, it would come down to sports.
So who whooped ass with the best sportsmanship?
Which would then be a really interesting scenario where it would be one of the only times where I would be like, so if they tied, they should absolutely both immediately bag each other, regardless of anything else. Which is that's the one time the system starts to break in on itself. But like by definition, that's what you should technically do.
That's when you just look across the table and say, "I'm buying you a case of beer."
You're bad gaming me, but we don't mean it. Kisses. It's like make Adam's life hell. So I don't know if that would be enough. I mean, they'd have to be tied on sports,
right?
But yeah, that would be funny. The more this happens, the more it goes in. Okay, so let me actually take a look at Jeff's list here, which I was pulling up, and then I totally sidetracked myself into talking about the potential tie because it's just funny. So yeah, the stuff that I knew, and then the stuff that did he change anything? He has. I think he did change something. Because I don't think he had Kyrus before. That's new.
It's a great meta choice.
Yeah, I like that. So he swapped the battle captain, is what I think he had previously. He had a lizard dude on a battle, or a salamander on a battle captain. Salamander on a battle captain. He had a salamander battle captain.
You've been doing this for a long time.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
He had salamander battle captain on a rhinosaur, I believe, was what he had as his backup support piece. Which I like that as a tech piece too. Is just something that can go out and punch stuff. So he now has Kyrus, that's the blinding light. He can disorder stuff and do some extra range damage, which more range damage, and it's 18-inch range damage again. So keeps up with the Scorch Wings. It adds more shots to an already ridiculously stupid amount of does this have those calculations on it? It does not.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. I bet I could get it though. Give me a second.
And important to note too that compared to the last edition's rules or the last version with Kyrus, Solar Staff has 18-inch range, 8 attacks as opposed to I think it was like a 4-up earlier.
Yeah, it was
right. We're just like
dice on a 4-up or something. And
yeah, it was disordered
once, and then it breaks immediately. Yeah, it was holy crap. It was so bad. Or it was very gimmicky. If I wouldn't call it necessarily bad. Like if it works, it was great. It was just the problem was when it's only one dice on the 4-up. It's kind of like, oh, I can't ever count on this working. So.
Right. It's like you'd never see the incantation of the Tempest because it will never work like we need it to. Yeah. Just like with Headstrong that we talked about earlier.
Yeah. And that's usually what you see, right? At the higher levels of play, people want consistency, right? They're wanting to go for how do I lower the variance as much as possible?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, especially over 6 games too.
Yep.
Oh. I see what's happening. While they're getting deployment set up, I suspect we're going to flip away real quick to our second table, I want to make sure they haven't started without us. They're a lot closer to starting without us, so we'll stay here for a minute. But we have Nathan Clevenger at the bottom facing off against Luke Fraser. Another interesting...
Those should be flipped, right?
You're correct. They switch sides. God. No. Wait. Shit. Yes.
Yes.
No. Yes, they did. They switched sides. How does this keep happening?
Just to fuck with you. They're just like, you know what, Matt's in there. Let's just do this to.
Yep. Alrighty. Okay. So Luke is at the bottom of the table. He wasn't when I set this up. And now we have Nathan at the top of the table, which yes, those are his Night Stalkers for sure. So, yeah, looking at this, Luke taking the bottom of the table. I'm looking for the tokens. It's going to be really nice to commentate those big, round, easy to spot circles. Whereas here we've got the red tokens. I can see a couple of them. Where did my pointer?
Red on red. Red tokens, red armies.
Oh, okay. I moved it off the damn thing. All right. So we've got the one in the center, as you do. You got one kind of down here toward Luke. You've got a second one. I'm pretty sure this is one. It's just reflecting the light here underneath what I assume is one of his individuals. We've got one over here on this hill on the left-hand side. We've got one in this forest on the further left side. We got one on this side of the building. It's a little interesting to see the deployment around it. My guess is, maybe Nathan's planning on burning it and then just advancing and saying, screw it, I don't need it. Luke does have fast, nimble stuff to take advantage of getting around the flanks, getting into the backfield, basically. It doesn't
doing a cheeky burn.
Right, but it doesn't fly, so there's that. It's just really, really easy and nimble and squiggly. So, versus Nathan, who does have flying things that could potentially jump lines and therefore get to the back line. In the case of his Phantoms, in the case of the Mind Screeches, I don't believe the planner flew in its previous iteration.
It did not.
Okay. So, with that being the case, it's not a whole lot, but it is enough to where Luke has to keep that in mind as he's advancing, make sure there's no jumps. We saw that 2 masters ago with Wingets doing that all the damn time in the scenario, I swear.
Oh, yeah. Because just when you chew through all the rabble and survive the kill box, then now like, these things pop back. Yeah, and score all the objectives right at the end.
And then there's more rabble.
Yeah. And there's more, and now flying. Yeah. But wait, there's more. I could see some of the Mind Screeches maybe redeploying over there late game, if nothing comes and threatens it, besides that Knucker.
Or pulling another Wind Blast trick, what do we call it? The Nathan maneuver is what we ended up calling it there, Jeremy.
The Clevenger.
The Clevenger.
The Clevenger maneuver.
The Clevenger maneuver. And wind blasting it off of the objective on the very last turn, which he won't be able to do this time because you'll notice he went first. So it'll be. I'll have to triple check Luke's list and make sure he doesn't have any enthrall. I don't think he did, and if it did, it was very minor.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see which ones they just decide to burn and what they're going to fight over with 4 on sort of Luke's side of the board. 4 tokens, or 2 on the center line and 3 on Luke's side.
He brought Icy Breath, which is an interesting choice, but I don't see any Enthrall or Wind Blast. Yeah.
Do you know if he had a choice with the Icy Breath? I have to double check that one.
I'm not sure. Those Trident Realm characters are so unique and so different. I confuse them all the time.
That one comes built in. So yeah, they have Icy Breath as their default.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Sacred Horn, Rising Tide, Bark Skin.
Yep.
Okay.
Great
loadout.
As soon as I finish.
I have it pulled up. Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, go for it. Absolutely.
All right. We have a regiment with Luke. We have a from Meow Mix, which, if it hasn't been said, awesome club name. Helm of the Drunken Ram on a regiment of Thule. He's got a regiment of Placoderms, which did a lot of heavy lifting last game. 2 hordes of Gigas. 2 Tidal Swarm regiments, which are going to be the Barkskin focus, I'd imagine. 2 Knuckers. A Coral Giant with the Giant Cleaver, which gives Slayer melee d6. A Naiad Centurion Hero. Trident of the Drowned Sea. Boots of Levitation. And the Trident is 12-inch, range 3 up, piercing 1. And I believe that's the other one that disorders.
Correct.
Thule Aquamage, up to level 2 for Spellcaster, Sacred Horn, Icy Breath, and Barkskin. A Depth Horror Eternal, and the Hidden Ones formation, with the Infantry Hero having Gnome Glass Shield, Knowledgeable, and Host Shadow Beast 2.
Yep. It's a nice little Trident Realm list there.
And that Thule giving off the aura with the formation, and them also getting the Thunderous.
Yeah, Thunderous plus the extra wild charge. Yeah, it's makes the Thule turn into. They're still not like Soul Reaver level, but like they are at least good Berserkers. Or Berserker type esque units.
Just nice high volume attack type unit.
Yep. Taking us through Nathan's list again for those who weren't here when in the last game. because again, we're on these top tables here. Nathan's list has 2 Legions of Bloodhorns, so one with the Measure of Hammered Force, and one with the Blessing of the Gods. I might have you go figure out which one's which. And we have 2 Troops of Phantoms. We have the Shadowhounds Cav with a regiment, and the Brew of... Yeah, Shadowhounds. I don't know why I said Cav. It's because this printout is showing it next to the unit. So he has a regiment of Shadowhounds with Brew of Sharpness. There we go. Got through the sentence. He's got 2 Hordes of Fiends. One with Brew of Strength, one with Brew of Haste. He's got the Planner. He's got 3 Mind Screeches, like you do. He's got a Horror. The Horror has Aura Vicious Melee for Infantry, which works on those giant bricks of Bloodworms. And then he has Lightning Bolt 3 and Baneshant 2. So getting him access to Crushing on top of that for the massive Bloodworms. But yeah, comes out to 12 units and 25 unit strength. Spicy list.
So the ones next to the building, the Impassable building, they have the hammer.
Gotcha.
And the ones next to Hill have the Blessing of the Gods.
Cool. Okay. So that way we know which one's going to average 10 wounds every turn. And technically more with Vicious in the mix. It does work with Hammer. You just don't get the high crushing, but you do get to reroll your ones.
Oh, look what he put him in front of. He put him in front of Gigas. He put him in front of Placoderms. Like, that's what they want.
But he also put him in front of Thule, who are kind of like, yeah. So clearly the best way to fight that is with those Thule who won't die in 1 turn anyway. Right. They only have like 14, 16 nerve. But they do have ensnare. So there's that. So that would help, actually. That takes that down a lot. So yeah, the Thule are actually the best thing you can throw in front of that. You throw the Thule in front of it, they'll hit on 5s, so that's getting you down to like 13 hits-ish. And then 6, 7 wounds tops. So yeah, that's manageable. He can't heal, which that's problematic there, but okay. So they are marching up very quickly into the middle of the table.
Yeah, and I think that's the lightning bolt that was mentioned in the chat. Right, it's gonna happen. So you got to either get yourself into cover or make an aggressive play to minimize that.
Yep.
Yeah, and protect the Thule, right? Because those are the absolute worst things to face off against the Mind Screeches. They love seeing Thule.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy target, right? And it looks like that's what Nate shot at, is just putting shots into those Thule, because those Thule also, that's the high attack volume that you need to take out Bloodworms, right?
Yeah.
Is from the Thule.
Right. As long as they're not hindered, because I don't believe they have Pathfinder or Strider off the top of my head. Double checking. They do have, okay, I take it back. They do have Pathfinder. They do not have Strider.
Okay. I was going to say, those are the Thunder guys, so why would you put them in front of the Forest?
Actually, let me correct that further. Only the formation ones have Pathfinder.
Okay.
Which I believe...
Which makes sense, because the one out by the hill is probably that's the one that has Thunderous, because he's going to try to put it on a hill.
Right, and then pray to dodge the fence and not touch anything on the way in.
Shout out to good use of these stairs, by the way. Like, that's how you do it. That looks clean. That's a good way to do it with the hill.
Yep.
Stairs are a lifesaver.
Oh, yeah.
They really are. Can never have enough of them.
I understand. If you're not bringing stairs, you're doing it wrong.
Best GT swag I've ever gotten was stairs.
I will say the exception is, you got those square dice tray box things, or the small little square dice holders. Those are acceptable, but like the stair is so much.
Oh yeah. Well, no, we're all team pool cue now after seeing it, right? The pool.
That's right.
Dice the dice tray for that.
Yeah.
I want that so badly. You have no idea.
Oh.
Yeah.
And you're not wrong. As soon as I saw it, I was like,
it's like, I need that.
Yeah, Blake Roberts been using that earlier in the stream.
But that's the next step. Yep. So
the one thing I was disappointed though is that he didn't paint it in the neon color. I mean that was just a miss right there.
That's Bush League, right? It's like Bush League.
I will yell at
you hate to see it
after next time. Yeah. I'll be like, Blake, you got to turn that pink.
Yeah.
right? If it's not glowing in the dark, it's going in the trash. Like there's no in between.
Bart believes that a unit of Thule was wavered already. I don't know that I saw a waiver thing go up, but I did see.
I thought he rolled.
Yeah.
I thought he rolled an 11 to kill that unit and then re-rolled.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong.
There, it was an 8. He needed a 10.
Okay. Okay, so he did waiver it. Then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if you need a 10 to kill it, by definition, it's too late. You know, I can do math.
So that's a pain, and not amazingly much better. It's waiver than he kill it, I guess, but still, you got to slow that advance down a little bit.
This was the one that was not the formation one.
I did not see which one it was. That was why I didn't say.
Given the only thing out on the table that has wounds that I could see is the one below the hill. Let's assume. I'll make the educated guess that this is in fact the one that got wavered. So that definitely slows down the left, and maybe that's why he's being a little bit more aggressive with the placoderms. Certainly with phalanx, the fiends do not want to even bother. That is like the worst thing they want to ever see in front of them. They will be hindered. They will be phalanxed. They will be like. At least they're crushing and not thunderous, though, right? So like you got that going for you.
Now, can you remind me? Can you only burn raise tokens starting on turn 2, or can you do it from the beginning of the game?
I believe it is.
No, in Salt, it's anytime. Raise tokens, yeah. Salt the Earth. Salt is anytime.
Yep.
It's anytime.
You're right. Raise versus Salt the Earth. Yes. Sorry, I was thinking raise.
Okay.
Raise is turn 2 because it prevents you from doing flyer shenanigans.
Okay.
For turn 1.
But Salt the Earth, you can do so. You can do it anytime.
Yep. So, with that being the case, I see. Yeah, Bart's call is actually good on the chat. He's right. It's probably the one that has the thing in front of it to prevent it moving, but it could also just be because he can't put it behind it because it looks.
No, I'm pretty sure that's the wavered one because that's the one that he killed on an 11 and then re-rolled. Was that unit?
Gotcha.
So
you saw him do a pointer or something.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that is the wavered one, the middle one.
Excellent. We see a Knucker aggressively approaching on the right-hand side. And taking some positional stuff here.
I'm wondering if he's doing that because he wants to burn both those tokens this first turn and just get them off.
Aggressively remove stuff from the table.
Yeah, I'm wondering if.
I like the position of the giant. Basically, he's saying if you hit this Knucker with something that's strong enough to actually kill it, then you're gonna get absolutely murdered by the Gigas and/or the giant coming in and flanking you on either side. Or at least theoretically. I don't know that I like. I'd really want to. I wish we had like the ability to click on things like UB and be like, how much space is here in between this and this? Because
for sure.
I use my pointer. So these fiends in the top right corner here, if they charge the Gigas in the front, I want to know if the Knucker has the ability to see them. Because if they can, and they don't break it, then that would be rough. The giant should have that flank regardless. But if he charges the phantoms into the Knucker, well, he could just turn left and just run away. So, okay. But he could throw the dogs away if he wanted to do that. He just won't kill the Gigas in one turn is the thing, is what I'm thinking. So, like, does he need to jump in? He should, because otherwise he's going to have options dictated for him. I don't know how I engage this.
I was like, I'm watching the train of thought board the station here.
I wonder if the bloodworms are in range. I don't know that would be a good idea, but I wonder.
Of
the giant specifically. So the center bloodworm unit to the giant.
Yeah, because it looks like it almost. I mean, I would double if they are in range. I would measure again just to make sure it's not a flank. But
right, I wouldn't want to flank it. I would actually want them to be in the front at that point, and then collapse on the right hand side, delete all that, and then turn to center.
Looks like he's keeping on with everybody.
Yeah. Play. I expect.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, there
top
he
table.
does it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I was like, that looked like it was in. Okay. Yeah. So they checked that. Left hand side, like I said, the Fiends are going to get held up on Placoderms if he doesn't try to get around them, basically. If I were trying to get out of that sticky situation, I wouldn't charge. Well, it's about the same either way with the damn Phantoms. You could either charge them and try to do some damage and just get them in the way, and then that allows the Fiends to come out and turn and face the center and project some threat. But Luke's stuff is really well positioned where it looks like he's doing the flatline approach because he knows there's not anything that can really multi-charge him right now. So that way it's going to protect his flanks, make it really difficult to get any sneaky little charges. And then you've got the... this is me speaking as an Alpha Strike player. I think Nathan just stays and shoots more.
I don't see really much of an incentive to move up or take anything.
Yet. Maybe on the right just to get some of that pressure off, but that's mostly just a gut check thing.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it's still coming from me as a person who's like, I want to get in there, let's go.
Also, if he starts burning tokens, I mean, they may just be fighting over the center one. And
that's what I'm thinking too. Which it depends on if they want to burn. Which I think it's at Luke's advantage to not burn tokens.
And we have 6 tokens. Is it 6 tokens, right? Because that's what I'm seeing, unless someone's on top of one.
I see count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, center, and or we count 6 count, not counting the center. There is the center one too.
Oh, and then there's one. Oh, yeah, I see that one.
That's
behind in his deployment zone. Yeah.
Yep.
Gotcha.
So if he keeps things at the right angles, he can always jump on his own stuff. I think Luke wants to keep the tokens for now to at least. I think he has to have them in order to win, but he's also going to protect them so they don't get dived on and burned by flying stuff. So I think because of that, the giant can't leave. As weird as that sounds, if he does leave, he has to replace it with the Thule.
Because if he burns those 2 side tokens, then he's fighting for those 4 in the middle, right?
Right.
Which means he can stay
further away, basically. Exactly. So it's if he burns the ones. If Nate can get behind Luke and burn those 2 tokens, so I don't know why I'm not using my pointer, mostly because it takes a while for it to show up on stream, because I know you guys have
burn that one.
But if he burns this one at the bottom, and then he burns this one here, that pushes Luke further up the table by default, and Nathan doesn't have to move to get the last turn dives that he needs. So this is going to be a really interesting game, as it should be at fucking table 6 at Masters. So
I definitely like the burning of that token on the far right, because then that means that he can he doesn't have to.
I think Nathan's checking to see if he's going to flank the Nucker. This would be really big if he just gets a free flank on the Nucker.
We're going to swap over there and say he uses trays a lot of time because so speaking of which, we're going to flop over because we've also got our second table, which again they're pretty far behind, but also still within striking distance. Depending on if we get a draw, which could happen, who knows? Still gonna keep laughing about it, but.
I will say you can call this a spam list, but it looks beautiful.
Yeah, the list looks cool. Don't get me wrong. Just fucking sucks to fight it.
Mm-hmm.
So here at the bottom we have Marcelo. We've seen his list a couple times, but do a quick read off of it, and then the fastest list read we will ever have on a live stream here in a minute. So Marcelo's is 2 regiments of Naiad Heartpiercers, 2 Order of Redemption Knights, 1 with Brew of Sharpness, 1 with Blessing of the Gods. So those are the 20 attack ones. So they hit like fucking trucks. He has the Order of Forsaken Cav. He has 1 with Sir Jesse's Boots of Striding, 1 with the Healing Brew, and 1 that is Naked. He has 3 Pegasi. He has the Avatar of the Green Lady with Heal 6 built in. Yes. And he has 2 unicorns, 1 with Mace of Crushing, 1 with Blade of Slashing, both with Lightning Bolt 5 by default. Comes in at a neat 13 drops, 22 unit strength, all of it fucking fast as hell. Speed 10, speed 10, speed 10, speed 10, speed 10, speed 8, speed 8, and the only things that are not that are speed 5 and shoot.
Hooray!
Yeah, clearly a very very tilted toward Alpha Strike lists. Because it's knights. Haha, I'm still
Hey, there it is.
But oh man, so it's gonna be interesting to see how he handles Scorch Wings, because here we go. Fast, you ready? We ready?
Yep.
Give it to me,
2
Poppy.
Centaur Prey Striders, both of them as hordes. 8 Scorchwing hordes. 1 Druid, heal 2, and Karis.
The end.
At 12 drops and 32 fucking unit strength for the wreck.
Right. Because you think the trade-off, right, playing against an alpha list like that would be like,
it'd be like,
low
he
unit
has
strength.
Like,
yeah,
he actually has
nope.
the most unit strength of any list in this fucking event.
Right. Is this goblins? No, this is not goblins.
Yeah, and I like what you say.
It has more
I like
strength than they do.
And I like what you say, Keith. It's the like, and you think their trade-off would be, and then you just stop with this army. Because
right, yeah.
There is no trade-off.
There is no trade-off. What are we trading? There's no trade. There's no limit, right? It's the Mean Girls meme. There's no trade-off. There is no trade-off. It even looks intimidating just on the screen.
Oh, it's scary.
It does.
It's scary in every way.
Right?
Like if you don't really pay attention to those stats, like it's still only 14 attacks. It's still only Thunder 1. But like if you're looking at it, and Marcelo's got flying cap too. So if Marcelo's like not thinking hard about it, which I'm sure he is because he's Masters qualifying player, but like especially if you're a newer player and you've got like your like let's replace Marcelo with a much more newer player. They're playing their Forsaken Knights. They know those things hit like trucks, right? And you see 8 fucking things the same size of them on the other side of the table. That's terrifying. If you don't
it's so
scary, right? Like,
there's something to be said about intimidating armies outside of what their actual, it's the perceived, ability versus their actual. That is a thing, right?
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. With the first Masters I went to, I played against Austin and his giant Night Stalkers. I'm like, oh my god, what is that? And like, no,
the picture frame.
It's a terror. Like, oh, okay, giant dragon.
I played it was Jonathan Fuchs.
Fuchs.
Yeah. Probably Fuchs, because I can't pronounce anyone's names worth shit. But he we played at Lone Wolf a long time ago now. It was one of the first outings with the chariot list, and he saw just the wall of chariots and was just like, oh my god, this is like terrifying. I'm like, they only have 8 attacks, man. Like, like when the chariots are not there to kill things. They're just there to look cool. Alrighty, so now I'm going to try to do some actually educated commentary.
I wonder do you guys expect...
Why start now?
What's up, Jeremy? Hey.
Oh, I'm just saying, I'm curious to see if in the Marcelo and Jeff, if they don't want to burn tokens, because if they say, if one of us has a chance to catch, right, we need to win the scenario by a strong amount, right? Which means we can't have a 3 or a 1-2 victory or whatever. You got to control all the tokens.
Exactly.
So are we gonna see them just give up?
Fantastic fucking point for the record.
Yeah, just give up trying to catch the top table and say, I just want to win this game. Or are we going to see them purposely not destroy tokens to try to go for a big enough win that if there is a draw, that I know that you know that I know,
yeah, exactly.
So I'm curious to see that.
If it were me, you play for it. You go for it all or not. Like you just like or nothing.
Yeah.
Like I would not. If it were me, and you nailed it. That was an incredibly good point. I was thinking about that earlier, and I totally forgot to bring it up. But yes, it's you leave the tokens unburned. This is one of the few times where I think, and I don't know that they'll think about it like that. But if you leave them unburned, you can score higher, and if you score higher, you can win big, and if you win big, you win Masters. So you can do things like leave tokens unattended, where normally I would argue that this is actually the best. This would have been one of the best scenarios for the Scorchwings, because normally it has so much unit strength it can jump all over the place on top of every token and burn everything. So you've got nothing left that you can actually score, and then it can just jump onto whatever's left at the end of the game and win. But here he can't burn them if he wants to win big. So.
And both these guys don't care so much about. It's not like they have a Paragon backup either. Both these guys want to win. They want to win
Yeah,
Masters.
of course.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, maybe Marcelo gets Paragon after that. His paint's pretty good too. Like his paint's gorgeous.
Yeah.
So, I can see Marcelo winning Paragon.
I don't envy these guys though. Like talking all about scenarios. This is such a tough scenario to have for round 6. The mental gymnastics. The do I burn this? Do I jump on this?
Right.
What do I do?
so true. It's not just like invade or
Right,
dominate or whatever, where you can just like, I'm going to do it anyway. Here, you have to really think.
Yeah, it was Kyle Poole on our last scenario thing. He's like, those day 2, the hangover scenarios, right? The dominates, the invades, the nice and easy, right? Like, nope. This is the hard. I would argue the hardest one besides control.
Also, as a TO, just doing dominate as the last one. That way, everything dies quick, and you can get everybody out here.
Yeah.
People make their flights.
Yeah. Every scenario is just dominate with extra steps. But I looked over it because we've got the nice window, so we can actually see the tables from here. You can see it on the laptop camera, kind of, but we can actually unblur that. I don't think we need to blur.
All right.
So, but if I look out the window here, we can actually see the players playing. The Scorchwings, and I was doing the thing earlier to try to figure out how many shots he actually has and how ridiculously stupid like it's going to be, and why it's actually Marcelo on the clock in my mind. 2 of the unicorns have already been shot off the table. In fact,
wow.
I don't think it was the unicorns. I think he shot. The which one's which? I always forget. There's the Pegasi and the unicorns. The unicorns are the ones that shoot, right? They're the ones.
Yes. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah,
Unicorns have lightning
sure.
bolt.
Yeah.
But he might. Well, actually, shit. I can't tell. He either shot
something's in combat at the top right.
Yeah. One is in combat. Okay. So he shot off 2 Pegasi on the first turn. Which and for the record, I figured it's 120 fucking shots a turn.
It's so abusive, just so suppressive.
Like it may not all be on the same place, which that's the one downside. It is hard to get the force concentration of all of those shots into one location.
At 18 inches, right? It is harder to.
But it's 120. Like it's
so yeah.
That hit on 4s. So,
and granted, it's no piercing, right? So it is rolling on 5s against most, but it's just at that point your weight of dice is just so high.
Right.
You're looking at the volume to just crush things.
You're just looking at volumes to get through your 5s. So
I like the unicorn actually getting in front and blocking off the centaur horde. It looks like forcing it to get punched through before anything else happens. That's going to force either a Scorchwing regiment to come in here and try to block off the stuff if he wants to save that, or he could this could be a good game to watch.
It's gonna be really good. Yeah, we have 2 good games.
We said this about Marcelo in the last round too. He is not intimidated, man. He's playing his list.
You're right.
He says, "I got to play this list by this way. I'm not going to try to come up with a new formula."
Right. It's an Elstrike list. Go.
Yeah, I'm not going to try to rethink. I'm not going to try to rethink.
Yeah.
And obviously it's been working for him, so I don't know why you would try to change it.
Yeah. Also, I mean,
well, Jeremy, that's a good point, right? Because you bring it like people will do that, like, oh, I get in my own head, right? I need to change the way I've been playing. Yeah, you freeze up. You do something completely different, and you're like, yeah, of course I lost. I tried something new when in reality I've never practiced it this way. I've never. I deployed terribly. What am I doing?
You try to rethink your whole strategy at the table instead of just playing the list like how you know it should be played.
Yeah,
and then you're continuously changing it every turn. Too,
right.
You're not used to it at all, so you're just reacting instead of acting.
Yeah, it's the one downside of just giant freaking token things is that he so the forest, there's a forest in the middle of the board. So I actually will kind of say that Marcelo is still employing his strategy, but call it like he's not full on the gas. He's not doing it recklessly, I guess is how I'd put it.
And he pins some good units up in the top right, and like he's hiding, making good use of the train in the right hand side.
Trying to limit the number of shots, trying to force to be able to close the gap with the time, and using the force to block line of sight. So yeah, it's gonna make it very difficult for Jeff to get in there. Now, I told him to use the cards. It looks like they're on turn 2. So I suspect we're about to see, a hail of freaking arrows drop down.
Here we go.
Time to fight in the shade, my friends.
Some line of sights.
History has shown me that Jeff's moves can take a minute. So we're gonna shift back over, take a look at Nathan's game, which has heated up. So Luke and Nathan, we've got that's the rest wrapped up. Okay, good. So because if they were still on, I would have at least briefly shown them because they probably wrapped it. But looking here, it looks like the Knucker. He charged the Knucker on the right hand side rather than the Gigas, which I think with all the things going on, that was a good compromise call. Thank you. Yeah, that's good. So we confirm that Josh did actually win that game, which I would bet money that there was a turn 7.
Because then he could have just.
Wow, he won. That is wow.
Won. Josh playing slow and patiently. So Alan tried to box him out on turn 5. It looked like, which basically made it so it was like Josh was going to have to take a turn to punch through everything, overrun, and then on turns, he was going to have to charge on turn 5, punch through that line, and then have to punch through a second line, and then on a hopeful turn 7, move into the center and win. So my assumption is that that's what happened. I'll try to get him in here for a brief interview when we get a chance. If you want to hunt him down,
I will.
He was in rough shape that whole game.
Yeah,
he was in a tough spot.
No, he played that exceptionally well.
You called it too. You were talking about that. He just had to be, patient and play his game.
So we'll get our champion of best of the rest in here to chat about that and his experience a little bit, while not trying to take too much attention away from the stream, obviously. But looking at the board state here, we do see that Nathan was able to avoid the Gigas, which is, because if the second he gets stuck fighting those, they will never, those 2 units might as well not exist. Yeah, so moving past them to hit the Thule, I'm surprised he was able to, but I mean, that's absolutely the unit he wants to freaking pop. Because then he can just use his giant unit strength 5 legions that are never going anywhere. The Gigas will never kill those legions ever. Not with 12 attacks. It would take so many turns with 28 nerve and life leech on top of that. Life leech 2 on top of that, no less.
They're never moving. They're there for the duration at that point.
So this is the big combat then. Can those fiends break those Thule?
Yeah, it's a big deal because he might have to sack the fiends eventually. It looks like the Phantoms actually just flew all the way over, and I assume they burned a token.
Pivoted maybe.
Yeah, it may. I don't remember if there's a token there or
not. They have good positioning though.
No, amazing positioning by them. I think that's gonna really throw some wrenches in Luke's plan. This is turn 2 for the record. This is a top of 2.
Wow.
This game's going to be fucking fast. I thought it was going to be a slower, more tactical game, but nope. Nathan pulled the trigger at least a little bit. And he did it on the side that I didn't think he could. But I also didn't see that he could get to the Thule. I didn't think he was going to be able to.
Looks like the Thule stuck.
Yeah, that's big. That helps.
Oh, wow. That's big for Luke.
Yeah,
that's important.
Flanking placoderms might be enough to pick up that unit.
So he's got to make the choice, right? Does he want to go up with the Knucker and try to contest that 1 token for a sneaky point, or try to grab? Oof.
Yeah,
that's tough. I don't know what I would do.
Yep.
But I can backseat drive, so you just
it's not on you to make the call. Yeah.
I'd probably go for that token though. I mean,
you know what,
so
Keith? I think are threatened that token to either I'm going to get it or I'm going to burn it. I think you're right. I think I like that Knucker heading up towards Nate's board edge.
Brad McKay did not win Masters with Talon Riders. He won them with Chariots. So
still shooting spam.
Yeah, still shooting spam. He did run
similar vibe, similar feel list, right?
But definitely didn't win it with those things. They got nerfed long before that became an issue. Because they were Scorchwings. It was Scorchwings originally back at the day. and then they got put. Yeah, one lone wolf. Yes, that was different. So,
and I believe that lone wolf he got best battle, right?
Yeah,
I think with that list he did not win overall.
I think it was by 1 point. Yeah, it was close.
It was very close, but because Paul Welsh won, because that was the
Paul
same
Welsh
year
was
that all the UK guys came that year.
Yep. He did originally run a Scorchwing list though back in second ed. That was his first iteration, which is one of the reasons that I've had my eyes on them for a very long time. If they should get nerfed, it's not because of Jeff. That's my point. It's because they fucking deserve it. But irrelevant of all that,
especially when you can take them en masse, that's the issue, in my opinion.
Right.
But that's neither here nor there.
More complicated.
Yeah, the Centaur Horde.
But looking at the center here, because it's over on Luke's turn, it appears. We've got the Fiends punching the Knucker. He's going to take the Gigas in, it looks like. Yeah, he did a double check there, but yeah, I don't see anything else for them to do, basically, until they punch it, other than maybe sit back and try to avoid getting hit by... looks like the other troop of Phantoms just flew over and said, screw it, on the right-hand side. It's kind of down in the bottom right corner.
Oh yeah, that was a good maneuver.
Yep, it's also going to put pressure on the other flank now, so if he turns either direction, he's got to worry about getting reared and flanked and all the fun stuff. So, yada yada. Is that a hindered plus ensnare charge on the tool? I don't know if it was hindered. I would be suspicious if it wasn't. But we missed that by a smidge. So they probably were just in, and either Luke didn't check it, or I don't know. We can ask them later.
Yeah.
So
I'd be curious to hear Nathan's thinking too about his left flank or his right flank that he went for that charge instead of holding up. Yeah. Because even if he does win and break, you're still left to grind with.
Gigas, who can theoretically nimble shenanigan, though with ensnare, I believe that strips nimble. So the Gigas would lose that, so he could theoretically prevent a corkscrew.
Yeah. And in this scenario, having
go ahead, Jeremy.
I was just gonna say, having that Knucker in the place that it is, I think I don't think you can understate how valuable a piece that is to Luke right now. It may not seem like much, just a Knucker hanging out like there, but a Knucker within 2 objectives that it can move, it can burn, it can flank, it can go
basically.
It can go steal stuff. It can go though. This is interesting. Oh, that's going to be a lot of attacks. That Thule and the flank right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. That Knucker's going to.
Yeah, I think that'll be enough. The Fiends being defense 4, I think he's going to lose that, and then all of a sudden Luke's left flank is pretty good. Oh, yeah. Wow. Okay. That's definitely going to change things if he manages to break the bloodworms this early too.
And then if he does that and deals with the Fiends, that's going to be 2 pieces down for Nate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
Yeah. Nate doesn't have a way to get back to that token in the top left at this point.
I don't think so, because he needs the bloodworms to be moving forward. I don't think he can.
Thanks, Mash.
Even to get over there and burn, I don't think he has the bandwidth to do that.
Oh, I think we also realized. So that in the middle is a hill, not, or is that a forest in the middle?
Is a forest.
Yeah.
Okay.
The very middle is a forest.
2 forests and then 2 hills.
The Thule that were charged by the Fiends, that was a hill.
Yeah.
So I think that was the question regarding those.
Okay.
Was whether or not they were hindered and ensnared initially.
Yeah, but even ensnared, it's 24 attacks on 5s. That's
Yeah, this is gonna be a rough turn for Nathan, I think.
What do you think about? I think that Thule formation is again one of those things that it is really good. Those tools can really pump out some damage.
Some formations just give the units exactly what they need, because that's the one way you counter Thule, right? Is like to get them hindered. But now it's amazing because now they have all the tools that they need because you've addressed their one weakness, and not every formation does that.
Right. He wants to make sure he picks up these fiends here. I think this is a big, big moment in the game.
Yeah. Looking at man, I'm just trying to think of any saving graces here. Yeah, you get Pathfinder for the trees. You're not getting that. That bloodworm. He needs to hope his bloodworms don't pop, which would be very unfortunate. I think the bloodworm legion that got charged by only one Thule is probably
Tidal
fine.
Swarm nimble. Tidal Swarm is nimble. Okay, because he moved back
they're
and pivoted. So I was
amazing.
curious.
Yeah. They're unbelievable.
Yeah, I just don't play against. I don't play against Trident Realms that often, man. It's one of those lists that it always seems to catch me out when I play against it, just because I don't have the reps.
Right. What does this do? Which character is this?
Yeah.
What
Okay, that one has ensnare and makes tacos, and this one does. What does it do? It's like all their special Hector and Julio and all these different.
Right. This one's defense 3. This one's defense 6.
Yeah,
it's like there's no in between.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you do get a lot of tools in this army to deal with other stuff as well.
Yeah. It's a lot of specialized tools. I think that's the thing that's weird about Trident Realm's design. So a lot of people are like, there's not a lot of synergy. It's like, it's not that there's not a lot of synergy. It's that it's a lot of the tools have like a specific purpose. They're very asymmetrical, as opposed to like just being a kind of generally good unit. So there are exceptions to that, of course. Like there are some things that are just average style stuff. But for the vast majority of the units, they're very slanted to do one thing. Thule are really good at like smashing like lightly armored stuff. Gigas are really good at taking charges and being weird and nimble and stuff. Placoderms are like one of the best, hardest to kill units in the game. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem when it's asymmetrical. Is by definition, if you're asymmetrical, you're also going to have really rough, hard counters.
And we talked about how important matchups is at Master. So I'm curious, Luke has maybe dodged some of those, right? In this event, is not playing against those.
Yeah, like if you play Jeff Radigan, that
would be bad, right? For
that
Luke.
would be really tough.
Really bad.
To no fault of his own. I mean, he can't.
It's just, on mass shooting against Trident Realms, things you can't ever catch up to is tough.
Jeff Swan said Trident Realm is a good army that no one talks about. Admittedly, Jeff Swan says every army is a good army. They just don't play it right.
Well, that is true, but you have to give Jeff some credit when it comes to identifying things that are good that people don't realize. Jeff is really good at that, right? Of seeing power in places that other people don't.
So Jeff is a good. He's still in it. He's just in his. He's taking his break.
So, yeah, he's on vacation right now, but
I'm sure he'll. I mean, fuck, he showed up at Lone Wolf and got what, 3rd or 4th or something.
Yeah,
like having not played in a year.
He left to go get milk.
Yeah, exactly.
He'll be back. He's gonna be back.
Yeah. He had to go get cigarettes from the gas station, right? He'll be back.
Yeah. A couple of years ago. It's taken a long time, but he'll be back.
So looking here, looks like the Fiends in the top were totally fine after getting hit. It looks like he backed up the Knucker, though. I like that. That's a cool play. So he's basically trying to get that out of the way and force on the Gigas. Now that said,
is that a flank countercharge there?
Yeah, that's my concern, though, is like now that's a flank. But maybe
he did that for a reason.
Maybe he's okay with taking that.
Yeah.
Like hoping they still hold, and then the Knucker then comes and takes it. I don't know that I like that with that being the case.
It feels like Chevy lost to plan it that way.
Yeah. The other Fiends get punished. Hey, Josh.
Because while Nathan is gonna lose some big pieces here, he also has 2 Phantom troops that are loose in Luke's backfield.
Oh yeah,
with very little shooting to deal with it. So
yeah, and they're going to be able to go and get rid of token. He's going to have great scenario play with them.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so those Fiends do go down.
Yep. They're punished for the charge that they either whiffed or maybe shouldn't have done. Hard to say. But at the same time, if he didn't do something with them, they were going to get stuck in that corner for the whole fucking game. So maybe he just felt under the pressure and pulled it.
Yeah. Otherwise, they're going to get charged and get stuck somewhere. At least that way he got some damage off.
He was never going to get through the placoderms if he didn't move them. Anyway, with us right now, I've got Josh here, the best of the rest champion.
Best of the best.
At this point, we think best of the best now.
Not quite the best.
Not quite the best.
I'm not gonna put myself in there level yet, but maybe I can play with some of those bottom tables.
We were going to ask a couple questions about your last game since
sure.
saw parts of it, and also we were. Okay, it was mine. I saw that and thought it was that for a second. I was like, no, it's like we've come so far. Don't have the stream go down now. Because it looked for a long time like there were people we were talking on the stream. It was like he's playing super like back maybe he doesn't know how to approach it. Maybe he can't go in. Like he's gonna run out of time. Like there was a lot of commentary on that, and I basically was like, hey, I think this is the best way to do this, where he's slowly gonna try to pick off the stuff on the far sides with the shooting, and slow, you're glacially just get in there one tiny inch at a time, and eventually Alan tried to box you out basically on turn 5.
He did try.
He threw everything in just to get in the way,
it was a mistake. We talked through it at the very end.
Yeah,
and we were trying
to gave you the option to just delete him at that point.
We were trying to play quicker too. We realized we were kind of taking a while, and they wanted game. They wanted me to do 3 games to the Masters out here, and so we're trying to kind of hurry it up, and so we both of us played, I think, a little sloppy in those last couple turns. But no, we just talked about that. I think he thought he was going to tie it up, and he made the moves quickly, and he didn't look at all the angles, and he actually just gave me more stuff to eat.
Right.
Because they're Huskarls, they don't care what you look like; they're going to eat you,
right.
And so I ate through the stuff, and I always knew all I had to do was get 1 unit in there, and I could shoot everything else off.
Right.
So I just had to get 1 unit delivered to the middle, and I was confident the whole game that I was going to get something there.
Was there a turn 7?
There was no turn 7.
Okay.
If there was I lied. There was a 7.
Oh, okay.
I forgot. The only thing that happened on turn 7 was I walked a couple more things into the middle, and I killed the last 2 units.
Oh shit! Okay, so that's one really hard.
It was tabled with 3, 3, and 2, so 8 points, 10 points in the middle.
Gotcha.
Yeah, 2 units of Gladestalkers, Huskarls, and Hrim were all in the middle at the end.
Pretty commanding unit strength already.
Yeah. There was he couldn't escape. We knew at the start he had to try and find a way to get around the bolt throwers.
Right.
That was his biggest hurdle, was trying to figure out what to do about bolt throwers.
Because he doesn't have the range to reach out and touch them back.
He can't touch them back. I had the hill to just the way he deployed. I had the hill. They weren't coming at me from the other side.
Oh, I didn't even realize there was a hill back there.
Yeah, well, that's where my Gladestalkers were the whole game. They were sitting in the forest. Not hill, sorry. They were behind the forest, so his things could never see me. But he had to figure out a way to get the Scorch Wings around the hill to even see my things, to shoot them. But then if he pokes them out, you miss.
Exactly.
And the Scorch Wings are taller than everything in his army, and I don't care if I'm rolling 5s with elite, I'm still going to get some wounds through.
Yeah.
And they can't take pop shot wounds. They'll still waver. They'll still get the lead eventually.
I did think our biggest, at least my biggest critique of his list was that I was surprised to not see Phoenixes do support and keep his stuff from ever dying, basically. Stuff like that.
I think he likes the Lycodon. Well,
the Lycodons. Yeah.
The Lycodon. So I talked to him about the list. It's kind of a hobby list for him. He loves the Slan rolls.
Yeah.
And he's playing them as Lycodons. Yeah. And so I think the list was an excuse for him to play the Slan Frog dudes.
No, absolutely. And so, we actually were talking about that's actually probably the reason he doesn't have Phoenix. It's a modeling choice. It's
and I'm actually in a very similar boat. It worked out for me in the end, but I love the Mantic bolt throwers. The models are cool. And so my whole list is designed around 3 bolt throwers. How do I make 3 bolt throwers work? Well, it turns out if you take 6 other broken units, the bolt throwers can do some things.
Gotcha. Well, thanks for coming in.
Yeah,
and clarifying.
congratulations.
Yeah,
man.
congratulations.
Yeah.
Well played.
Yeah,
Yeah, congratulations, man.
The stream.
Yeah.
You guys are going strong here. It's hot.
It is.
Yeah, I'm like, I can't.
I almost brought a fan in and left it at home.
Whoops.
But cool guys. Well, good luck on the last game right now. You guys.
We're in the last game.
Yeah, top tables.
So,
A lot of big.
How many rounds I got?
We're on like I think they forgot to put the card here, so I'm pretty sure they're on the bottom of 2.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We're gonna flop to Marcelo and Jeff here in a second. The other Scorchwing death. So
The more Scorchwing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool guys.
Now you see it. Now you don't.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Congrats again, man.
Best of the rest. Best.
Yeah, the best of the rest.
All right. Okay, so looking at, we'll pop back and forth here, but we had not taken a look at this game. So it looks like Marcelo charged on the left-hand side, both of his Forsaken into the horde of centaurs, who I assume had to spend a turn killing a character, who may not even be dead. I see something punching Scorchwings in the wave.
That's a unicorn.
Right. But that's what was in front of the centaur.
Oh, I thought it was a Pegasus. My fault.
But now I'm kind of wondering, did that survive somehow?
Did he like get a 6 waiver on the freaking centaurs mysteriously? We missed a big roll somewhere.
Yeah.
But otherwise, we see that the Scorchwings, of which I still see all 8 hordes on the table, have been flying around. It looks like he pounced on one unit of knights in the center. Or potentially got flanked and survived. What is going on there? What?
Yeah, because it's Marcelo's turn, right? So those knights are alive.
So he's not his models or something? Because like that looks like a flank, but it also looks like a flank from Jeff. So one, that's 2 flanks, but also
it could have been a flank charge wavered, and then he was charged in the flank and lived. Maybe.
That's what I'm trying to think, but like one, those are redemption knights. You're telling me they hit the flank of Scorchwings
and didn't kill? Yeah.
Yeah.
40 attacks on
40 attacks. Yeah, one's got sharpness too.
And no tokens burned, so all the tokens are still down.
Yep. I'm gonna actually go look at that and try to figure out what.
Yeah, please do, because this is.
Yeah.
I mean, he must have moved the Scorchwings in front of him, because I don't think he would be there.
Yep. Yeah, so big turn for Marcelo. If he can ground the Scorchwings on the top left, kill those centaurs, and turn to face the middle.
It looks like he got stuck on those centaurs, right? This is
Yeah, there is a wound counter on him, but that could have been the original attack, couldn't it?
Oh, maybe.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe this is his second round in combat with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're on turn 4.
Yeah.
Yep. And Jeff's got some options, because with those 2 top Scorchwing hordes, he can go sit on those objectives, leave the one that he's on.
So
if he doesn't break the redemption, he can also go back into there.
The Scorchwings were not flanking the Redemption Knights. The Redemption Knights were flanking the Scorchwings. The other Scorchwings were facing toward the
models were clashing with each other.
The top-down angle. So he was trying to shoot something off, is what I'm assuming, or just trying to get in the way. That one's a little harder to tell. It's always hard to tell with these units on the table. So it looks like the Forsaken Knights pick up a unit, which that one doesn't surprise me as much. 18 stacks on 3s and bare minimum 3s back is gonna hurt. I still don't know what happened with the fucking centaurs. I think the centaurs did 6 wounds to the character and did not kill it.
Wow. Oh, you know what? I think that character up above the building might be the avatar of the Green Lady, so maybe the wound that we're seeing is if she activated the Cloak of Death.
Yeah.
Or healed instead?
Yeah. Well, there were some wounds on the centaurs.
The Forsaken that are or the Pegasus Knights that are sitting back there.
Mm-hmm.
Do have a wound counter on them.
I'm so confused. Oh, but she doesn't do it to her own stuff. Like, that wouldn't make sense.
No, she flew up and gave that an initial wound, but I'm guessing she flew up to heal and provide inspiring for the unicorn and the other knights.
Right.
Mm.
What I'm saying is that this character, way in the back, was engaged with the centaurs last turn. It had charged the front of the centaurs. The centaurs hit it back and only did 6 wounds. And I'm pretty sure those are just the generic unicorns because he doesn't have any other.
Wow.
So like that thing should be man. I say the super unicorns. It's still defense 5, so 24 attacks. Now I have to do math. God damn it. 18.
I didn't sign up for this.
Yep. So 16-ish hits should be the average. And then Crush 1, no Thunderous. Potential of Bane Chant. But he doesn't. Does he still have Bane Chant? Did he lose that? I forgot. He does not have Bane Chant. Oh, I don't like that swap. I like Bane Chant when that was back in this list. I don't like that at all. Because without Bane Chant, that takes a lot of the threat power out of all of these units.
And would really explain why you've seen so many people try to rush against Jeff. It's not necessarily because of the shooting, but also because once you get them in, there's no Bane Chant.
Right.
They lose no thunder. They lose their thunders.
Yeah. Now, okay, it makes sense that he only did 6 wounds to the unicorn because he wouldn't have had any. That changes things a lot. 16.
Now I'm surprised he did 6 wounds on 14 attacks.
He still should have done 8.
3s
so
and
he was
5s.
a little under, but the odds are that he absolutely didn't kill it. That's fucking rough.
All right, Marcelo picks up the first Scorchwing Horde.
Yep.
He's killing a couple things this turn.
Yeah, down to 5. Yep, so another one down to 5. Okay. Big turn for Marcelo.
Yep.
Now with that reform, did he just leave a flanks for those Scorchwings up there on the Redemption Knights?
10 inches is a lot of movement, or 20 inches rather when you're looking at a charge. I'm not sure.
And it's just a hill.
Or he's deciding to reform them.
Maybe he's thinking about it because double Scorchwing in the flank of is not a great thing. So he's gonna move them.
But he would then have to sacrifice. He's got the Forsaken Knights still over there, which I'm not sure the Centaurs can draw a line of sight. Well, actually, no, they can see it anyway. They're height 4. I don't know what I'm talking about. If they're within range of the Centaurs and then he charges the Centaurs into them, he might be okay.
Yeah, he's pointing at him now.
Right. Okay, so he's at least aware of it. Oh, now they're checking. Yeah.
Yep. Smart though, because that's the kind of play, right? You have a good turn, and you're like, "Yes, turn over." You hit the clock, and you're like, "Wait,
what did I do?
What did I do? I forgot to reform. Things were so good."
Yeah.
And good sportsmanship like Jeff, because he probably would. It looked like he pointed that out instead of just being like.
That's one of those moments where I wonder if he was just like, do you think this is good? Like, do you think I'm out of the arc of the Centaurs? Blah 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 blah. He's like, yeah, you're out of the arc of the Centaurs, but not of the Scorchwing. He's like, what Scorchwings like these ones?
One's right over here.
Yeah,
they look like part of the terrain after a while. Yeah. I think this is definitely where Jeff's list has a strength, is as Marcelo's figuring out. There's so many angles, so many flanks, so many you just may not be able to not give
one thing.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. So it's like, what's your least evil?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think he's using unicorns right by getting them in there and punching to basically lock the Scorchwings down rather than trying to do any sort of lightning bolt to shoot.
And the unicorns are surprisingly good at locking them down now that we figured out that there's no Bane Chant. Defense 5, they're fast. They're individuals, they'd be -1 to hit plus cover. Fast like that. They're sneaky good tools to deal with Jeff's list. Right. And then it's good to see Marcelo using them.
Yeah.
Because I'd be tempted to just leave him in the back and cast heal 5 all game, but then seeing him using them aggressively, it seems like it's working out so far.
For sure. I'm gonna.
Yeah, because the more that
a bold statement that the Centaur Horde in the top left is just gonna be gone. So switch back to table 2 here. But go ahead, Jeremy.
It's just I think the value of his Naiad Heart Piercers goes up and up and up. Each Scorchwing Horde that Jeff loses is less counter shooting, and then those Naiads can start taking the shots, and then also moving to go sit on that other objective too. Sit on objectives. He's going to need those, I think, if he's going for the I have to be on all chance. 6 or all 7. Yeah.
And having them sit in the forest with ensnare.
Yep. Coming back over to Nathan and Luke on table 1, we have stuff has changed. There's a lot of stuff that's gone. We definitely saw the expected loss of the Bloodworm Legion at the top.
Yep.
However, on the right-hand side, the Gigas are gone.
So is the Nucker.
And so is the Nucker. And I'm trying to track and make sure I'm not just missing it on the table somewhere. There's one on the one that was puppy dogging the tokens has shifted off, possibly out of necessity. Now that Nathan's swamped around the flank, it looks like the Phantoms either just continued to circle around. One looks to have charged something and then turned around. I have to check Luke's list to figure out what was still back there at the time. Because it wasn't the Tidal Swarms, which would have been pretty easy pickups. It wasn't the Thule, because those are still in play.
Maybe a Depth or Eternal? I don't know.
Maybe he just didn't charge anything. Maybe he's just putting it back there to be threatening, and Luke's just like, cool, do it.
Well, the Thules that killed the Bloodworms got 8 by the Giant. Looks like.
Yeah. The first Legion definitely got aided by the Giant and the other Thule. Which, that's the unit that's actually missing. Where's the other Thule? Did that probably die to Mind Screech?
Like they're wavered.
There's one next to the Gigas, and there's another one in the Bloodworms.
Right. But there was a unit of Thule here in the middle of the forest when we left.
Right.
That was what killed the Bloodworm Legion. Realistically, the Giant wasn't going to do that. It was the fucking Thule.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that
shot off maybe by the Mind Screeches.
Yeah, it was probably shot off by the Mind Screeches. So that's where we see that miss. These are Shadowhounds, I'm pretty sure. These are still the Shadowhounds, so he still has those in play.
Nathan's feeding the looks like the Coral Giant Mind Screech as well. He brought everything to bear because then he's gonna get charged next turn.
This is worth noting that and they have started flipping the cards again, so this must be bottom of 3.
Yeah.
Mind Screechers are so good. You use them as chaff and Wind Blast and incredible. Yep, do it all
for how much they cost.
And depending on how everything goes, he can just jump them over and grab those tokens back there, or also the troops back there.
All right.
And that unit's wavered, so he's the one. But I mean, Nate's lost some pieces, right? So those troops of Phantoms, I think he's having to really think about how do I want to use these in the scenario.
Yeah. Do I want to put them into combat and try to get a rear on something squishy? Do I want to wait and jump on a token late game?
Yeah, exactly.
He's got options. Right.
Yeah. Those are some. He's got to be really careful with those because he's starting to lose his pieces, right? So he needs to be.
Sorry.
It's be interesting to see if
links out to people who somehow have not seen the 18 million different links I have posted. Somehow.
Run in a straight line and you will hit a link.
Yep, I was gonna say inevitably.
They're out there.
I will find the link again. So
I went to the White House again.
Yep. But yeah, no, this game is still, at least in my opinion, close. I'd give Luke the edge at least on positioning right now, but it's still really close.
Luke has options to get on the leftmost and the upper leftmost token, right? He has some options to go get on those tokens.
And the Centurion.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, sorry, ignore that. Not the Centurion. I'm so used to playing Pat Zora Allen's list version of his.
The Placoderms. I mean,
yeah,
the
he always runs a
Placoderms.
Naiad Centurion on a worm,
right?
And or the mounted one, and he uses the Disorder stick on top of having the one that's on ground, also throwing. Yeah, it's a double whammy. So I'm used to seeing
more
that
like
one.
More like a no whammy. No, you can't do that. You're disordered. Yep.
Yeah.
No whammy.
They're fun tech pieces.
For you.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I love about the game, right? We go from one round, we're like, oh, yeah, Luke has totally got this, and flip back after 10 minutes, like, oh, Nathan's looking pretty good on the right now. You know, it's like, I definitely think
you made that decision. Like,
yeah.
Like, oh my god, I have this, and then the next turn,
yep. Oh shit, I'm losing. It's turn 6. I need a 7. Fuck.
And Kings is such a game. It's depending on whose turn it is and then where in that turn you always feel so good after you've taken a turn, right? Because your opponent does nothing, so you should feel good after you've taken your turn.
Right. And I still have that Warhammer Fantasy Battles mentality of like, oh, he just took out this giant unit, legion of bloodworms. He's clearly winning, but not necessarily, right? It's a scenario game. Yeah. But like, I'm always going to associate that of like, oh yeah,
because there was a commander in there, there was a VFC in there, there was a magic, you know, it was like the party bus.
Just going to start crumbling.
Yeah.
Panicked and ran away.
And see, those placoderms too can just like play scenario now too.
Yep. Which,
you know, just
given how slow they are, that's probably what they'll do.
I think he's measuring to see if he can position them into the front so he can charge, or if he sidesteps, he can eventually claim that token if he needed to. Exactly. The one in the woods on the left.
Yeah, the one in the woods on the left, right? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Give himself the option to do either or, depending on how things go.
And that's taking to get that level of flexibility out of a unit that doesn't have that much speed or nimble, that's good planning ahead of.
Oh, very smart.
That just barely fits.
Should be even frontage almost, because it's 40 millimeters plus 125 plus, almost even frontage. Why am I doing it this way? I have a better solution.
Okay, he's taking him in.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Like a glove.
Wow, that's close. And they paused the clock there for a second and had a discussion, so maybe they were talking about if that fits or...
The unfortunate part of that charge, though, is it bumps the knucker all the way out to the right. So now it's taking that top left, the one on Nathan's left, or on Nathan's right, kind of out of the game. Well, there's still 3 turns left, making it a lot harder to get to. Yep.
I mean, my guess is if he kills these bloodworms, he's going to D6 forward and then just move a unit onto that upper left, maybe, because I don't see anything that Nate has that can. If the placoderms end up at the end of the game on that top left, like what does he have that can get over there?
Right.
It's true.
Yeah, you're reaching that part, right, where now that it's getting into turns 3 and 4, you're starting to realize, okay, realistically, these are the tokens that I can get. Yeah, these are the ones I need to burn.
Isn't that what you're thinking, Keith? Once you get to turn 3 or turn 4, you're starting to think about where can I be by the end of the game?
Yep. And what can I block my opponent from? Like, if you use those tidal swarms instead of reinforcing the middle, I'd put them out to the right, and I would try to slow down those fiends from reaching anything except for the ones on the right, because I mean, that's what they're there for, right? Defense 2, ensnare, barkskin. That's 6s hindered on the fiends. Like, that's the last unit that they want to see.
Exactly.
I mean, unless Nathan's thinking he can wind blast him off of tokens again. I mean, we saw it already once before.
Granted, that strategy, each Mind Screech that he feeds to the Coral Giant, you know what I mean, is going to make Wind Blast 6 or Wind Blast 18. There's a difference between the two.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of options open for both of them, though.
Yeah, seeing what he does with his reforms, if he kills that Bloodworm Legion, I'm really curious to see what he decides to do with his reforms after that combat.
Yep.
Okay, so Bart's saying in the YouTube chat, the Thule that we couldn't find, it was the one wavered early, probably got shot off.
So,
that makes sense.
Okay, and that's what we thought, right? Is probably what happened to them.
That was definitely.
And I trust Bart. He plays Trident well.
Yeah.
Oh, that was garbage. Roll.
No.
Oof.
I heard 4 wounds. Ooh, and another fucking ridiculously low dice roll. Get those out of here. Yeah, I was gonna say, throw away those fucking dice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Garbage.
Garbage.
So the Bloodworm's up to at least 6. Technically more than, well, actually at least 7. Let me correct myself because there's 2 dice. So bare minimum.
Oh, this is a.
That was the planar apparition combat.
Oh, okay. Oh man.
Now he's doing Bloodworms.
Okay.
I don't know. Keith and I are probably a couple seconds behind.
Yeah, because we're looking at the YouTube.
Yep.
Yeah, we're a little behind.
Yep.
I would try to get you guys the perfectly accurate insight.
Oh, no worries.
But yeah, man.
It's all good, brother.
Those poor little phones that we put through all the pages this weekend. Big shout out to your phone plan, my phone plan, and Billy's phone plan.
Yeah. We'll see how the weekend ends.
Yeah. This event sponsored by Unlimited Talks Tech and Data.
Yeah.
Family plans.
Not unlimited apparently, just enough.
Oh, garbage from the placoderms. Nothing.
Yeah. They're not really a good a hitter unit. They're a tank. They're a really, really good tank. But 15 attacks on 4s, Something happened on the other table. Hold on. We're shifting back for a second.
Yeah.
That shot was loud enough to fucking startle me. This looks like it's over, or might be over. If I had to bet money, he probably just snakes the fucking region unit. Yeah, he's maxing its. Oh god.
It hasn't switched over yet, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So at the Jeff and Marcelo table, to try to describe what I'm seeing. One, the Centaur Horde in the top left is surprisingly alive.
It's still there.
That's surprising to me.
Wow.
Which I didn't expect. But I don't know if that was Marcelo's role there, because it's clearly Jeff's turn because he charged the Redemption Knights in the center. That's what I think the shout was over, because I saw Marcelo
he snaked them.
Yeah, I'm guessing he snakes that. Which now he's got a Horde of Forsaken that's going to come in on the flank. The Redemption Knights are going to countercharge and just delete it. Well, they might not delete it because depending on their region, they're probably
if they're devastated or not.
Yeah, with which it's a unit that has region and therefore could in fact not be devastated at the end of the turn. We have I don't know if that's he only had 5 horses, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he still had wait. I'm wondering if the ones on the left are actually on the left, or if they're the ones that are on the fence and he's just not putting them on there. That's actually a little confusing, because I could have sworn he had 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I think the ones behind the Forsaken are actually on the fence. I think so. They put them so they wouldn't get bumped.
Because there was 2 right there, right? One charged, and then one went and flew and landed on that fence.
And you can't tell from this angle, but like they're high up in the air.
Yeah,
They're
yeah. I'll try to get like a look see through the. I mean, you might be able to see
8 inches. I mean, some of them are like 8 inches off the base.
Yeah, they're tall.
Now the stream that we're seeing now, did the Centaur Horde bounce against the Forsaken again?
We're talking about in the middle of the table.
Top left.
Oh,
wow.
Top left.
Yeah, I saw Marcelo put down a blue dice, but did not take the unit up. So
yeah, so
that could
like
be a
there.
second bounce.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, without Banechant, without Banechant, I don't think the Centaur Horde's threat just drops through the fucking floor. Like, because it's only going to be against those units. Again, you're looking at 16 hits and 8 wounds against defense 5. Like,
yep, and looks like he didn't kill the unicorn again.
Yeah, well, the unicorn makes sense too. You didn't see this. Marcelo fucking did a loop-de-loop and obviously dropping to the table. But I think he failed a headstrong roll somewhere, potentially.
Good old headstrong roll. He's been dancing with that all tournament.
Yeah. Oh, so I think what happened is this is great. So Jeff shot the Forsaken Horde that I was just talking about, how it's going to flank the Centaurs. I think he shot that to the point where he wavered it, and Marcelo just rolled a 1 for his headstrong roll. So despite the double 1s from Jeff, Marcelo gave him the 1 back for the headstrong roll.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, because those guys would be flanking if he makes that headstrong roll.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely, they would.
Oh, dude, that's just brutal.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Yeah.
But like, what a
dead Centaur Horde, pretty much, almost on its own.
Yeah.
We're certainly really close. But
God, I hate headstrong.
Yeah, I was gonna
just
say,
get rid of that.
Whatever
now.
that dice
Oh,
is,
man.
throw it away.
Yeah.
These are some intense good top 2 tables. This damn wow. The drama just on this turn. It's only turn 4. They still have 2 or 3 left.
Yeah. I was gonna say we still got time.
Everyone's blood pressure okay in there. Like just go from like I'm gonna kill. Nope, double 1. Didn't kill those. All right, I'm gonna flank you. Nope, I'm not. Like in the span of 2 minutes. Like, oof.
Well, that looked like a bad attack roll too.
Yeah.
Decent regen.
Oh no, that was regen. That was
going back in.
Regen roll.
And smart too.
Yeah.
We do also. I'm gonna get this going on my end because we still have another one of these to do.
How is the raffle?
Yep. We still have another raffle to do. So why does this say that it's active? Complete.
I was wondering if you're going to do some more.
I am not. I am done. Why can I not complete?
That missing that headstrong is just soul crushing.
Oh, I know.
Because
especially knowing that
the break.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you're gonna take You're gonna take the center back, right?
Yeah, because you take the Centaur Horde and those Scorched Wings off, maybe if that unit can flank.
Jeez. All right, looks like he's going into the Centaur Horde with the. Who are those?
Heart Piercers. Just to keep them locked down, maybe.
Yeah. Although he's given up a token. Well, yeah, he's given up a token. I mean, there has not been a lot of burn tokens.
No, and Jeremy was talking about it beforehand. Maybe
Yeah.
they did decide.
Right? We got to go big to catch the top table.
I think that's exactly it, right? They know that their only chance to score is for one of them to win, 5-0 or 6-0 on tokens, right?
Simon in the chat, I think you're right, Simon. Simon just posted, are all the tokens still in play here? And yeah, I think, Jeremy, you called it. I think it's going to be a situation where someone's going to win big.
As long as they have units
if they have anything left alive. Well, clearly nothing dies in this game, but nothing moves either.
That's what we find. Lots of birds and knights just hanging out, having like falcon parties, just doing their thing.
So it looked like what I'm guessing what happened is that Jeff wavered the unicorn in the top left, and then he just scooted back with the unicorn to
get out of arc.
Yeah, stay out of arc.
And maybe charge with the one that wasn't countercharged by the Yep. Since those centaurs charged the other one, that unit can still fly. That Forsaken on the right.
And so that would be huge because then that can start threatening the middle again.
Yeah, then he can pick up that Scorchwing and then turn the face.
Yep.
Yeah, nice play there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to make sure. I mean, he's gonna have to make sure he does these combats in order. Like, do the centaurs first, so you know where to position the Scorchwings. Because if you end up bouncing again and you're facing the wrong way, that could be tough. So do the Forsaken. Make sure you kill them. Kill the centaurs.
Yeah, you need to know if that centaurs is alive before you reform the other unit. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Which is another thing. You don't always have to do your combats from left to right or right to left. You can do them in whatever way you want.
I'm so bad about that. I always do left to right out of habit because I'm so paranoid about missing them.
Yeah, I'm the same way, man. And so many times you do it in the non-right way.
Hi, Travis. Tim. He's waving.
I asked him to get on the microphone. Hop on, buddy.
Stand-up mic, man. I'm not good at this stand-up mic stuff.
Oh, I know. Getting an interview.
You know.
How's it been like running the event, Travis?
Oh, it's good. I mean, I don't know if I'd do 2 tournaments at once again. Keeping everyone separate, it's like herding the cattle, or it's all this freaking everywhere. I heard Connor didn't come back for the stream game. He went to the game shop. What?
What?
Like, what the hell?
I mean, I've heard of people that sleep in through the next day's round. Right, I haven't heard of anyone going shopping.
What round are these guys in? What turn?
We are in bottom of 3.
Bottom of 3. Yep.
Yeah. Nathan table.
Okay.
Yeah, bottom of 3.
We got a lot could happen then.
I think we're 4 on the
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, these have been 2 great games, Travis.
Yep, I guess.
Bye, Travis.
In and out.
There's a joke there somewhere, but I'm not going to make it.
Yeah, I think we just move on.
Yeah, I think we're just going to acknowledge it and just move.
Yeah, we just move on.
It's too classy of a cast for that.
Don't you dare class up this chat.
I'm drinking bourbon. I'm Team Keith Randall right now. Go, Keith. Hoping he can. My hope is that he can podium. I'd like to see him top 3.
Yeah.
So I can make all the bridesmaid jokes.
With the phantoms
All right.
there, I can't tell if he burned the token or if it's underneath of him.
No, the 2 bottom tokens are still there. There wasn't another token where that forest is, I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
So I don't think any tokens have been burned yet in that backfield.
Yeah. Which is smart for Nathan, right? Because he has the backfield except for the tidal swarm, so he gets to decide late game whether he wants to
burn them or not.
Score them. Yep. Jump on them.
Exactly.
Or take some of these rear charges.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So
after watching technical difficulties on the other side of my screen, just everything breaking. It's fine. Everything's fine.
It's fine.
In terms of what's going on here,
so it looks like the 2 items that Nathan took were strength and haste on the fiend. So no matter what, is that a hill in the top right?
Yes.
Or
yes.
difficult?
Yeah, that's a hill. No, that's a hill.
All right. Okay, so that'll be a much better shot, especially if they're the strength ones have taken out the coral giant. But that holding for Luke would be huge, especially going into turn 5.
Oh, it looks like it did because it's his turn, right? Looks like he's moving, so.
Yeah, that's big.
So the coral giant is still there.
Giant's still up.
Whoa. That's big. That's really big.
I will say that he picked up a tidal swarm. I'm starting to look at like pieces left that can score and can get to things in time because the Phantom troops are still in play, and Nathan just needs to grab tokens, right? So the Shadowhounds, the 2 Phantoms, that's 3 tokens if he jumps on the right stuff. But he is going first, which that's
right.
rough. So it's not going to be a last second time.
And Luke has now put a lot of his resources in killing that Legion of Bloodworms. So that Legion must now die. It has to die.
And if it does, and now he's running short on turns because not a lot of that is nimble and fast. 2 of them
because he's got to kill that unit and then move on to objective still, right?
Right. He's got 3 infantry, but one's got to turn completely around to get the bottom left. One's got to go to the center, and the centermost. What are those? The placoderms?
Yeah.
I don't think that they can reform right now.
I think they just
go first.
They move D6 ahead and then go left. I think. To that upper left objective.
Yeah, so they're out of the game in terms of combat. But those Shadowhound. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if he doesn't kill him this round, it's bad.
Oh, it's still super close. Yeah, this is gonna go right down to the wire, I think.
Yeah, could not have asked for 2 better games to have on the top tables. Because you look at the Scorchwing and you're like, it could easily be a non-game. But credit to Marcelo, he's putting up a hell of a fight. And
he's played so well on every game. Yeah, he's played really well this both his streamed games.
Mm-hmm. He just needs to get better at making those headstrong rolls.
Pretty much. Get good, bro.
Yep. Oh. Every dwarf player who had seen him fail the headstrong just did a moment of silence, right?
for a fallen brother.
Yep. Failing the headstrong, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I wanted to just chuck my my knights and my base alien army trademark. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Get that everything's on fire. This is fine.
Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, perfectly fine.
God. This was meant to happen. All right, so some other big combats going on. We have the one in the middle. Still have not killed that planar apparition.
Yep, between ensnare and just
4 up regen.
Yep, it's a tough cookie.
Yeah,
and also too, just it'll be a narrative, right, that we'll talk about. But just to be on the top table at Masters 2 years in a row, that's a pretty big accomplishment. No matter what happens with Nathan,
Yep.
Nathan was
and we are
all last year.
Yeah, he lost to Adam Ballard in the last round.
Oh, that's right. He was. That was Nathan that year.
Yep.
You're right.
Yep.
So he's obviously doing something right.
Yeah, just a bit.
Yeah. And the answer is he has a ton of reps with his list.
Yep.
And that's the important.
And he's playing against Sons of Vulcan, right? So that's a club that is very strong. So he has tons of reps against top flight players.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when your normal weekday games are top table GT games just on a random weeknight, that's good.
Yeah, it's my Tuesday night, and I'm going to play perennial, Masters player. Oh yes, this is my group.
Yeah.
No
He's
biggie.
oh, thank God, I get to go to a tournament and play some games.
Normal people.
I get to go to Masters. I get to play some normal people. Oh, that's awesome. But for real though, yeah, I think that's their official club slogan, right? Iron sharpens iron, stuff like that. It's true.
It's true.
Yeah, we talk about that all the time, right? But there's a reason we do talk about that all the time. Is that it is cliches are true, sometimes.
Absolutely.
All right, so it looks like that's another regiment of Thule that he's positioning in the center and moving up.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got a regiment literally right behind the placoderms, and then another one that's in the combat itself.
See, I would have been.
Good. No. Go
I was gonna say I don't know how much damage is on the Blood Legion, but I'd be almost tempted to withdraw my Knucker.
He is gonna have to withdraw. I just pivot and move. But yeah.
Move, of just thinking about, is there a way that I can move that Knucker away? Just move away. You know what I mean? To have it be in a better spot, a better spot. Next turn, or maybe it's good where it is. But
yeah, because if this board state is the same turns 5 and 6, that Bloodworm Legion can't score. Unless it goes forward on a 6, maybe. But you're better off just keeping a unit or two there and holding it and trying to grab points.
All the other
I'm
tokens,
just starting to feel a little uncomfortable around looking at Luke's and being like, it just takes one more stuckage. He needs to start thinking about, how do I get stuff onto objectives, I think.
Right, yeah. How do I get back to these ones that I left behind? Now he's overextended, and he's got a couple characters to do that, but they're all in combat, and Nathan's got a troop of phantoms that can potentially probably go burn that one if he's not within 3.
Right.
He may have moved his Thule out of range. So he could go claim and burn that one on the hill, which would be huge for Nathan, because he would deny that one for Luke, and then the next turn fly into the forest and claim one just with that troop of phantoms.
Yeah, that is
I think that's the play there.
Yeah, that is. And then he's probably going to take that one by the building with the Shadow Hounds, right? He can move on to that token.
Yeah. You talk about defensive play. You're taking away one, which nets you, and then you're going to gain one yourself.
The two difference, right? Possibly. Sorry, go ahead.
We're up to 11. We're up to 19 minimum.
Which for any other unit, you're like, yes.
Yeah.
But
Like, assuming he's using. Oh, okay, now we're at fucking.
A lot.
We're past the threshold, I believe. Yes, there we go.
Okay. Will these be the bloodworms? The epic bloodworms. Where they
say that would have been impressive, but yeah, I was like, there's no way they hold up against all of that. It would be pretty impressive.
Yeah, for 2 turns, that's
Yep.
Asking a lot from them.
I'm wondering if they were wavered last turn, because if anything, I'm kind of surprised he didn't punch the Thule back specifically just to get rid of the Thunderous. Because I'd rather have the extra attacks on the Knucker versus the Thunderous on the Thule.
Now he's got to be careful about how he does these reforms. So
he's really got to think about this. This is a key reform.
Yeah, because you have 2 turns, maybe 3 to get onto the objectives. So it may be tempting to face a lot towards the right, but there's not a lot of points there, right? All the points are behind you,
currently
to the left of you.
Having to beat their face into a giant for sure.
Oh, interesting. Did he back up with the Knucker?
Yeah, and then move forward with the placoderms.
Interesting. Okay. I'd be curious his thoughts on that. I had thought that he would take the Knucker, face it to the right, use the ensnare and use its speed and its Pathfinder to block up the Fiends for another turn, or block up the Shadow Hounds. Threaten them. Okay.
Yeah, because if you just change facing, you're pretty much at the exact same spot, but looking at half the board.
Yeah, I mean, those Shadow Hounds, speed 10, they can see the Knucker. Did he miss that?
That Planner Apparition's still just sticking around.
I mean, I take that flank if I'm Nathan, because then you have those Shadow Hounds. Oh, okay. So he's gonna try to get the Gigas, and then the other ones possibly burn the token, or at least sit on it.
Yeah.
Which is smart, because it's always those flanks that you're like, I'm gonna lose this one, and then later on you're like, wait, I won this flank. Why did I burn this token? I'm still here. Those are always the ones.
What is the unit in the forest? In the center forest, what is that? Do we know? what that is?
More than likely a Mind Screech.
Okay,
I
Mind
believe.
Screech.
I think it was also punched. It's really it's one of the few times that the camera's having difficulty picking up a unit. But if we look really closely at it, it got punched by a character.
What unit strength is Tidal Swarms? Is he just making that charge because he out unit strengths?
They're unit strength 1, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
All swarms are unit strength 1.
And the Phantoms are 1 too. I don't know if I like that.
No, I'd rather fly over and go get the one in the woods.
Yeah,
I think so too. Or go burn the one on the like you said, because against those they could be just stuck there for the rest of the game.
Right, because once they get counterpunched, they're going to lose the fly. I don't think, unless maybe they have some wounds on them and we just don't quite see it, but they look fresh to me.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. Or maybe it's a bark skin token. God forbid it's a bark skin token on them.
Right, which is a great spell for them.
Yep.
Fucking nasty buggers.
Oh, it's the best.
Swarm with
it's the worst, but it's the best.
Absolutely.
Oh, man. It's just fascinating. This is a really interesting game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to flip us back to the other table real quick because there's been a couple of exciting shouts, and I've had a couple. Kyle came in to ask us a question about what the hell was going on. So those fucking Redemption Knights are still alive somehow in the middle of the table after all of this.
Oh my god.
Though on the other side, it looks like Scorchwings managed to finally grind their way out of the corner or sweep around and get one of the Forsaken Knights in the rear and pick that off. On the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, they are either still wavered or still dying. The Forsaken Knights look to have been charged by Scorchwings. That's my assumption. Looks like he may have just, he picked up one of the top left units. So those Scorchwings are dead. Now the Forsaken are turning inwards. I don't think these guys are in competition anymore, is how I would put this, because even though we might get a win, I don't think there are enough units left on the table to get all 7
Sit on all the objectives.
Yeah, that's the problem now. They've beaten the living shit out of each other.
Wow. Okay, so Forsaken just took off the Scorchwings, so that was really big.
Yeah.
Now he's got a token. All right, so that's a point for Marcelo.
Yep.
I don't think Marcelo has any Pegasus left to even try.
No, those are the first thing Jeff shot off.
Oh.
Do we think that on the right side it's just 1 unit of Scorchwings and those 2 are just...
I think it's 2. I think one's behind the hill and I think one's engaged with the Forsaken, and that's where that's the one that's way to the right currently is the one that's
okay, and then the one
this,
on top is
this was a really good play by Marcelo right now. He just put the Unicorn into Karis, and so that denies, because if he hadn't done a wound, Karis could disorder and potentially keep the Forsaken from getting that objective on 6. Right. That was a big moment, and also why the Unicorns are so good, because hitting on 3s is pretty reliable with Crush and Thunder.
So the Forsaken, one, they regen enough to get under devastated from the look of it, because he's rolling a full complement of dice here. It looked like, no, sorry, this is a different combat. So he rolled the Centaurs and did not break them. Potentially didn't even
again.
He has just had some rough nerve rolls.
Yeah, the nerve rolls in this game are apparently garbage, is what I'm getting.
Yeah.
No one's apparently able to roll above a 3.
Nope. Can't be done.
Things that should not die are not dying.
You gotta kill it till it's dead, though.
So it looks like, man, it's gonna flip over to Jeff. Jeff has to kill he only can kill the Forsaken, or not the Forsaken. Sorry, the Redemption Knights in the center. He can kill with his Centaurs theoretically, which I don't know that he can. If they're under
unkillable Centaurs.
Yeah, if he might be able to shoot off and or kill the Forsaken on the right-hand side of the table. And then he'd have to somehow sneak out and shoot the Forsaken on the left, and then it's still looking like a 1-point win at best. Like, again, they're like both of their armies are gone. So
they really, like, much respect to both these guys. They just put it on the table and we're like, let's just make it happen. Let's see. No, they just played it straight up.
Yeah, they are beating the living. Yeah, just ridiculous. And y'all haven't been able to hear it, but there's been a lot of like more than any other table I think I've commentated over this weekend. There've been a lot of like ohs coming out of the room that we can hear, like blah blah blah. Jeff getting a little animated, Marcelo getting a little animated.
How you should be, right? Top table at Masters, like
right. So
let your emotions out with it. Like that's
the
time to do it.
But they're not in like an angry way. They're right. like they're smiling, they're laughing, like both of them are rolling with the punches, man. So
and there've been punches.
Yeah. And there's been a snakes in the middle of the board with like 8 units. So yeah, there were absolutely some punches, and following that, the failed headstrong roll right next to it.
Oh man.
Yeah. It's like they just can't roll above a fucking 1.
So that I would love to hear about, because
I'll try to
redemption.
Get
yeah, redemption on the Centaurs, because Centaurs are 21-23. I have no idea how they're surviving all these combats.
Because the redemption,
because one's elite, one's hitting on 2s.
1, I think. Let me double check. It's been a minute.
Right,
but it should be so many hits coming through, right? With those,
because it's we don't know if it's elite or for sharpness, but theoretically, they're gonna bare minimum. It's either on 2s potentially,
right?
On 20 attacks. They do have crush 1, so.
So 3s.
I'm so tired. I can't do math anymore. Let's pretend they're the melee 2 ones to make it easy for myself. So we're talking like 18, maybe 17 hits, and then they're going to convert on 3s. So you're looking at
10 damage,
10, 12 wounds-ish,
10.
Somewhere in that range. And elite would be pretty similar, be a little bit lower on the range, but still pretty good. Which would still take at least 2 turns to kill him. I only think he's hit the Centaur's back once, because he killed the Scorchwings that were next to them first. So last turn he killed the Scorchwings, and then the Redemption Knights finally get picked up. So he only had 1 turn to kill the Centaurs, and I think he either whiffed it or rolled really low on the nerve. But they're also really, really damaged and really beat up and barely holding on. So a stiff breeze could probably turn him over. You go actually ask Jeff how many wounds are on them. So I'm curious.
Oh yeah, with the lightning bolt.
Yeah.
So Marcelo needs a turn 7 then.
Yeah, Marcelo needs. Well, this is assuming it's bottom, which is
hard
to
bottom
tell.
5, I think. So there's one more
turn.
5.
Yeah, Marcelo.
Okay,
Marcelo's a little. Yeah, he flips his early.
I was gonna say.
He needs the Forsaken Horde to live on against those Scorchwings.
Yep.
He needs them to live against the Scorchwings, and then he needs to kill the Scorchwings back, and then
overrun, and then fly onto the other objectives. And I think it's 2-0 at that point if the game ended.
Yep. Looks like he finally picks up that Forsaken Horde on the right. It was an exciting moment, apparently. Okay. I hate those spin downs, and I know it, and he knows it.
Yeah.
Or not the spin down dice. Sorry. I like Marcelo's. I like the Marcelo version where he's got the holders and then the spin downs. I got to get me some of those. Those are great.
Giant, everybody can see them. Like, I mean, your opponents are really.
Oh, so they're gone.
Yeah.
So are we looking at a draw if there's no turn 7 now?
Well, the thing is that currently I think Jeff wins if there's no turn 7, because he's the only one
Marcelo
on the token.
Marcelo, if it's bottom of 5, Marcelo moves on to a token. Oh, and then in his bottom 6, he moves on. Yeah.
Right. So right now it's a draw.
And then Marcelo still has 1 unicorn with lightning bolt 5.
Right. So he has to pray. Yeah, he has to pray that he picks up the Centaurs.
Yeah. And then flies onto that token.
Right.
Oof.
Yep.
And if he does that, he can get a draw. Okay.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like, they would draw. They've kicked so much of each other's teeth in that there's nothing left.
Yep.
It's the whole fly on that objective.
Yeah.
I'm actually.
And I wouldn't even fly that far. Don't put yourself within shots to get plinked off by the other Scorchwings. You know,
right?
back
But
up
then the
until you're
Scorchlings have to leave the token. That's the thing.
I think he wants there in case there's a turn 7. He wants to threaten the centaurs, maybe.
Right.
Yeah,
Because then he jumps on the centaurs and gets on the middle token and kills the centaurs theoretically.
He kills them and takes a token, so it's like
yeah.
As opposed to hopeful shooting.
Right. Or at the very least, park him behind the fence so that if he does decide to do that, you're getting cover. But
looks like Green Lady is there, so he's cloaking both of those potentially.
Okay.
Or charging. I'm interesting.
Oh yeah, he could charge. Hits on 5s, wounds on 4s.
What does she do in combat? I've never seen her in combat.
She hits on 5s. She has 1 attack on a 5.
Is she really gonna throw 1 attack on 5 to try and do it? Okay. Ballsy.
No, I would do the Cloak of Death, right? That's the
well, that happens no matter what, but I mean, like, it doesn't trigger a nerve check. That's the thing.
Yeah, he's going in, right? Looks like.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would try to lightning bolt with the unicorn.
Oh, the unicorn was killing Karis. That's what happened because this is a reform move there.
Okay.
So
why didn't he disengage with the unicorn then?
Presumably it had been punched. That's my guess.
Maybe it was disordered, so it couldn't cast.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you're right. I would have disengaged, walked, and tried to lightning bolt. If the centaurs are truly that beat up, how many wounds you say? 12. Oh, okay. Yeah, he was not going to.
So he took it, sidestepped, and then if there's a turn 7, now he has the option to lightning bolt.
Yeah.
Oh, right down to the wire. Oh, this game is so good. Oh my god.
Not to flash it off, but because both games are really good. So we're gonna,
we should check the other one.
Yep, we got to check the other one too because they're both super fucking close. They're nail biters. So as it looks like it's a little hard to tell, but the Phantoms punched the Tidal Storm, definitely didn't kill them. They hit the Gigas, they didn't kill those. They hit the Thule in the center, or the Shadowhounds. I don't know what they hit. I lost track. The Giant did get picked up by the Fiends, but I feel like that's kind of a too little too late thing now, because now all of Luke's stuff is gonna be hitting stuff that's soft. And I think he picks up like half of Nate's army this turn. Or what's left of it, more accurately. I think he's gonna pick up potentially the dogs, potentially the Phantoms, potentially the other. I mean, I think only the bottom Phantom troop lives this turn. Yeah, there goes the planner, having done its job for a long time.
And is it bottom of 5, right? Luke went. Nate went first.
I believe this is bottom of 5. Yes, because Nathan went first because he that was a big comic. Is like he's not going to be able to pull the Clevenger.
You know what? Yeah. I bet what happened is he used the Trident of the Drowned Sea on those Phantoms, and that's why he didn't fly over. Because I see that character up there. That's probably
they
were grounded. Yeah.
Point. So they had no. That was their only option.
That was their best option.
Yeah.
So
you got to spike
option,
it,
but it's the best one, right? That is fair. That's a good call.
And then face towards the middle.
Yeah. This
the Knucker and the Placoderms are going to objectives next turn, right? The Placoderms
run into the woods.
Yep. Knucker goes into the woods. So that's 2.
Yeah.
I feel like
that
Nathan made a mistake not burning that upper left token when he had an opportunity to. But maybe
I think this
the Legion were gonna disappear. So
right. I think this game still has some more time. Let's go check the end of the Marcella one, because I think that one's going to wrap up momentarily.
You're not wrong.
Yeah,
they're both really close, and this one's like we're talking like they're literally right on the edge of trying to figure some last shit out. It looks like, if I were guessing, oh, interesting. Okay, I like that play. He's going to try to block line of sight to the Centaurs, maybe. Because they're height 4 Scorchwings. But, like, what's the point, though? Are you going to back up with the Horde? What are you doing? What are you doing, Jeff? I don't get this. Yeah, he's trying to block line of sight.
Yeah. I
think he's trying to... Yeah, he's checking arc. That makes sense. Like, that makes sense. So he's going to sit
and
here
then
and
move
grab
the Centaurs.
Is the center objective worth more? Did I miss something? I thought... No, it can't be.
Oh, he's shifting them over.
Oh,
so did they roll a turn 7, or did
gotcha.
Marcelo flip his card early again?
He flipped his card early.
Okay.
Marcelo's been flipping the card at the end of his turns.
I think if he does this, he can't be charged by anything, right? And then he can just move the centaurs onto the token that the Scorch Wings are leaving.
It's hard to tell if those Forsaken are in range of the centaurs. I think Jeff is just playing for the draw, or for the don't go to turn 7. There is no turn 7, I'm pretty sure. Oh, nope. They resumed, and it's on Marcelo, so there is a turn 7. I think with turn 7, that's really good for Marcelo. But I still think it's a draw because I don't see how, unless
so he's blocking the he's using the Forsaken to block the lightning bolt. Okay,
right. I don't know that he can get in there with. Yeah, I'm sure they checked it, but I'd be really surprised if he's in range of the. Getting a little sloppy at the end. But yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get around the forest. So he's going to get really close to it. It's going to be very difficult, but he might be able to clip the corner. But I also just don't know that there's enough damage on that unit to do anything. But it looks like the Forsaken are just out of reach. Or else he wouldn't be doing this. Or they're wavered. There's that possibility. So he's trying to see if he can snake the lightning bolt around the corner. But even then, they had 12 wounds, and even with Cloak of Death hitting it, because was that after the cloak hit at that turn?
No, that was before.
Oh, so they're up to 14 now. So 14,
I'm not sure I like that. You gotta mark your unit in that situation for something so pivotal.
Right.
You know?
This late in the game. Yeah. No, I agree.
Right.
I agree.
Yeah, it's.
So they're trying to see if he can see it around the corner. I have a feeling I'm gonna get called for a judge call here in a second, potentially. Just a feeling.
Yeah, because who knows where that was originally? You know, and
we might actually we can pull it up on the stream. So, I'm actually gonna do that presumptuously, just
preemptive
in case.
strike.
Yeah. Call it a hunch. So, sorry, it's gonna black y'all's cameras for a second, but we gotta.
Nobody needs to see this ugly mug.
So that was where he was killing Callus.
And then Jeff's double checking from where he thinks it was at the beginning of the movement to see.
Yeah, that's.
He is almost spot on. If they ask me to come find it for them, I can tell him.
Yeah, and you have to rule with Jeff because the base wasn't marked.
Right. Also that.
You know, it's just
there's a couple things there that definitely were done wrong, but yeah, based on where he is right now, that's almost spot on. It's off by technically it's a little bit closer to where Marcelo is. But again, he didn't mark it, so I was a little bit loose, a little bit sloppy. But again, it's turn 7, and it's the end of a third game after a 2-day event where you've played 6 games.
Totally.
You're fucking tired. Like,
you're mentally exhausted.
Yeah. So
brains are melting.
Yeah, your brains are melting. You're just playing on autopilot. Sometimes you think it's an easy spot.
Why wasn't this dominate? No.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, according to Matt, every scenario is
dominate just with extra steps.
Looks like he decided just to go with his original plan and put him into the Scorch Wings.
Okay, yeah. See that? I like that better because that's a draw too. Like,
and drawing on the top table.
Yeah, I think it's a draw. But I'm glad they were able to settle that without calling me. That's good.
Right.
Good job, guys. Good being adults. All right. Been called for one judge call, and it was actually a very just genuine judge call. So,
which is awesome, by the way.
Yeah. No rules.
We have the potential to be bothered all the time.
Yeah. Believe me, I was thinking about that.
Well, it shows you how great Kings is. How many rules call? I mean, we've had no judge call, one judge call throughout 2 days of streaming,
which was just a laser check. Basically, it was literally just hey, is this an arc? Is it not? Like it was. It was what I would actually call a judge call, as opposed to like a rules dispute type thing.
And just based off of what we've seen too, we haven't seen any like finicky stuff or stuff we were like, ooh, maybe that should have. Yeah.
Even that, I was like, that might have been qualified as like sloppy play of anything, but yeah, nothing like nothing crazy. Everyone's playing super
Oh,
tight, super
going
clean.
into the rear of those placoderms.
Yeah. And I know that I've mentioned it before on the stream, but these mats are so good.
Yeah, there's
like,
a
being
man.
able to
I was
see the
like,
same.
I told
I love it.
Travis at Playback, I was like, I want the snow one with the things on it, and he's like, they have another one. I'm like, I want that one too.
Yep, with the lines and the grid.
It's like
it's
I don't
incredible.
care what colors they are super helpful for the stream. Like, and the white one especially is also just really easy to tell what units are.
Oh,
in it, so.
placoderms are dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spotting that, I think Luke probably just missed that. He probably was getting a little greedy. Probably maybe got the tripped at the finish line type of thing.
Yeah, I'd be curious to ask him about the those reforms after the Bloodworm combat.
Yeah, if you don't think I'm dragging these assholes in here to interview them after
So one token
explain
there.
what you
have
did.
a token there. So it looks like he's going to have 3 tokens because he's controlling that middle one.
Man, it depends on what turn they're at. This is
Bottom 6, I think.
6?
Top of 6. Does he flip his cards early?
But Luke went second, so yeah, it's either bottom of 6, which would be my suspicion, or
that's my guess. This is bottom 6,
right? In which case, I think Luke is just barely winning. But it's really hard to tell because I see the Knucker has moved off to the far left to claim that token. The Thule in the center claiming a token. He picked up the Placoderms, but there's still the Thule unit in the middle facing that token. I think Nathan needs a 7, or else, because picking up that was big.
I think Nathan only has 1 token right now, right? The Mind Screech on the right.
Yeah, he has the Mind Screech on the right. If there's a turn 7, I think he picks up that Thule unit in the center and flips around, and maybe those are fresh enough that they can take a charge from the other Thule. I don't really like those odds though because their defense 4. Like Fiend's not exactly known for their durability. God, this has been a good game. Fucking close.
These have been 2 great games.
Yeah,
it's an amazing game.
I see them calculating
like a
scores.
Flub roll from Luke.
I think that might have been a Snakes. Yeah, he just hit a clock, so that was a Snakes on the Phantoms, I'm pretty sure.
Oh no.
And here's the turn 7 roll.
But could be worse because he out unit strengths them.
There is a turn 7.
Yeah.
So turn 7
you're
in
gonna
both
snake.
freaking games too. Great way to have Masters. I'm flipping over to the other table real quick just to see the end of the state. So it looks like Jeff snaked out a win. Because I see the
Unicorn
Wings.
didn't.
Unless he just didn't pick the unit
survived?
up when it died, but I would assume that the things on the table are the current board state minus characters having been shuffled around.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, probably by 1 point, Jeff wins this game, and both armies are gone. They're just
annihilated.
They're fucking obliterated.
This is a 14-7.
Yeah.
Because the Avatar of the Green Lady still being alive, that's a ton of points.
Yeah, it's going to be really fucking close. I don't think, the top table could still potentially.
Yeah, someone could catch him. Jeff got 14 points.
Would potentially be enough. Well, no, I think he can't. He still needed.
No, they needed at least an 18, right, to tie.
Yeah,
an 18
you're right, because we did that math. Yeah, so damn, that was so fucking close.
But still affecting podium. Don't remember.
Jeff is probably second battle minimum.
Right. A lot of people would say even top 5 at Masters or top 10 is a huge accomplishment.
Holy shit,
huge accomplishment. Like getting to Masters is hard enough. Like top 10, amazing, right?
I'm not going to even go into the whole South region qualification.
Okay, let's go back to
let's get to the one that's actually still going. Yep.
Yeah, I don't need to look at Marcelo and his
anymore. We've seen him 3 times in this damn stream. Get him out of here. I'm done.
Right.
So, all right, so Phantoms are punching. So we went to a turn 7. It's top of the turn. Nathan, I don't know what the Fiends are doing. That's my one question here. If they were still facing the top, maybe he books it to the one that I was saying he should have burned forever ago. But if not, he hits the Thule and tries to kill them. I'm so curious.
Well, I think he charged something into them. I think there's a character.
Oh, yes, there's a character in between the two. I see that now.
He's blocked them
So he's
up.
countercharging the character to hope to kill it, to hope to overrun, to hit the Thule, kill the Thule, overrun, get on the token, score that.
Control the
he
middle.
shot off the other Thule unit, so that now there's only the Knucker one that's really secure at this point.
Dude, this could be a draw.
Picks up. Yeah, it's going to be a fucking draw on table 1, I swear to God.
Oh my God. Tables 3 and 4.
Oh,
God. Wow. A minor went on 2, and then
we'll see. Oh, shit.
Yeah, I mean that's what's so dangerous about Trident Realms, right? Those characters late game are so nasty.
Yeah. Don't we just play the best game? Don't we just play the best game?
We play the best game.
Yeah, dude. This is just game. It's so amazing.
Right, top tables, Warhammer. Someone would have been purple sunned and be at the bar already. I've been at the bar 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Of course, all that's left is red units. So I'm like, what's what? Like,
he's got to get the Fiend's got to get through that character. Get through the Thule. But if Luke is measuring now.
Yeah. But due to how so the system kind of falls apart a little bit when it gets to that, because if it's by definition, if sports is the tiebreaker and they know that, then they should immediately both back each other, regardless. Like,
yeah, this has got to be bottom of 7.
What they should do.
Yeah, it does.
Not because they're bad, like
because they rolled for it.
A great game, so.
So I think Luke has this, right? If this is bottom of 7,
he's got,
because he has 1 in the middle, right? That's one of his characters.
Yeah.
And then 1 over there, and then he's got 3, and Nate has 1, is what I'm seeing.
Yep, the Mind Screech and the Luke's bottom right. Then the Knucker has 1.
If they are bottom 7.
Center has 1.
I believe Nate's
they're 100% bottom of 7. Both games went to 7, it looked like, yeah.
Yeah, who went first?
Nate went first, I believe, right?
Nate went first. We just because he can't pull the Clevenger. We said this like 100 times.
That's right. Yep.
The Clevenger.
Yep. No Clevenger.
I think Luke has won this game then, right?
That's game.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you learned. So this mic is active. Yeah. So hey Jeff. Fucking that was brutal to watch. Like everything's dying.
Yeah.
So yes, okay, so that's confirmed. But then headstrong roll, I'm assuming. On
the headstrong on the Forsaken, which he failed back,
right?
Which meant we could keep playing, because otherwise he was just going to wipe out the middle, and that was going to be it. So
yep.
So Luke Frazier's the new U.S. Master, then, right?
Looks like Luke just won.
Wow,
yeah.
Trident Realms.
Now this is
clearly everybody's pick, right? Everyone. I had that on my pick.
The ultimate dark horse Masters winner is Pacific Northwest Trident Realms player coming
out of left
on a rocket ship.
Damn close.
Holy
wow. Unless somebody, well, I mean, that's probably a big enough win, right? If he's got 3 scenario.
It's got, hold on. We're still going. I'll get you back in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's finish watching. Yeah.
But presumably Luke is looking good to be
the
next U.S. Master.
Someone would have to get could 21 could table 3 with a 21 catch.
Oh, that was the one thing I was trying to talk about.
I don't think so, because
no.
At 3-1, he should, plus he's going to have great attrition, right? Because he still has more points. I don't know. I don't think he's catchable.
Yeah. Oof.
Yeah.
Or what their points were going in. Like if Nate was the leader and Luke was like a second on.
No, they were tied.
Okay. I don't see an attrition difference. The 2 Mind Screeches, a horror. He did take off the Fiends, though, so that's good points. Phantoms. Okay. Yeah, I'm guessing this would also be a 4. 15-6. That's my guess.
Yeah. So then that means our 4 or 5 would put him at a 73 or 74. So that means those 59s. I don't know if he's catchable. I mean, we won't know for sure, but I would be shocked if someone can catch him.
Yeah, if there was a 20 or 21 on 3 or 4
catches. Yeah, there was no.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because Jeff again, the next table down, Marcelo and Jeff had to basically they had to table each other to get close.
Yeah.
So and they had to have a draw.
Wow, what a Masters! Whew.
What a Masters!
Yeah.
Yep.
Nerf Trident Realms.
Yeah. Nerf the Pacific Northwest, right? Come in, host the Masters, and then they come and take it.
As usual, I would say.
I'm never going to hear the end of this now. Every Pacific Northwest tournament I go to now, the next year is going to be like, we are the Masters. Give me my drink, peasants. No, Luke is a good guy. Really humble, nice dude. Well deserved.
Yeah.
Right.
Out of nowhere, though, man. Just out of nowhere.
It'd be funny if Mantic sees a spike in Trident Realm cells.
I don't think a lot of people can replicate what he
I'm gonna message Swan and be like, dude, Trident Realms just probably won US Masters.
Yeah, I'd love to have seen his other games, just to get a sense of how he played those. I clearly has very well thought out movement and such.
He played a great game. I mean, whatever you want to say, he had to about his strength of schedule up to this point. He had to beat he had to make it happen.
Oh, he said, "Check my phone."
Check my phone.
Oh, check your phone. Okay. I was like, what is he minding? Just open the door.
Right? Don't check your phone. You'll end our master stream.
Oh, I'm not doing it.
Yeah. We went through his data last night. We went through my data last night. We went through Billy's data. So, that's how we've done it, and so we've made it work.
Because apparently hotspot's not unlimited.
Yeah.
Yep. Rolling blackouts in Omaha.
Worth it.
I don't see them at the table. I'm assuming they've walked off to submit scores.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I mean, but let's recognize greatness. Nathan Clevenger, right? 2 years in a row to get onto the top table.
Now he's pulling a Travis. So twice the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Just to play to that level consistently, and the meta's changed, but he keeps his list the same, and he plays the shit out of it.
Gotcha.
And I mean, that's just
that's cool.
So guys, unfortunately, we're gonna have to probably cut the stream on this end a little early. What I'm going to try to do again is I'm gonna effectively try to see if I can trick YouTube into letting me keep it as one video. So that people don't have to leave this video. What we're going to do is I'm going to get my laptop moved over to the gym and get one camera with it just really quick. Get Billy's phone still, pop internet on that, pop the camera on that, and then get that ready for awards. However, they need us to clean up the library ASAP, apparently. And my setup takes just a bit of time to tear down. So,
well, that was a blast, Matt. Super fun.
Yeah,
so, thanks for letting us join you.
Yeah. We'll be back with awards, so stay tuned for those. But yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in, watching. It's been a fantastic stream. Thanks guys for jumping into the chat and helping commentate these games. Makes it a blast to have a couple more eyes on the scene to get some different opinions. So yeah.
Big congratulations to Luke Fraser.
Yeah, big congratulations to Luke. We're the presumed master at this point.
Cinderella story coming out of nowhere.
Almost certainly. And then it's been great.
Jogging the streets of Seattle, wearing his sweatpants, punching fish in the fish market, draining it out. Seattle, baby.
Yeah. Awesome.
Thanks,
fellas.
You guys for awards.
That's what we got. Talk to me or Rashad for any questions, and I'll give you all the details. Thank you very much.
post it, but mark my calendar, Labor Day weekend, January 4th.
Howdy! Hey, some of you are already trained. My name's Ryan Smith, and I run the Alamo Grand Tournament in San Antonio. This year will be our 19th consecutive year. I believe it's the longest streak among GTs. We're holding it November 4th and 5th. It is not in the same venue we hosted Masters. We have a new venue, now with 20% more dive bar fields. Our format is very different. We play 2,500 points. Everything's different in Texas. I've got a 32-player bracket. I've got an 8-player kiddie pool. You lose a game, you're in the kiddie pool. You win the bracket. If you have a painted army, congratulations, you've won. Ryan loves soft scores. Apparently not enough for them to matter in his own tournament. You want to come punch face? It's the tournament to do it in. November 4th and 5th, AlamoFantasyGT.com. I hope to see all of you there. All right, Blue City Brawl 5, Memphis, Tennessee. It'll be October 21st and 22nd. It is a 2-player team tournament, 1,000 points per person, held in a brewery. Do you like drinking? Yes. Do you like eating awards? Yes. You can also pick from one of a stable of brawlers to upgrade your unit. So you can have blast bones, bird bones, do blast damage, and then take your shit and like, get hit. There's also a bunch of weird shit that we're doing after all the brawlers in the club. So that's October 21st and 22nd. You use Blue City Brawl GT on Facebook. April 20, April 21, LoneWolfGT.com. Lone Wolf is happening. We are right next to DFW Airport, easy to fly into. It's where we hold Masters back during COVID. So sign up.
In Reno, we're doing Jackalope in November. I don't have the exact date on it. Bring a monster, which will be a Jackalope. Beast in Nature, what's going on. And then about the first week, April, we do April Fool's one, another tournament. It'll be a April Fool's hero stuff. So an individual running around with some special tricks. Alright! High school! 27 through 28. There's only about 10 spots left. Time to do in a couple of weeks. Followed by hay, whole 9 yards, right? Awesome. So, it's in Oklahoma City, northern portion, about 7 hours from where you're at right now. Right now, get down to 85 and be fine. Like last year and the year before, you have a little 50mm visor. It's changing from game to game to game, so you can't build your army around one character. And just to do it, erase your blank again. It's 2250. So you drop a little out of your 20 list.
Grabbing it though, I don't want to.
Won't work. Or you rewrite your whole list. Try something new. So again, it's next month, 27-28. BryceBrawlGT.com or BryceBrawl Facebook. Whatever. Try to make it easy when you find it out.
I don't have an event to announce. I just want to say thank you guys for being here. You are the lifeblood of the community in this country. All around the world, people look at the U.S. for what's going on in meta.
That's right! Woo! Yeah, America!
So thank you for a fantastic event. I want to draw special attention to 2 groups. First group is Felix, Britton, and Matt, who are our newest rules committee members. They've done a fantastic TOs. See you next year. Thanks,
Hey guys, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Tim Reuters. I usually am running the Bug Eater. I was the one working with the TOs to just make sure that the space was good for everybody this weekend. I just want to say sincerely thank you all for coming. If you're not familiar with Bug Eaters, we run it here at the school to raise money for programs at the school. And this is actually,
we're raising for a pretty special cause this weekend. So contributions from the Masters is going to, it's not just going to the drama program. It's a really important thing here at Millard West to include all of our students, especially our special needs students. And we have what's called the Unified Program, whether it's sports, drama, all of that. So that way it's our general ed and our special ed students working together. So this is raising money for the Unified production of Frozen, which is super cool. So I want to thank you all for being here. All the people you see tearing down, that's the staff and the families and the kids that are involved. So you get a chance to see actually all the people that you're helping out. So thank you for making the trek to Omaha. I want to thank the Pacific Northwest for bringing your shitty rainy weather with you guys here. But that's okay. But no, and then that's it. I just hope you had a good time. If this is your first time in Omaha, I hope you had a good time. Otherwise, hopefully I'll see a bunch of you next year in June for Bug Eaters. So thanks everybody. Yeah, Adam! Woo! Master 2022, he's right! I need a vamp, so we get some scores and that they're right. So, Connor, you're up. No, sir. So, I appreciate you guys' patience this week, and I know, at least from our perspective, it didn't run as smoothly and quickly as we wanted. So, I just appreciate you all for being here and for understanding. We are still just finishing the calculations, making sure we're handing out the right awards, and everybody gets everything they should be getting. So if you don't mind, give us another 5 minutes, 10 minutes max, and we'll get up here and get some awards out. So thank you guys. I need 10 more minutes of being the master, guys. Please.
Matt, just tell us about some updates. Come on.
I've been locked in a tiny.
There's a new army coming out. It's all the Birdmen, the ones that have been in storage since like early 2nd edition. We dragged those out, gave them new rules. They're all strength. Wait a minute, unit strength 10, but they have no attacks.
I'll take a unit that's US 10 no attacks.
Sure,
I'm bringing back the original Twilight Kid models. That's the new army.
No.
Can we have super monolith, Matt? Every army gets a monolith.
You get a monolith, and you get a monolith.
I'll take it 200 by 200, no attacks.
Just a wall.
We'll call it the Great Totem. Wait, Hurt already let that go.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah, Dan wants it back.
Walk around in the park.
The things with Strider can just go right over.
Nope, he stands up and blocks Strider.
I'm doing fine.
He just goes up the line forward. Strider right in the back.
Oh, by the way, we had special requests from the chat. You need to paint your dice tray pink.
You need to paint your dice pink.
Actually,
oh, my rack? Yeah, attack rack?
Yeah.
Which the same where you got that. A guy makes them No, we'll sell it. Yeah, I'll get you a
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, like literally everything like that.
The stream chat.
But my biggest, like,
Nobody can see.
You can see it, but like you have to stand up to see it. And I don't want. I just want everyone to ever see it. I always like I looked at it like a show. Like, hey, look, it's mine.
But they always because you roll it like that, and they always hit the back.
Right, they always hit the back and then barely roll back.
Plus, what I hated about dice was that you're trying to take them out of the corners and stuff, and it wastes time.
Yeah. Right, so you pick that up and then you grab again.
I love it dice cases.
You're gonna send me some fucking quiet.
Yeah, like, well, that has the person
like the castle thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, he'll laser engrave shit on there for you if you want. On the sides.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's got all that kind of stuff too.
Yeah,
and you can get it in whatever wood you want. Like I get it in pine because it's light, right?
He can take like logos and stuff too, because that was really cool. I'd love to get my logo on it.
Oh, you have the laser engrave.
Yeah. It's not the pirate guy, right?
movement restrictions, movement, which is vicious to people with I live now. Yeah. Or some people get those roller frozen. Like I think the elves got that. Or no, they have a vicious yeah, so like regular elves now, I wouldn't mind doing like 2 of this the elven elves and like 2 ice cream hunters. So like I'm gonna get them frozen, I just shoot them, right? Like that's sweet. Yeah. Oh yeah, half elves. Yeah, so they get that. They get that vicious.
Yeah, that's good. That one I'm not. It wasn't.
I knew you were going to say something like that. Hey Jim, so they said like days not out. Okay. No, he's like, I'm out. Hey, why not just do a spring and a fly ball? There you go, man. I mean, look at how long time these guys are. I'm not a little more. Get new teammates. Don't tell him I said this. Back in the side. Back in the side. Oh, all right, guys. I'm going to sit down.
Yes, Lord. All right, so I just want to start off by thanking several people that without them this wouldn't have happened. So bear with me as I go through and try to make it quick here. So I'm going to start with some rides. First off, the Outlanders and Gabe rides. That's our Omaha group here. And then a big shout out to Donnie and Jason from Minnesota who stepped up and picked some guys up when we needed it most. So thank you guys. Big thanks to a couple guys that brought some mats, Andrew and the Oklahoma City crew, and then Tyler from Colorado as well. So thank you guys for that. Woo, Oklahoma, yeah! Shout out to the awesome prize support we had, Gauntlet Games in Lincoln, Mantic for supplying, and then also our very own Tim Lonis with War Chest Creations. This man didn't make it, but he contributed quite a bit. Jeremy Duvall sent us some awesome countercharger awards that we're about to give out, as well as some firefight awards. He set up that whole event, prize support. He was the man behind the scenes that didn't make it, but
Jeremy was great on the stream too.
What?
He was on the stream too.
He was on the stream. That's right. I haven't been on the stream, so
You're on the stream now.
Amen. Thank you, Jeremy. Speaking of the stream, thank you, Matt and Grant, for.
I want to see the blue hair next year.
Yep.
Blue hair, so pretty. And then a big shout out to just our Omaha crew, the Outlanders here. It really takes a village, and I might be the face of the guy you see, but without a lot of these guys, nothing would actually happen. I'm not painting terrain like Russ Barnes and Grant Barnes. I can't print stuff like Tim Lonis. You know, I can't be everywhere at once, so big shout out to Steve, Chris, Billy, Trav for everything that they did.
Yeah.
And then the last thank you I want to give out is to all you guys. We had 108 players after all the drops were done between both events. So we are officially the biggest event in U.S. history. You know, in history for Kings of War until that Clash of Kings happens. But yeah.
We'll take it for now.
So thank you guys. I really appreciate y'all making the trip. 100% needed you guys here. So thank you. Yeah. We're gonna start off with some Best of the Rest awards. Let's do that regional award. So we had enough guys sign up that we added a regional award. So kind of mirrors Masters a little bit, but we're only taking the top 4 for the region for battle. So there was only 4 eligible regions: Midwest, the Mountain, the Southeast, and the South. Oh yeah. So we're gonna start with number 4, which I didn't write down. Was that the South? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. The South. We got beat by the Mountain region at number 3. Midwest and Southeast decided they were gonna tie. Nebraska, we take sports very seriously, and that's our tiebreaker. So the Midwest deserves. Alan, Blake, and Patrick, come on up here.
Sons of bitches.
Jesse left. Yeah.
this one goes to Rick Hoy, who I always want to call Rob. Next, we got this beautiful compass to help you navigate the counter charge. You knew? Blake, get up here. You won it.
So many averages.
Next, we're going to do our painting. So, starting with third paint, we have Randy Davis. No shit. Next, and the South knows how to paint. Tristan, get up here. But apparently the Midwest does it better. Connor Murphy. I'm sorry.
Did you read the wrong one?
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
No returns. Bring it back.
I'll sit down for now.
You want something?
Damn. No, actually, hey, Jose, can you take that one away from Tristan? Chris Bellows, you got first place.
He's driving guys to the airport.
People off at the airport.
Yep, he's hooking us up.
Okay. We're great friends here. Now sports, and I'm sure everybody's waiting on the edge of their seats. We'll start with the one that's a real surprise. Rob Zimmerman. Alright, next we're going to best generals. So, our third best general this year is Nick Michelonis. Our second best general, brand new guy, Andy Patton. The best general this year, doing this wonderful, lovely guy, showed off.
Oh, he's pulling it out. He's showing it off. Oh, he's pulling it out.
Okay. Josh LaFoon, get up here. Well, the dagger? And our last ones are going to be the overall. So, third overall is Lucas Guitar. Best sport, Ken. Hey, guess what? You want best sport? Next we have Jackson Blakemore. Our best overall this year, Drew Richardson. Don't hurt yourself. I thought all you could All right, on to the math. We're going to start with best region here, so we're just jumping straight into battle for this one. Let's not dance around. Let's speed it up, right? So, West Coast was 8th.
Out of how many?
Out of 7. You're going to stop me. Question. What are the best for us?
Oh, that's fair.
Mountain region finished strong at 7th.
Woo!
Not last. Pacific Northwest by 6 more points. 6th. Northeast jumped up by about another 25 points. This, is that right? The South is 4th? Suck it, Tom!
So I'm hearing is Tom is the linchpin of the. They just top for higher.
Okay. There's a tie for 2nd.
There's 2 more left.
The Mid-Atlantic actually finished 3rd, with the Southeast finishing 2nd. Midwest players.
Fight for it. You can score the above average. I've anticipated. I carried this season, which was. And whoever the dead weight was.
Yeah, who's dead last?
Jason.
Well,
we'll figure it out. Figure it out. You got all of it. Good job, Jeff and helpers.
They're too excited.
I kind of wish anybody else but the Midwest would have won that. I go to too many tournaments I can't stand to hear that. Congratulations.
Oh, crow.
All right. Next we got Player's Choice. This year it was a pretty clear front runner, even with our technical difficulties and submitting multiple times. Adam Ballard. Adam Ballard. Brian Smith.
Cost us the because I've lost on purpose.
You wanted a strong shot. I wanted a strong shot.
As go fast, you guys, we have a recalculation.
Midwest didn't win, right?
No. I don't think
That's really the one I want to care about.
Yeah. But before I go any further, I just want to make sure. So, I'm sorry.
We're sorry. You just want to be the master again.
I got 5 more minutes.
I want to get 121 battle points. I didn't even play.
Mom, you was your step out there.
Alright, false alarm. We're good. I'd like to double check here. Alright, where were we? Counter charge? It's pretty good. 16 pounds. This year's counter charge is also Ryan Smith.
What's the lights?
Find your way back home with that? Alright, we're going to paint this year. Get a lot of good armies. A lot of good stories. Our paint judges really helped us out this year. Bringing in 3 guys with fresh eyes that haven't seen any of your armies before. We got a lot of good feedback, and they were all just extremely surprised by the quality in the room. So thank you guys for bringing out the best. Woo! Our third paint this year is going to be Ryan Munsell.
I don't know why.
Our second paint's going to be Marcella.
Thank you, John. Marcelo, hold on. Thank you. All right.
And our best painted at this year's Masters is Britton Williams. I got some boxes for you. I'll get you. Moving on to sports here. Our third sports is Donnie Croce.
Terrible.
That must be a saint.
He really is. Our second sports, nobody's surprised, is Mike Rossi. Thank you very much. And I'm out. You earned that. And our best sportsman this year is Jared Holcomb. And then they're both playing goblins, guys.
It's not very well.
Strong words.
reports, Michael. Next, we have our Paragon. And our third Paragon this year is going to be Joe Borghese.
Good job, Joe!
Our second Paragon is going to be Dustin Howard. And our U.S. Masters Paragon is Jeff Radigan. And our final awards here. Third Masters, Nathan Clevenger. Our second Master, Jeff Shulkin. Our U.S., well, maybe not so U.S. Master is Canadian Luke Craig. I don't want to pack them
Thank you for everything. It needs a new address, label, whatever, and it's not That's it. And let me know how much, and then call it over. Sounds good. I'll let you know. Thank you so much. And there's no... We got a lot going on.